okay if I leave my bag here? Yes, certainly. Why not? This is yours. Right. Yes. That will be. That is for Sujit, sir. Okay. Sujit.
I want to take a
Hello. Hello.
Once again, Suswagatam, welcome, Namaskar. Good morning, friends. As we begin the celebration of literature, culture, ideas, let us first honor the spirit of our nation. I request everyone present here to please rise for the national anthem. I think we'll start. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविण उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभाशिष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाता जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की. Please be seated. What a joy it is today to see so many bright faces gathered here for the Thane Literature Festival. Friends, over the next 2 days, this space will come alive with stories, ideas, laughter, and the magic that only words can create. Centuries ago, when Johannes Gutenberg invented the modern printing press, he did far more than create a machine. He ignited a revolution. With that single creation, he didn't just make books. He built the first technology of human networking that gave wings to ideas, democratized knowledge, and laid the foundation for the modern mind. From ink on parchment to pixels on screen, literature has shaped our culture, questioned our beliefs, and chronicled the journey of civilization itself. Long before the internet or social media, the printed word connected people across time, place, and culture. It spread ideas, sparked revolutions, and shaped the very way we think and live. And that same spirit of connection and creativity brings us together today with over 22 brilliant authors and literary experts present here and two excellent performers. We are set for 2 days of engaging panels, powerful drama narrations, and exciting book launches, all celebrating the timeless power of stories. So open your hearts, tune your minds, and get ready to be inspired, because the next chapter of our shared literary journey begins right here, right now. I, Kalida Subramanian, on behalf of the Rotary Club of Thane Hills, extends a warm welcome to each one of you. Let's celebrate Thane Literature Festival. I request President Samir to be present for the opening ceremony remark.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure and honor to host this very first edition of Thane Literature Festival. A civilized society thrives on performing art, music, culture, and various things which we must enjoy. We at the Rotary Club of Thane Hills have taken up this initiative primarily because we believe a historic city of Thane, an illustrious background with industries, is a different city today. It's a megapolis, it's a cosmopolitan town. Let us make reading a movement, writing a celebration, and let us build a thoughtful, informed, and enlightened Thane. A big thank you to NCPA, those who gave us this courage to host this first edition, and I'm sure it will go forward. A big thank you to 120 Rotary Club members. Our Rotary Club of Thane Hills is about 35-year vibrant club here in this part of the India. A big thank you to all the volunteers. So I welcome each one of you. Let the festival begin. Thank you for joining us. Look forward for a 1.5 day of engaging interaction. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Sujata Jadhav from NCPA, a collaborative partner who is a curator of NCPA Literature Series, Page 2 stage, to address our distinguished guests present here. We also welcome Mr. Deshpande, CFO of NCPA.
Thank you, Kalita ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Namaskar. Namaskar, Thane. So, yeah. Thank you so much. So once again, good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today at the Thane Literature Festival, a celebration of words, ideas, and imagination. On behalf of the NCPA Page 2 Stage series, I extend my warm greetings to all the authors, poets, artists, and literature lovers gathered here. The NCPA has always believed that art and literature are inseparable. Both are powerful forms of human expression that shape our culture and collective consciousness. In that sense, literature is also a quiet yet powerful force of nation building, reminding us who we are and what we aspire to become. Do you all agree with me? Yeah, thank you. Through this collaboration with the Rotary Club of Thane Hills, we are delighted to bring NCPA's cultural spirit beyond Mumbai to Thane, a city that shares a deep passion for creativity and dialogue. I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to our chairman, visionary chairman, Mr. Khushru Santuk, whose inspiring leadership continues to guide our artistic, educational commitments towards the society. Our participation here reflects NCPA's larger vision to create space where stories come alive, voices are heard, and communities engage meaningfully through literature and arts. I'm truly happy to see how Thane has embraced festival with such enthusiasm and warmth. We are also deeply grateful to the Thane Municipal Corporation, especially Shri Subhash Rao, Honorable Municipal Commissioner, for this support and encouragement. A special word of appreciation goes to Mr. Samir Limeye, Mr. Atul Bide. I think he's present somewhere else. He's here. Yeah. And the entire Rotary Club of Thane Hills team. A big round of applause to Rotary Thane Hills Club. Thank you for your vision, dedication, and tireless efforts in bringing this festival to life. And finally, to all of you, to the wonderful audience, thank you for being here, for your love of literature, and for keeping the spirit of art and imagination live. Let's continue to celebrate stories, ideas, and voices that inspire us all, and may literature continue to light our minds and enrich our hearts. So thank you so much, and thank you for coming. So I'm here with my colleague Siddharth Deshpande, who is the CFO of NCPA. So thank you so much, everyone, on behalf of both of us. Yeah.
I now request convener and past President Atul Bide to please be present on the stage for his welcome speech.
Hello and good morning, everyone. What better way to celebrate National Authors Day? Today is a National Authors Day, and we are here to have a magic of words. Next 1.5 days, we will have plenty of magicians with us, authors and poets. Let's enjoy. Welcome, everyone. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to commence this momentous celebration of literature and arts, it is my honor to invite our distinguished guests to the stage for the inauguration and ceremonial lamp lighting. Please join me in welcoming Sri Nadir Godrej. I request Dr. Kulkarni to please escort Dr. Godrej. District Governor Harish Bhatt, I request Mr. Nilesh Pitale to kindly escort Dr. Sujata Jadhav from NCPA, Mr. Harish Bhatt, President Samir, convener of Thane Literature Festival, Mr. Atul Bide, Club Secretary Nilesh Pitale. Do join us, please. As we light this lamp, we invoke the light of wisdom and knowledge. Just as this flame dispels darkness, may this festival of literature illuminate our minds with ideas, stories, and creativity. Let this moment mark the beginning of an inspiring journey of words and imagination at the first Thane Literature Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in giving a big warm welcome to our dignitaries with a round of applause. Mic.
Hello.
This is a symbolic book. By this, we are inaugurating the Thane Literature.
Hello. So good morning, everybody. So it gives me immense pleasure to announce that the Thane Literacy Festival, which has been organized by the RC Thane Hills, is open for everybody. Enjoy 2 days of this event and have a great time.
Friends, our festival now moves on into a session that beautifully blends intellect with imagination. We Also Write, presented by Sri Nadir Godrej, a visionary leader whose heart beats as much for poetry as it does for industry. I now invite my colleague, Madhvi Kanade, to the stage to introduce the convener of Thane Literature Fest, Mr. Atul Bhide, and our distinguished speaker of this session, Sri Nadir Godrej. Madhvi.
Okay.
Thank you, Kalita. I'm honored to introduce our inaugural speaker of TLF,
Hello.
Mr. Nadir B. Godrej. He is the chairperson of Godrej
Hello.
Industries Group and chairperson and managing director of Godrej Industries. He is also the co-chair of Godrej Good and Green Governing Council. He holds a Master of Science degree in Chemical Engineering from Stanford University and MBA from Harvard Business School. He has been a director of several Godrej companies since 1977 and has developed the animal feed, agricultural inputs, and chemical business of Godrej Industries and other associate companies and has been very active in research. Mr. Godrej is deeply committed to the good and green strategies and achievement of set targets for Godrej Industries Group. He encourages and supports a shared vision for all programs of Godrej Good and Green. Mr. Godrej is the president of the Alliance Française de Bombay and also a member of CII National Council and past chairman of CII National Committee on Chemicals. Mr. Godrej has been honored with numerous prestigious awards both in India and internationally for his exceptional contribution to business, sustainability, and society. In 2025, he was honored with Vivekananda International Relations Peace Award, and in 2023, he received Huron Award for Most Respected Indian Industrialist of the Year and the Game Changer Facilitation at the India Gulf Business Summit for redefining sustainability in business. He was also conferred with honorary doctorate from the Institute of Chemical Technology and XIM University, Bhubaneswar, recognizing his impact on the industry and society. His accolades include Chevalier de l'Argent d'Honneur, Lifetime Achievement Awards from CLFMA of India, Indian Chemical Council, AIBIEA, and Society Achievers, Pride of the India Honor, and his contributions to entrepreneurship, sustainability, and philanthropy. Other notable recognition includes Green Business Titan Award by JSW, the Times of India, the King Hussein Global Business and Intercultural Peace Award, and the Quimpro Platinum Standard in Business Medal. Mr. Godrej's illustrious career continues to inspire through his unwavering commitment to sustainability, business excellence, and societal progress. Mr. Godrej's, apart from his illustrious personal journey, his personal interests reflect in multifaceted personality. His passion spans science, linguistics, swimming, and poetry. He is the author of Life and Other Poems and Nadir Godrej the Poet, remarkable collections of English and French poems. Mr. Godrej is known to make speeches in verse. Today, we are poised to witness the magic of his poetries as he chats with the convener of this Thane Literature Festival, Mr. Atul Bhide. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Godrej. Welcome, sir. Now let me introduce the convener of TLF, Mr. Atul Bhide. A first-generation entrepreneur turned development sector professional, Atul considers meeting Dr. Varghese Kurian in 2011 as the turning point of his life. Atul went to conceptualize and produce The Man Who Made the Elephant Dance, an audio autobiography of Dr. Kurian, to create awareness amongst youth about Dr. Kurian's extraordinary contribution in nation building. Atul is co-founder of Wordsworth Reading Club, where friends meet and read on Sunday evening over tea and cookies once a month since last 16 years. A convener of Thane Literature Festival, whose day starts with hot cup of tea and the newspaper and ends with movie on OTT platform. Kishori Amonkar's Rag Bhoop and Kumar Gandharv's Nirguni Bhajan are the shortest route to Nirvana for me, says Atul. Over to you, Atul. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhavi. Thank you. First of all, this is indeed such a great honor to share a stage with this legend. Mr. Godrej, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I wonder any of you have imagined the great scientist of India, Mr. Bose, or Homi Bhabha, or for that matter, Jayan Narlikar, and our today's guest have few commonalities. I'm sure some of you must have already guessed that it is about science. Yes, all four of them are men of science. But there is something deeper than men of science. All four are passionate about art, culture, and literature. So that is the beauty of all the scientists and Mr. Godrej. So talking about science, Mr. Godrej, chemical engineering, quarterly results, top line, bottom line, boardroom pressures, and poetry. How all this gets packaged in one person?
As you mentioned, all these other scientists also had interest in the arts. And I think I get this broad interest in many things from my family. My father was a scientist, and he was also very knowledgeable about history, geography, linguistics. He studied in Germany, so he was a fluent German speaker. But not only did he know German, when I was studying French, he would help me with my French. When I traveled to Italy, he taught me how to pronounce Italian words. He knew all these things, and so from a very early age, I got quite used to that. And my grandmother and my mother were poets.
Oh, that's a great family lineage. Wow. But actually, when did you discover the poet inside you?
From a very early age, as I said, because of my grandmother and mother, and I wrote a poem about my mother in which I started off by talking about my grandmother, and the best might be to read it.
Yes, please.
My granny, Mama, was named Shireen, was always calm and never mean. Her name in Persian just meant sweet, quite apt for such a dulcet treat. A British teacher in her school, who sized her well, she was no fool, quite cleverly tweaked the spelling to serene, and there's no telling if character led to the name or vice versa. All the same, serene indeed was stately calm, for weary souls a soothing balm, a freedom fighter for the nation, and poet for the cause of liberation. With great verve she would recite, I still recall that glorious sight. A love of literature was kindled there, a love that mother would also share. She also sometimes took to verse for greeting cards that were terse.
Wow, wow. So thank you so much. Thank you not just for reciting the poetry, but sharing your personal space. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So whether any time the poetry has helped in lightening the atmosphere during your business meetings?
Sometimes a topic comes up on which I've already written a poem, and then it helps to recite that. But as you mentioned, I usually make speeches in verse, and that tends to break the ice. People like the speeches. And another advantage of making speeches in verse is that they can't be very long.
I had witnessed one of those wonderful poems about vote of thanks. Uh, I think it was at the Godrej Cultural Center. Amazing poetry. Uh, how about poetry and kids? Whether your poetry has helped in a way to soothe your kids during their childhood days or any of that sort?
Absolutely. And my three sons, they all write poetry on occasion. And my middle son, Sorab, writes in different languages, usually writes birthday cards as a poem. And sometimes he writes the poem in 3 or 4 languages. He writes in Gujarati, he writes in English, he writes in French, and he writes in German.
Wow, wow.
And my youngest son, Hormuz, also at one time used to write rap songs.
Wow.
And, and at one of our awards functions, our communications team got me to recite my poem, and they played some music, and they asked me to rap the poem.
That reminds me of, since you mentioned about languages, I suppose you know 5, 6 languages, am I right?
I did know 6 languages, but I can't say I can speak Russian today. Though at one time I was quite fluent. We did a lot of business with the Soviet Union, so I learned Russian at the House of Soviet Culture. And in my book, I have one poem I wrote to my Russian teacher. And because of her, I wrote my first Pushkin sonnet, because one day she said, it's the anniversary of Pushkin, we are going to have a function. I've called Nissim Ezekiel as the chief guest, and I want you also to speak. So then I wrote this poem, The Influence of Pushkin on Vikram Seth. I had read an article in Span magazine which described how Vikram Seth had read 2 translations of Evgeny Onegin, or as we say in English, Eugene Onegin. One translation was by Nabokov, a very literary translation, but in blank verse. And the other translation was by Charles Johnston in Pushkin sonnets. And so Vikram Seth wrote Golden Gate in Pushkin sonnets, and this poem, which I recited after Nissim Ezekiel spoke, in Pushkin sonnets, talks about all of this.
Wow.
So, and after that, I have written quite a few Pushkin sonnets, and some of my French poems are also Pushkin sonnets. It's a very interesting form where each quatrain has a different rhyming scheme. The 3 possible rhyming schemes are used, and then there is a couplet at the end.
Can we have a little sample of that?
Yes, I can read a little bit of the influence of Pushkin on Vikram Seth. And later I might recite a poem I wrote on Zoroastrians, which is also a Pushkin sonnet.
Correct.
The whole poem is quite long, but I'll read a little bit. Had I not written one short letter in which I mentioned Vikram Seth, perhaps it would have been much better for those of you with little faith in my admittedly poor talent. But some amongst you who are gallant and choose to lend at least 1 year, in cadence verse you shall all hear how Russia's scion Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin wrote in verse, tetrameter, supple terse, now flows then ebbs, there's nothing grander, about his great protagonist, Eugene Onegin, amorist. His early verses were erotic, but then he wrote about revolt. The Tsarist times were quite despotic, and Pushkin was then forced to bolt to country home where isolation served as a source of inspiration. At court he leads his later life, but now he has a charming wife. Alas, she leads him to perdition, as she falls for Baron d'Antès, and Pushkin feels he's forced to press a challenge and uphold tradition. His line comes back to haunt him now, the bloom has withered on the bough.
Thank you so much. So generally, what prompts you to write? A stress situation or a happy?
When I first started writing in the 1980s, it was when I couldn't say something in prose or face to face, then I would write a poem and send it over. Later on, I started making speeches in verse. One of the early speeches in verse was this one about the influence of Pushkin on Vikram Seth. Another one was, as you mentioned, Vote of Thanks, which was at that time it was the Economic Times Harvard Business School Award. And I was representing Harvard Business School. So they asked me to give a vote of thanks. And I always thought a vote of thanks was a very funny sort of thing. So I said, what am I going to say? So I wrote this poem. I'll read the beginning. A vote of thanks, that thankless task. I don't know why they always ask. Some silly fool on the stage while all of you just seethe and rage. I do not wish to be a bore, so very soon I'll end this chore and let you go for food and booze. But while still here, feel free to snooze. I should devote the next few rhymes in praise of economic times, but since you heard what they have said, the learned speech already read, there's nothing further I can add except to say that I am glad that they were there to organize this function for which a prize is well deserved, as is the case with those who won the steeplechase, and so on.
This is my favorite. This is an absolute favorite.
So, and verse always eases the situation, I feel. And another advantage of verse is sometimes it's difficult to find a rhyme. And then you find an odd word as a rhyme. But often you can use that strange word which doesn't quite fit in to create a joke.
So talking about writing, do you have a specific place or specific desk you prefer to write, or it can happen at any time, any place?
Yes, especially when conceiving it, it can be anywhere. It often happens early in the morning, especially for the good poems. The bad poems are written at the desk.
Good one.
The good poems come in early in the morning, and there have been times when I've thought of poems while I'm swimming, because you're swimming there for half an hour. What do? You can think of a poem.
So while you start writing, how fluent it happens? Like you write a first draft and then you think over it and then go back to that feeling and finalize it, or you just go in a flow and finish in one go?
Usually it goes in a flow, but it always gets better if you go back to it. And here what's very useful is my editor-in-chief, my dear wife, who has much higher standards than me. So if I show her something, she'll always have some wonderful suggestions, and then I have to do a lot of hard work.
Talking about your wife, was it your poem that won Dr. Rati, or?
Well, as we discussed, there are many facets to me, so I think it was all of that, but I can think of one poem. It's called Maui.
Please.
It's in this book, and the two of us, before we got married, spent some time on this island, this beautiful island called Maui in Hawaii. And the poem begins with, after all, I am a scientist, plate tectonics. I hope all of you are familiar with plate tectonics. If not, the poem will explain it. A crooked line has traced the fate of the wandering Pacific plate as it traverses a hot spot, creating islands dot by dot. And Maui was the one we chose. And there before us 2 humps rose. Maui, you see, is still intact. She's very young and still well stacked. Kukui now, oh my God, sorry. I'll just put do not disturb on. Mavu, you see, is still intact. She's very young and still well stacked. Kukui now will slowly shrink as land below begins to sink. Haleakala on the fringe of the hotspot can have a binge, and someday soon the central plain will be submerged by sea and rain. So that's about the plate tectonics part, and then towards the end, and down below Molokini, the bottom half of a bikini, for those who look with a lecherous eye at half a crater from the sky, encompassing so many treasures, so full of palpitating pleasures, for those who bravely choose to strive, for those who swim and those who dive. Was it the sea or firmament that put us in our element, or should we blame the crazy moon for putting us in such a swoon, and for the many wondrous fashions in which we pandered to our passions?
Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Godrej, for many of us, like I said, for me, unwinding is all about listening to Indian classical music. So how about you? I mean, is it the poetry that unwinds you, or what activity?
Actually, I also listen to music for relaxation quite a bit. For now, most of my poetry writing is about making a speech. So I'm not sure it helps me to unwind. And also, when I'm greeting someone, I write poems. And I'm usually, I don't get very tense, mostly. And lots of things help to relax me, but music is definitely one of them, but writing is always fun.
Great. Has any time it occurred that you have written a poem on your favorite actor or actress or favorite hero or something like that?
Oh, not quite, but in my big book, there is a poem which I wrote for a friend of mine, a French friend of mine, who helped me learn French. Because I studied French in school, and then I went to study in America, and with two of my cousins, we took a tour all over America, and one of my cousins, she actually was born in Geneva, and my mother had written that when she was 2 years old, she came to visit me, and she spoke to me in French. I had no recollection of that, but my mother used to write a diary of my childhood, and in that diary, I read that she spoke to me in French. So I think that's when I started learning to love the language. And later on, I found that some French words that only babies use and you never learn in school seemed to be familiar to me. I must have learned them from my cousin. So she took me to Saint-Tropez. There I made friends with all this young group, including this girl, who is still my friend, and we've been communicating for years. And one day I saw a movie in which there was a character that looked just like her, a French movie. So I wrote this poem about that incident. That's the only time I've written a poem about a movie.
Oh, great, great. So we talk about your love for languages, and you almost know 6 languages. What is your opinion about the new generation and their interest in language?
Now with automatic translation, I think people are getting less interested in language. So learning a language just for usefulness is no longer necessary. But learning a language to learn another culture is very important, because language is transmitted, culture is transmitted by language.
Absolutely.
And what I find fascinating about French, I also speak German, but the French are a very interesting people. And if you know English and French, it's really fascinating, because the English and the French for years were, I like to call them frenemies. They love each other and they hate each other. They make jokes about each other. And at the same time, they can't forget each other. And the British, especially in Victorian times, were very strict. So the only way for them to have fun was to go to France. So Edward VII, when he got tired of waiting to become the king, he finally became the king when he was 60, spent most of his time in Paris.
So how often you write poems? When was the last time you wrote?
Well, yesterday.
Wow. And may I ask what was that about?
I can't tell, but you'll get a hint.
I recall there was one poem on the Godrej group itself.
Several.
Several, okay. I heard one.
And lots of poems on the Godrej family, which also deals with the group.
Yes. And of course, on the Parsi community.
Yes.
So if you can recite that.
That I will recite. The shorter version of that I will recite. The original version was read out in London when the Queen was celebrating her Jubilee. It was, I guess, the 50th Jubilee.
Okay.
And she had, there were events for all the religions in England, and the Zoroastrians invited Prince Edward to come and attend this function. There were some Zoroastrian prayers, and then they asked, and my cousin Firoza Godrej released a book, Zoroastrian Tapestry, at the same function, and I read out this poem.
Please.
Now, this is a slightly shorter version of the poem, which I wrote as a book forward for a book on Zoroastrians. And this is in a Pushkin, it's entirely in Pushkin sonnets. About 4,000 years ago, civilization's early dawn saw nomads always on the go use their strength, their sheer brawn, to plunder, pillage, and destroy. The settlers then could not enjoy the well-earned fruits of all their labors. They lived in dread of raiding neighbors. But one man pondered on this hate. Why is there evil in this world? Could God have possibly unfurled this ugly thing? It was his fate to state a doctrine then quite new. The universe was shaped by two opposing spirits struggling on, and one of them created good, a single God, quite early on. Ahura Mazda proudly stood, but evil wasn't his creation, for that would be an aberration. So Angra Mainyu, or Ariman, was the chosen name for the one responsible for evil's role. The role of man was to bravely fight for good and always spread the light. Defeating evil was the goal. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds, the way. His followers could always stay engaged in this important battle. This was the teaching of Zoroaster, and I think it is no idle prattle to state that he was quite the master. Religions then placated gods. The people tried to fight the odds by sacrificing what was dear to any force inspiring fear. But now we see a newer height. We should ensure that good prevails and ultimately evil fails. We are important in this fight, and ethics is religion's pillar. Not that all else is just a filler, for rituals have a role to play. Above all else, they help to guide, they help to show the righteous way. They remind us that we are on the side of fighting for what's right. And on this day, we'll see the sight of priests in prayer offering thanks. The power of prayer surely ranks extremely high. It's not the meaning, however great alone, that can't explain the power of a chant. In fact, I think that I am leaning to the view that just the sound can influence all things around. Zoroastrianism next hit a peak when Cyrus built a vast empire. The emperors had a tolerant streak. The Jews maintained that the entire Temple of Jerusalem was reconstructed just for them, and they acknowledged gratefully their freedom from captivity. Perhaps at this stage, it would be wise to talk about the exchange of ideas over a wide range, the devil, hell, and paradise, around this time spread to the west, as many scholars can attest. For 1,000 years off and on, Zoroastrians were at the helm. 3 continents they ruled upon. It was a civilizing realm. Then from Arabia came the hordes, and Persia fell beneath their swords. King Yazdagerd was cruelly killed. The true believers were instilled with dread, and yet they kept the flame. But when they could take it no more, they just set sail for another shore, And I don't think that we could blame the Indian prince who saw them land for taking a suspicious stand. His land was full. He had no need for people from a distant land. Refusal wasn't in his creed, and so he thought they'd understand. If he could cleverly convey, there was no way they could stay. A pitcher full of milk was sent. The Persian priest read the intent, but he could not accept a no. He slipped a lump of sugar in and sent it back, and what a win! The community began to grow, but like the lump, it stayed quite small. In sweetness, though, we have it all. In Gujarat, they settled down. For honesty, they were well known. When the British came, they went to town. They really came into their own. They moved with ease from east to west. As go-betweens, they were the best. They built the ships. They went to sea, excelled in trade and charity. And Bombay is where they thrived. Their charity helped build this town, and this earned them much renown. In many different fields they thrived, amazingly excelled in all, although their numbers were quite small. In time they spread far and wide, accomplished much everywhere. The diaspora gives us more pride, for they have surely done their share. Perhaps because of this diffusion, we may find some confusion. The branches now spread everywhere, but are our roots firmly there? Should we try and proliferate in spite of all that might encumber, or our fine attempts to raise our number? Or should we try and propagate our beliefs and thoughts far and wide to outlive our demographic slide?
Wow. Friends, this is what Poet Laureate of India Inc. A big, big round of applause for him. Thank you, Mr. Godrej. So nice of you. We have a pleasant task, but before that, Kalida?
Yes, I have a small request to be made. This is a request for vehicle number MH022793, MH049003, MH040184. These vehicles have been causing inconvenience to the members and at the entrance. Kindly move your vehicles. Thank you. Few people actually embody the fusion of intellect and artistry as beautifully as Mr. Godrej, an author and poet who finds rhythm in reason and beauty in ballads. Mr. Godrej has reinforced that leadership too can be an art form. Thank you so much, Mr. Godrej, for sharing your thoughts and the witty rhymes too. We are truly enriched today. Heartfelt thanks to Atulji also for steering the session so beautifully. On behalf of Thane Literature Festival, we take great pleasure in presenting a memento as a token of our gratitude. I'd request T.G. McCall and President Limaye to please be present on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud applause, please.
Thank you.
I request Mr. Godrej and Harish Bhatt to please remain on stage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
So there is a pleasant task now.
Yes.
So this is a very rare honor and a rare gift. The collection of poetries by Mr. Nadir Godrej for President Samir and for me. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
And the pleasant task I was talking about, we have a renowned author, a great storyteller amongst us, Mr. Harish Bhatt. I invite Mr. Bhatt on the stage and let him say the remaining part of it.
I'd like to also invite Dr. Sujata Jadhav. Nilesh Pitale. And Yashoda Bhide to please join us for the ceremonial book launch.
So Mr. Bhatt's new book is going to get launched at the hands of Mr. Nadir Godrej. Come, pude, pude.
And also Sita Deshpande, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, one more photo opportunity, sir. Look. Sorry for the
May I say a few words? The Tata family survived times of stress and still achieved great success. Naval Tata sought to steer Ratan into becoming an engineer. He switched from engineering to architecture and had to hear his father's long lecture. But for the group, it worked out just fine. He acquired an aesthetic of good design. He loved out-of-the-box thinking, as well as experimentation and tinkering. Startups got mentorship and support. His advice was eagerly sought. As a pilot, he loved to fly high and see the broad picture from up in the sky. After JRD, Ratan then took the reins. Since then, we've seen exponential gains. It was a new age of liberalization, the economic awakening of our nation. With powerful satraps, Ratan had to contend, but very soon he was able to send most of the overlords on their way, and thereafter Ratan confidently held sway. He was courageous and very bold, made big global bets, truth be told. In spite of losses, he wouldn't fold, as TCS's stock had turned into gold. As these strategies were unfurled, the group spread all over the world. He was a man of empathy and compassion, even though it wasn't the fashion. As a Tata, of course, he stood very tall, but grace and simplicity was always his call. His dogs were very much part of his life, a perfect escape from stress and strife. On 26/11/08, he received a great blow, but he recovered and was able to show that everyone's pain the group could share, and for one and all they would care. Harish Bhatt knew him well, and reading this book, we'll be able to tell Ratan Tata's skills to live a good life and how to rise above all the strife. Many good lessons Harish will bring, most of all, doing the right thing. Ratan Tata can surely inspire all of us to aim even higher. This is what I wrote yesterday. Of course. Sure, sure, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, I hope this way.
I just want to say what a privilege to have this book launched at your hands. I want to sincerely thank Mr. Nadir Godrej for having agreed to launch my new book, Doing the Right Thing, Learnings from Mr. Ratan Tata. While I'll speak about the book later in the day, when a master poet like Mr. Nadir Godrej speaks, I thought the least I can do is to respond to him with a very small piece of poetry that I've written. So I'm going to say, Thane Lit Fest, take a look. Mr. Godrej has just launched my book. I must thank him with all my heart for launching this beloved piece of art. Thank you, sir, for blessing these pages on this loveliest of literary stages. To the organizers, very well done. We look forward to 2 days of fun. It is a privilege to stand here today. Thane Lit Fest, this is your day. Thank you.
A quick warning to everyone, you're in a confined space and poetry is infectious.
So can I request the signature on the
Sure. No, I'll give you as a folded copy, I'll give you another one. And? We, sorry. SABIR? Samir.
If it is not trouble, last for Yashotul, Y-A-S-H-O-T-U-L.
Y-A?
S-H-O-T-U-L. That is Yashodhara and Atul.
Oh, Yashotul.
Correct.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you so much. I suppose you have already signed this book.
Nice compound name.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Harsh. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Most welcome. Mike.
Friends, 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 the celebration doesn't end here. Right outside this hall, we've set up 2 vibrant spaces that are waiting for you. Bargain Book Hut, where you can pick up your copy of the newly launched book, explore other featured titles, and maybe even discover a few hidden treasures to take home. We also have the Author's Corner, a cozy nook where you can meet the authors, engage in a one-on-one conversation, get your book signed, and hear the stories behind the stories. So, friends, do step out, mingle, browse, and celebrate the literature in its most personal form. As we move to the next session, Films and Books, with Mr. Jerry Pinto, who brings extraordinary depth to ordinary lives through his words, and Ms. Satya Saran, a brilliant author and biographer of movie legends, I once again invite Madhavi to tell us more about our guest and also our own Dr. Suhas Kulkarni, an accidental doctor who will be guiding this conversation. Over to you, Madhavi.
Thank you once again, Kalita.
Welcome to the Thane
And hi
Literature
all again.
Festival. For the first time ever, Thane celebrates the timeless magic of words. A festival where imagination takes the stage and every conversation sparks a new idea. Be part of this celebration, because here, every session tells a story, and every story begins with you. And now meet our guests. Voices that inspire, minds that ignite. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic begins now.
I am honored to introduce our esteemed panel for this session, Mr. Jerry Pinto and Ms. Satya Saran. Mr. Jerry Pinto is a celebrated Indian poet, novelist, translator, and journalist based in Mumbai. A Sahitya Academy and Wyndham Campbell Prize winner. He is best known for his deeply moving debut novel, M and the Big Whom, which also won Hindu Literary Prize. His acclaimed biography, Helen, The Life of Times of an H-Bomb, won the National Film Award for the best book on cinema. Pinto's body of work spans poetry, like Asylum and Other Poems, gender studies, like Surviving Women, and co-edited anthologies, like Confronting Love. He co-authored Leela, a portrait with actress Leela Naidu, and has translated landmark Marathi works, including Cobalt Blue, Baluta, and When I Hid My Caste. A law and liberal art graduate, Pinto has held editorial roles at Man's World and Time Out, and continues to write for leading publications. Born in Goa and raised in Mahim, he remains one of India's most versatile and human literary voices. Let's welcome Mr. Pinto, guys. Now let me introduce our next honorable speaker, Ms. Satya Saran. She is most well known for her 12-year tenure as editor of Femina, where she shaped the magazine's voice and influence. A prolific author, she has written across genres from short movies in the dark side to acclaimed biographies such as 10 Years with Guru Dutt, Sun Mere Bandhure on S.D. Burman, and Baat Niklegi To Fir on Jagjit Singh, and Breath of Gold on Hariprasad Chaurasia. Her biography of Ritu Nanda, being Ritu, adds to her rich portfolio. Venturing into translation, Satya has translated Gulzar's poetry collections, Caged and Gulzar Saab by Yatindra Mishra. She currently serves as consulting editor at Penguin Random House and teaches fashion journalism at NIFT. Her storytelling talent extends to screenwriting with the TV serial Kashmakash, exploring marital issues. She also co-created a documentary on land record computerization for the Madhya Pradesh government. Satya contributes regularly as India correspondent for Miss Magazine USA and writes column for the New Indian Express and Hindu Business Line. Let's give a round of applause to Ms. Satya Saran. Welcome, ma'am. And now it's time to introduce our moderator of this session, Dr. Suhas Kulkarni. One of the most trusted and respected pediatrician force behind Chiranjeevi Hospital since 1989. Founder member and past president of Thane Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Suhas, a travel and a movie enthusiast, crossword and Sudoku expert, a poet, and active member of Wordsworth Group, is also a charter secretary and past president of Rotary Club of Thane Hills. Recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award from Thane Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Suhas's dedication in polio eradication is well recognized. Today, he's drawing a hat of moderator and will be in chat with these two literary stalwarts. Let's welcome Dr. Suhas. Over to you, Dr. Suhas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madhavi. Thank you very much.
Second. Just one announcement. If somebody has a vehicle number MH04184, they need to move the vehicle. MH04184. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhu, once again. Uh, I must thank the organizers, including, I think, myself. I'm also one of the organizers. Anyway, so this is a new for me. It's a first for me. And I was wondering, what am I doing sitting out here as a pediatrician? But then I realized that I have also been doing something or the other, writing here and there. And I even won essay competition way back in school. That's okay. So, and after that, I've been reading a lot, but then, as you know very well, medical school, how it is, and after that, how busy you are. So it's gone down a little bit. Still, one of the best things about being a moderator for a session like this is that I got to read a lot of books by both Satya and Jerry, if not at least skim through some of them. So it has given me a lot of insight into the way these two write. There is a lot of difference, at the same time a lot of commonality in how they write. I loved it, and I also, in fact, went through some of the, I saw some of the serials, I mean the episodes of Murder in Mahim, and today we'll be talking a little bit about all these things. So I think we'll start with Satya. Tell us something about Gulzar's Angur. I think that must have been a real experience, because the movie is one which I've maybe seen countless number of times, but I've always fallen off the couch laughing whenever that's been there. So you could tell us something about your experience writing about it, about the making of Angur.
Well, can you hear me? Not yet. Audio. I just use this. On है क्या? Off है? On है? इसको निकाल दो, ये दे दो मुझे. No, we'll just. Okay, now you can hear me. Okay, Angur. I love the movie, but I came to know that they were doing a box set of 3 movies, and it was Ijazat, Andhi, and Angur. And they came to me with Angur, not sour grapes. They said, you have to do Angur. I said, no, I want to do Ijazat. It's a love story. I want to write about that. They said, that's already given. So the sour grapes came to me. But what really happened was that finally I started taking comedy seriously. You know, we all think tragedy is the big thing because it's serious, it's gambhir, you know. But I watched the movie a couple of times, and then I realized there were so many layers in that comedy, and the transformation of the comedy of errors into Angur. That, and then I used everything I'd learned in my literature lessons to make it into a book, because how much can you write about a film? So I think it was a great learning experience for me.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. And I think every time we watch that movie, we find something new in it, something more humorous, and as you rightly mentioned somewhere, I think the layers are there, and every time you find something a little bit more comic or a little bit more interesting whenever you see that film. A timeless classic. Yeah, thank you, Satya. That was nice. I think the next question can do Jerry. I'm a little jealous. 2 of the most beautiful women in Bollywood, and he's written about them, Jerry. You know who I'm talking about? Yes? Anyone? Yes? And Helen? Yes. But if I'm right, you really could not interact with Helen during the entire making of the book. So could you tell us something about that?
A long story, and like many stories that involve the Khans, perhaps not for public consumption. There are curtains that one draws across the thing, but really I felt that my book was not about Helen the person. I'm not interested in who came and who did what and who said what. For me, the magic of cinema is not the stories behind the screen. It is what do you see on the screen and how do you as an audience interact with Helen. So for Helen particularly, the fact that she could be anyone, right? There was a time when she would, the first time I think she really burst into our consciousness as an audience was when she was Mera Naam Chin Chin Chu, yeah? And suddenly what you have there is, you must remember, of course, that this is the time when India and China are bhai bhai. We are friends with China. Everything's going well. There's nothing that has gone wrong at this point in time. So Miss Chin Chin Chu is really like a symbol of the integration of Tangra, of the bringing of Chinese to India, of this wonderful intermingling that has happened. It is to Helen's credit that despite the fact that our relationship with China has soured since then, geopolitically, we are still very fond of the song because I think what Helen represented was not just look at me dance, which is how young women these days dance. They dance as a way of saying, look at me, how beautifully I can do this. Helen danced in a way that suggested we all should be dancing. All of us should be dancing. Her face, her body, the way she expressed herself, looked out at you and said, this is an invitation to pleasure. This is an invitation to your body in you. And which is why I think there was so much, because of that wonderful smile that she had on her face, as opposed to the mood of discontentment, the kind of sexual challenge that item girls generally exude. Helen was telling you, don't take this seriously. My body is moving in a hugely erotic way, but my face is still saying to you, this is about the pleasure we can all find in the body as dance. And that was what interested me. How is it that in a patriarchal film industry like Bollywood, where, take Rakhi and Amitabh Bachchan, for instance, right? Rakhi is Amitabh Bachchan's elder sister in Reshma or Shera, where Sunil Dutt makes the magnificent mistake of making Amitabh Bachchan Goonga and Behra, so that we lose his voice. And all we have is a glowering presence in the background. She then becomes his heroine, and she's his heroine in the largest number of films. Zurmana, Bemisal, Mukaddar Ka Sikandar, you name it, they've got this. And then suddenly she's his mother in Shakti. Like she's moved on, she has to be an old lady now. But Amitabh can still be 35 and young. But Helen reverses this. Helen appears first in the Kapoor family, where she whizzes up to Raj Kapoor, and he in terror says, "Ui ma," and runs away, which is a very good representation, I think, of the Indian man's response to a blatant and happy sexual woman, okay? But the second thing that she does is she's now dancing for Prithviraj Kapoor. She is Menaka, the great seductress who arrives for Narad Muni and takes Raja Harishchandra away from his praja. Like, and you know, there's a lovely moment in this terrible B-grade film called Harishchandra Taramati, where you know, Prithviraj Kapoor arrives and says that he has given his kingdom as a boon to this Menaka, the Apsara, who visited him last night. And one of the courtiers says, "But Shahenshah, surely that was a dream." And he says with great Zen assurance, "Who can say whether that was reality and this is not the dream?" And the third time that we see Helen in that Kapoor family, it's in a terrible film where "Bade Bade Lut Gaye." Only people of my generation will remember this song. You know, like these big muscly men in choti chaddis are all kind of like exercising, and Helen is walking through all of them, and Rishi Kapoor is involved. 3 generations of men vamped by one woman. That's an achievement you don't see.
Amazing. And she was one person, I think, who used to enjoy as much as the audience was enjoying. Enjoy dancing as much as the audience was enjoying.
And what kept me going, because I decided very early in the making of this book that I would see every single Helen film that I could lay my hands on. And this meant 1,000 films. She'd done 1,000 films, right? And I was also very sure that I would not just see the song and leave it, because often she had a role to play in the, you know, there is that Tisri Manzil moment at the beginning of the film where the first suicide has happened, and Rocky, with his strange, innocent, odd, big, doughy face, Shami Kapoor, rushes up to the scene, and behind swathed in black silk and a big feathery boa and long gloves right up to here, says, "Tumhe nahi jana chahiye wahan, Rocky." Says Helen. You think, whoa, who is that? What is she doing in this film? And immediately you know, she was like a marker. You knew that something was happening here that shouldn't be happening, okay? Like all of it was wrong. "Tumhe wahan nahi jana chahiye, Rocky," was said to you, to every single man in the audience. Don't come here. It's dangerous territory. This is marked woman.
Great. That was too good, Jerry. Thank you. Yeah, this is coming to you, Satya.
May I make a request to the Thane Literary Festival that the next festival should be plastic free?
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. You mentioned your book on Gurudat. That's one book that I read almost completely. And if you remember, I spoke to you and we mentioned that he was a complicated man. You know, he was quite a dark shades. I don't know, the way he is very brooding sort of a personality. And you also mentioned that, you know, in that beautiful, what do you call, interview that you had with Nadim Khan, and we happened to see that a few days ago. You mentioned about two movies, Sahib Bibi Aur Ghulam and Pyasa. So we all are aware that Sahib Bibi Aur Ghulam, though it was mentioned as his Abrar Alvi's direction, there was some, you know, talk that maybe it was just a front and Gurudat had directed the whole film. Whereas Pyasa was actually directed by Gurudat. So you have mentioned that the first one was by Dil, and the dusra one was by, the first one was by Dimag, I think. The second was, I don't remember.
Let me say it.
Dil, and second was Dimag.
It's simpler if I
Can you just sort of give us a little background of this whole thing, or explain this, what you meant by that?
See, like many of the people I've written about, unfortunately, I never met Gurudat. And till I started working on this book, which was entirely by accident, I didn't even think very highly of him as an actor. I did love Sahib Bibi Ghulam. It was one of my 3 favorite films, Madhumati, Mughal Azam and Sahib Bibi Ghulam. But at that point, when I started meeting Abrar Sahab, a whole new world opened up. And Abrar Sahab himself was a complete production. You know, he was a full film in himself. Every time I went to him, one didn't know what to expect.
Yeah, if I may interrupt, I think you got into the book because of in an article he had mentioned something about. I got more things to say about.
I went to do an article for Filmfare and ended up writing a book because this man was a 3-act circus. You know, he was happy, he was sad, he had full of stories, he had memories, he could act. He would suddenly become Meena Kumari when he was talking to me and come up with dialogues from Choti Bahu. So I realized as I went along, it took me 2 years to write that book. Every Saturday I would leave the Times of India, take a bus. I drove once and said never again. So I took a bus, take the train to Andheri, take a bus to Millat Nagar, and then take a bus back to Andheri, and then take the bus home to Bhanduk. So it was really, really love, sweat and tears, right? But as I went along, I realized that this man, Abrar Sahab, had a lot in him. And very, very different from what Gurudat was. And the Gurudat he was showing me was full of heart, was emotional. And then when I started, I watched all the films at least twice. Some of them more often, if I couldn't understand something or wanted to highlight something. And I realized when he told me, he showed me a letter from Gurudat which said, "You are the author of this film. Acha hua to tumhara hai, bura hua to tumhara hai." Right? So when I started studying the 2 films, I realized ki if you look at Pyasa, Kagaz Ke Phool, even the other earlier films, they are all made from the heart. Because Gurudat was spontaneous. His scripts were never written in advance. Abrar would be writing the script on the morning of the shoot. And then Gurudat may change it. But in this case, the entire script was ready. It had been recorded in all the voices in Abrar's voice. He was the woman, he was the man, he was the child, he was everybody. He was Mukhri, he was Choti Bahu, and he had done a great job of it. But so when you look at it, you realize that film has been made from the brain. There's logic in it, there's every step of the way. And that, I think, is the biggest way of justifying what Abrar Sahab said, that this film was directed by.
I think Meena Kumari was brilliant in that film. I saw
Yes,
that film.
yes.
She was just too good. That fabulous. Yeah, Jerry, we can come back to you. I was talking about Murder in Mahim. Any of you who have not yet seen that serial, because
No,
this
they
has
don't.
come is a series. No, see it. I saw a couple of episodes and I was quite intrigued because it's got the best stars in it. I mean, there's some good people in it. My question to you, Jerry, is what made you write this film? I mean, I know the events, of course, but still something for the audience. And did you ever dream that it will be made into a series?
I don't ever, when I was growing up, we grew up in a book-soaked environment. I have always only wanted, without even knowing it, without even being daring to say it, I only wanted to write books. When the book comes out, there is no one happier. I'm just delighted. I'm full of the book. I'm even slightly surprised that there is this book was in me and it's out here now, and someone has published it. And I'm very delighted when someone has read my book, because you've taken your most valuable resource, the one resource that you cannot replace. You have given me your time. You have given me your attention. That is so valuable and so precious to me. So I'm really honored by anybody reading my book, because the reader makes it the book. It's not the writer who makes it a book. It's just a word artifact. Satya and I will both tell you that if it's Breath of Gold is here on the table, it's a word artifact. Chirudeep Chaudhary picks it up and starts reading, and then it becomes a book. The book is in the interaction between all three of us, right? These are extensions. These are, it's nice that it becomes a film, but it's never part of my thought. And if you start by, if you start by writing a book, thinking about it being a screenplay, you write a certain kind of book. It is the kind of book that leaves you feeling like you have eaten a very small salad. And it's your stomach is not filled with it literally. Because what is a book if not an investigation into the way people think and feel and are? We are allowed to say, she was thinking, I cannot be this way, I cannot think this way, I wish I was someone else. No actor can do that. It cannot be acted out. It cannot be made into cinema. Any film that is made on a book can use about 15% of the book max. If it uses more of the book, it becomes a bad film. Films that have been very, very faithful to the book have been routinely bad films. And films that are completely unfaithful to the book become really good films. Now, which writer wants to have a very good film made on a book and 15% taken off it and 85% someone else's nonsense and rubbish? Like, what have they added and what do they feel like adding? So,
but as you mentioned, this book...
Murder in Mahim becoming a film or a whatever OTT platform thing is my freedom, because I got money for it, and I can now sit comfortably and write my next book.
Oh, wonderful.
That's what I want to do.
But I came to know that it's...
Yesterday at NCPA, Gulzar Sahab was talking about various things, and he was asked, why is it that you stopped making films? He says, "Kyunki I want to write. Literature is my love." And he says, when you write a book, you own it. It's your thoughts. It's your, it's your spirit out there among those pages, especially if it's poetry. But if I'm making a film, there are many others, however talented they are, and I agree they are extremely talented, but it's no longer your work. You are only part of it, a director or an actor or the writer. And you don't know what happens. You may write something and they will cut it off on the editing table, or the actor will be dropped completely. So he says, this is why I stopped making films. So I think you have a very good point there.
For instance, I was one of my at social communications media department of the Sophia Polytechnic where I teach. They did an essay on Renu Saluja, the director, the famous director, and I was stunned to know that in Jaane Bhi Do Yaron, there was an entire character played by Anupam Kher, okay, who was a hitman hired to kill a hitman. Okay, this is only something Kundan Shah could have thought of. Like, let's just keep adding stuff. And when Renu looked at the footage, she said, cut him out entirely. She removed the entire character. Can you imagine what Anupam Kher felt when he went for the premiere? Okay, that's what film does.
Family and
Yeah,
friends.
yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. So, I mean, and cinema in that sense is ruthless because so much money is involved, right? Whereas, hey, I can write a scene in a book and set it in Prague without anyone thinking, how much will it cost to go to Prague? How many tickets do we have to buy? Do we have to deal with some outlet, like, some union there? Nothing of the kind. I go to Prague in a word. She flew to Prague.
Totally free of cost. Great. One quick question to you before we go to some reading, if possible. Hari Prasad Chaurasia, S.D. Burman, Jagjit Singh, even for that matter, to some extent, Gurudutt, all music buffs. Was it your love for music which made you write about these people, or vice versa, that you love for these people and therefore you wrote about that?
When we were kids, we used to sit in the car, my sister and I, one window, and we would sing endlessly. My father used to say my car has a stereo system. Much before the stereo system became something we could afford at those days. So I think I've always loved Hindi film music. I've always sung Hindi film music. Don't ask me to sing, you will all run away. But the fact is that when Gurudutt happened, and somebody read the book and came to me and said, we really loved this book and we love the way you write. So we have collected a lot of material on S.D. Burman. If we can hand that to you, no, will you write a book on S.D. Burman? I said, but S.D. Burman is dead and gone. Ab main kahan se unko pakad ke laun? He said, no, we have a lot of material, all the press clippings, everything, some interviews, we'll give them to you. And that is how I got into my next book, which was S.D. Burman. And I think what happened there was very miraculous. There were already 2 books on S.D. Burman. One written very, very beautifully by somebody in Bangladesh called H.Q. Chowdhury, which I used as one of my sources. So my editor and I sat down and said, what do we do with this book? How do we write another book which reads exactly the same? And so we broke the mold of writing a biography. We made stories. S.D. Burman is a book which has stories, which has a little skits in it, which has S.D. Burman's voice talking, imaginary, of course. But yes, I caught that tone because I read his autobiography, a very short autobiography, incomplete. And because I've lived in Calcutta, I could think like a Bengali gentleman. So I used to don, kurta pajama or kurta dhoti and sit in my mind and say, now I am S.D. Burman, now let me write it. So this is a little miracle that happened with that book, which also happened in Hari Prasad Chaurasia.
I know that you weren't very keen on reading, but I'm going to read a very small part of your book, very small, just one paragraph, which more or less sums up what Helen was, okay? When the whistling dies, it's difficult to say how a film legend is made. For instance, common wisdom might hold that first you need to be a star. But Helen was not a star in the way Hindi cinema defines stardom. Her name in the cast was not enough to pull in the punters, never mind ensuring a repeat audience. Few people, if any, would go to see a film only because Helen was in it. But if she was in a film that you did want to see, your anticipation would be heightened by her presence. I think that sort of sums up the kind of charisma that Helen had. And for someone to remain 3 decades as a dancer and regale the audiences. I think that was something fantastic. Yeah.
And generally you would see that at the end of a dancer's career, they are doing their worst work. I mean, generally it's kind of like they're being careful. And look at the end of Helen's career, okay? By 1975, she's in Sholay, and she's doing Mehbooba Mehbooba, right? She's doing Dawn. She stands there in that doorway, and she jiggles perfectly. She's got the body still to jiggle for Dawn and to be a completely convincing distraction, because Dawn is packing to leave somewhere, and she enters and starts dancing, and Dawn behaves as Amitabh, as if every hotel room, Marriott mein to ek aurat aake nachti hogi. In this one also there is one dancing woman who is dancing, and then in that moment of such potent, I don't know, phallic symbolism, she removes the bullets from his gun and drops them on the floor. And then there's a moment she sees a bullet which is out there, so she goes down on the floor, and we get a really good view because the camera is full frontal, okay? And she flicks one last bullet underneath the bed. Are Kapoor's behan, what is that? Karishma Kapoor, no? Dance, or Kareena Kapoor. Chodna yaar. Karma. You don't try. Okay, Helen got it like, and she was 45. I was actually going to go down and do the flicking and all, but my cleavage is not what it used to be, so I decided against it.
Meanwhile, your mic was dancing.
And this was my Dada Konke moment. The mic dangling.
Yes. Satya, could you read something from your, from something which one
I
maybe
have
page?
two tiny excerpts to read, one from fiction.
Okay.
Because in all these biographies, with all these great people around, they forget I can write fiction also, which is my first love,
Yes, sir. So book of short stories is a must read. Huh? Night Train, you must go and read that. It was the first book, but simply amazing. I loved it when I said that.
Okay. Now I marked the page and it's vanished, but I'll find it. Okay. Oh, this is Ustad Zakir Hussain. Okay. This is in Bombay. When I research a book, I live with the person. So I practically, what is it called, shadowed him. What's the word for shadowed? Stalked. I practically stalked Hariji. Now I'm stalking Gulzar. But earlier I was stalking Hari Prasad ji, wherever he went. So when he had something at the Bombay main lawns of the CCI, I was there. It was a Shraddhanjali to his guru, Annapurna Devi. So this is what happened that evening, okay? At last the evening was upon him. It was his turn. Why did he feel such a heaviness in his heart? Everything had gone perfectly. Young Kaushiki had sung with feeling. Amjad Ali Khan, Birju Maharaj, Shiv Kumar Sharma, Zakir Hussain, and Nityanand Haldipur, all of them had gathered without hesitation to pay homage. Each unparalleled in his field, each had held his own. Flute and voice, sarod and ghunguru, santoor and song, the notes had risen like offerings to circle around the portrait of his Guruma. He looked at the picture of Annapurna Devi undulating gently on the backdrop and closed his eyes. He remembered her smile, rare but like sunlight breaking through monsoon clouds. In this photograph, though, she looked teary-eyed, as if despairing of the state of the world. But they had found a likeness in no other image that allowed enlarging. Far away, the audience was clapping. He stepped onto the stage. It was his turn to offer Shraddhanjali to his Guruma. He smiled at Shiv Kumar, who was already seated in place, trusted friend, companion, and music through the years. Together they had made history. But today they would offer respect, humble, sincere. Today they would play for Guruma. His heart swelled at the first cadence of the santoor. The audience took a deep breath. Here were well-loved sounds. The blending of flute and santoor one lifting the soul to fly, float high in the skies, the other carrying the listener through babbling brooks and flower-filled fields. He picked up the flute, placed it on his lips, just so, a gesture as familiar as taking breath. He inhaled deep till his lungs were full. They had held him in good stead, belying the passage of years. He could hold his own on the flute hour after hour, never flagging, letting his breath transform into music, enchanting and unique. Pursing his lips, he played the first note. His heart fluttered. The note was flat. I am tired, he thought, heavy with distress, but I must play. He blew into the flute. Flat again, and yet again. Where was the resonance and that effortless lift? The audience waited, hushed. The stars held their breath. Such a thing had never happened to him before, and yet today his flute would not sing. His breath, the santoor sang out, camouflaging the chaos clanging in his mind. Bless you, Shivji, he thought, as he prepared to try once more. By the end of the evening, he had barely played a few notes. The heaviness in his heart muffled the applause. Why, he asked of the eyes that looked back at him from the portrait. You, who were mother, teacher, guru, all in one, why did you abandon me? Was I such a poor pupil that you could not accept my offering? The next day, they rushed him to hospital, where the doctor inserted 3 stents into his heart. He smiled when he came out of the operation theatre. It was not you, he intoned to his Guruma. It was my stupid heart, acting its age. I will play yet again, he whispered a promise.
Superb. That is beautiful, beautiful, yeah.
I thought with all the doctors
Simply
around.
beautiful, yes. 3 stents. I'm sure he must have been he must have had many more concerts after that. I'm sure about it, because it does give
I've
you.
heard him play for 7 hours at a time.
Beautiful, beautiful, yeah. Yeah, actually, these 2 authors, I think we could have 2 days devoted to their work. That's the kind of work that they have. Next time we'll do that. But today we are short of time. I have a pleasant duty, in the sense, it's my own, of course. Gautam, can you please do the duty? Yeah. Satya's. Oh. Satya, this is a small offering for you. Okay? She's an author of international repute. Her genre, wide and varied. She's even written books for children, and her short stories are a must-read. We've gathered to hear her talk about her fascination for Bollywood, music and its exponents especially. She's described as many as she could. Take Hari Prasad Chaurasia, for example. His story is so wonderfully told. A flautist known the world over in a book aptly called Breath of Gold. Her creativity is its peak, as she describes in Barmanda's Sun Mere Bandhu Re. His musical evolution, struggles and triumphs. Her literary genius is on display. The Ghazal maestro Jagjit Singh is the subject of another masterpiece. If he's aware of Baat Niklegi To Fir, I'm sure in the heavens he'll be at peace. 10 Years with Gurudutt is the book. Abrar Alvi's journey, super description. For every fan of the gifted filmmaker, this read is a definite prescription. She's written about Gulzar's Angur, the making of the evergreen comedy. A tale of 2 pairs of twins, a concoction that's really heady. Thank you, Satya, for the treat. You have infused life in these pages. I'll urge all of you to read her books. She's created of all such beautiful images. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
And a quick one for Jerry too. Next one. I'm sorry for the 2 minutes of fame that I'm trying for. Yes. Journalist, novelist, poet, translator, a keen intellect, a probing mind. Readers from all ages love his books. As something of interest, they all find. His Bollywood foray includes 2 of the most beautiful women ever. 2 books describing their life have immortalized them forever. The first on the one who made Men sit up and take notice. Was Helen, known as H-bomb. Her dance moves no one could miss. Every hot-blooded man's fantasy, he's brought out aspects hitherto unknown. For decades, her twinkling toes, oh, seductive numbers, she'd owned. In Leela, A Patchwork Life, a book about an ageless beauty, she's related many experiences. She's even been on government duty. His words, I've said his because I've realized that the book is full of humor, and a lot of it is due to Jerry's beautiful way of presenting it. His words will make you smile, laugh, guffaw, and even cry, all captured in an inimitable style. Read it, and you'll soon know why. A murder mystery based on true events, a sensitive look at the gay community. Murder in Mahim, now a web series. Do see it when you get the opportunity. Many thanks, dear Jerry, for the engrossing read. For Bollywood buffs, your work has surely addressed a felt need. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And I'm presenting this. Come on, can take a please picture. One to Jerry.
Oh, thank you.
This is I've written it and it's for you. Thank you. I hope you both have enjoyed this as much as I've done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to the audience for a wonderful being such a good audience. Thank you.
Satya ma'am. Friends, today Mr. Jerry Pinto and Ms. Satya Saran reminded us that great writers do three things at once: make us smile, make us think, and make us feel just a little more human. Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry Pinto and Ms. Satya Saran, for this engaging and thought-provoking discussion. I'd also like to thank our moderator, Dr. Suhas Kulkarni, for guiding the session with such clarity and insight. Friends, don't forget to visit the Bargain Hut and the Author's Corner, where you can get a few moments with your special author.
Hello.
I'm sure you have enjoyed your time till now at the Thane Lit Fest. The sessions, the stories, the conversations, the energy. Well, we'd like to hear from you and share your experience with the world. You can please take a moment, reflect, and post it on your favorite social media platform, be it LinkedIn, Instagram, or Facebook.
नमस्कार जोशी साहेब.
नमस्कार.
वा छान, आज तुमची लेख पण आली आहे.
हो चल.
जोशी सर.
अरे सिमरन.
नमस्कार.
नमस्कार. हाय श्रुती, कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स बाय द वे तुझ्या ग्रॅज्युएशनसाठी.
थँक्यू.
चलो ऑल द बेस्ट.
वेलकम श्रुती.
बाबा, मला हे सगळे इतकं चांगलं कसं ओळखतायत?
अगं आता तुमच्या तिन्ही पिढ्या आमच्या सोबत आहेत म्हटलं एवढा आपलेपणा वाटणारच नाही का. वेलकम टू डीजेएसबी फॅमिली.
डीजेएसबी सहकारी बैंक, भरोसे का बैंक, भविष्य का बैंक.
We thank our sponsors, TJSB Bank, for today's Thane Lit Festival contribution. Our next session is entitled, We Also Write, a fascinating exploration of the world of writing, not by full-time authors, but by leaders, thinkers, and professionals who also express their ideas through the written word. In this session, we have an eminent panel, Mr. Ambi Parmeswaran, a renowned brand strategist, author, and management thinker. Dr. Rahul Mirchandani, a distinguished entrepreneur, author, and leadership mentor. And Dr. Anil Khandelwal, former chairman and managing director of Bank of Baroda, an inspiring leader and writer. Through a thought-provoking conversation with us is Rotarian Sarita Behel, who will guide us through their journeys from boardrooms to bookshelves. Friends, please join me in welcoming them with a loud applause. I now call upon past President Govind Khaitan to acquaint us with our esteemed panelists.
Hello.
Friends, what a wonderful morning we've had. And now we have a very eminent panel on the dais, and I have the pleasant duty to introduce them to you. Let me start with Dr. Anil Khandelwal. Dr. Anil is, to your left. Dr. Anil Khandelwal stands out as one of India's most celebrated transformational leaders whose remarkable journey spans chemical engineering, human resources, banking, and top leadership roles as chairman and managing director. Renowned for his visionary leadership at Bank of Baroda, Dr. Khandelwal demonstrated that businesses can be doubled by crafting a robust architecture of intangibles, anchored in cultural change, customer centricity, innovation, rebranding, and leadership development. Dr. Khandelwal's stewardship transformed a struggling giant into a thriving, dynamic brand, earning him multiple awards, including the prestigious Banker Singapore Lifetime Achievement Award, making him the only Indian banker awarded in this fashion. Post his superannuation, Dr. Khandelwal is a best-selling author of leadership books published by Penguin. Till date, he has authored 9 books, including Dare to Lead, The Gym of Leadership, and CEO, a chess master, or a gardener. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anil Khandelwal. Our next guest on this panel is Mr. Ambi Parmeswaran. A lot of us know him. He's a veteran of the Indian advertising industry. Ambi has, please allow me to call you Ambi. Ambi has worked with Boots Company, UDI Yellow Pages, Rediffusion Advertising, and FCB Ulka. He has worked on iconic brands including Tata, Wipro, Z, TCS, Thermax, Amul, Nirma, LIC, ITC, and many, many more. Ambi is a former president of the Ad Club in Mumbai and the Advertising Agencies Association of India. Ambi has also coached many brands. A regular contributor to Business Standard, Economic Times, and the Hindustan Times. He has hosted podcasts, Sponge Leadership Lessons, and Last Brand Standing. He instructs at IIM Calcutta, IIM Ahmedabad, MICA, and is a professor of marketing at SPJ IMR. A distinguished alumnus of both IIT Madras and IIM Calcutta, is the author of 11 books. Ambi also holds a PhD in management from Mumbai University. Ambi's book, Marketing Mixology, it is lying right outside. This has nothing to do with liquor. It is called Marketing Mixology, but it has nothing to do with liquor. This is a cocktail of marketing strategies prescribed by Ambi. Please put our hands together for Ambi Parmeswaran. Our third guest on this panel, Dr. Rahul Mirchandani, is the Executive Director of Aries Agro Limited, an Indian multinational specializing in micronutrients and specialty nutrition products for both plants and animals. A chartered financial analyst and an MBA from the University of Canberra, Rahul holds a doctorate in management studies. A national merit scholar, Rahul has taught at IIM Ahmedabad, University of Bombay, NMIMS, and was a lecturer at the University of Canberra. Rahul is listed in Who's Who in the World 2013 and he also received the Bharat Ratna Rajiv Gandhi Yuva Shakti Award in 2010. Rahul is a fellow of the Kamal Nayan Bajaj Fellowship and the Aspen Global Leadership Network. Rahul is a published author of 3 books. The first, Bloodline to Bottom Line, sounds extremely interesting. Shock and Awe, Building Brands the Aries Agro Way, and Empower to Enslave, Decoding Intentions for Product Design and Demand Forecasting. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful panel today and we all look forward. And to put it all together, we have our very own Sarita Behel, who would moderate this session. With almost 4 decades of corporate experience across industries, Sarita is now an independent board director and sits on multiple boards. She is also a credentialed coach and mentor, a voracious reader, active member of Wordsworth Club, and a distinguished member of Rotary Club of Thane Hills. Sarita writes regularly on corporate governance, reputation management, and communications. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sarita.
Thank you so much, Govind, for that lovely introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, don't ask how I'm feeling with 3 doctors with me, okay? And I can't pretend to be sick, okay? But this is a moment I have been waiting for. You know, writing has always fascinated me, but the only time I ever wrote was when my son turned 18, and I decided I need to give him something very personal. So I gifted him a book called C'est la vie, which contained 10 stories written by me. And only 3 copies were published, so you won't find it anywhere. And then it was back to the corporate life and boardrooms and come back home and whatever. This session takes you away from the Bollywood world to the professional corporate world. So it's going to be a little different, but I'm sure there are many anecdotes, many experiences. And I have somebody who's Rahul to my left, who's written a book on brands, The Airy Story, and then I have a brand master next to him. And I'm going to, when Rahul talks about the way he wrote and got the Gen Z, maybe Ambi can also pitch in and say what is he looking out when he writes his brand stories. Writing is not such an easy task. We all write in some form or the other, but it takes a lot of dedication, a commitment, and a discipline. All of these are leaders of the caliber. They have been very, very successful, right at the top of the game. And I'm wondering, how did they manage? How did they get that time? How did they get that spirit to write? Because writing was not an extra thing. It was running along with the job. It was part of the job kind of a thing. So let's begin this by, exploring their moment of decision when they decided to write. So Dr. Khandelwal, my first question to you, someone who moved from HR to being a CEO, what was it that really made you write? Do you recall that particular moment?
Thank you, Sarita. And first of all, my congratulations to Thane Lit Fest. I'm sure this will bellwether change in Bombay, from South Bombay to Thane area. Congratulations to entire team. It's a very happy moment. So my, I don't belong to family of writers, but I grew up with my maternal uncle, who has been a publisher, and I've been, during my Garmi ki Chutti, I was reading books and more on sociology, philosophy, and those kind of things. I was an engineering student, got fed up from engineering, and I didn't know what to do, so I applied. There was a, advertisement for officer in Bank of Baroda. They used to call DRO, Directly Recruited Officers. And I applied. With engineering background, you can pass some test, so I entered. So my journey began on 12th January 1971, 54 years back. I go and report, and you must see this. I report to manager. He looked at me. He said, "Who are you?" I said, "Sir, I'm Khandelwal." Showed my appointment letter. He picks up phone, talks to his boss. He said, "We have been wanting a senior officer, and you have sent this rangroot to us." You know rangroot? In army, they have heads are shaven, and they do PT and all that. And he was up in arms. He said, "You hang around. We'll see what we can do of you." For full day, I was hanging in banking hall. Nobody looked at me, and I was supposed to be an officer. Those days was very prestigious, at least in marriage market. So then the journey began. 6 months, only one seat on savings bank department and nothing. I got fed up. In fact, they were also very unhappy with me. To tell you in a nutshell, that it was known that my confirmation is not going to be recommended because they found me disinterested, not worthy of a very hard-working banking officer. So everyone told me that your days are numbered. And that man became chairman and managing director of that bank. That is my story. And the story started because in Hindi I said, "Yaar, ja rahe ho, thappad maar ke jao." In logon ko. What nonsense they are doing. So I wrote a letter to then chairman. How disillusioned I am. Whatever was promised is not done. No training, nothing, no induction. And see the culture of the bank. The head of personnel replied, solved all my problems, and offered me transition to HR. Those days it was called personnel department. And from there my story began, and eventually with lot of twists and turns and fun and frustration, moments of exhilaration and whatever, I ended where I ended.
Amazing. I mean, I can't even imagine corporate professionals writing a letter to the head saying, I'm frustrated, I have no training, no induction being done. And yet you managed to get the courage to do it, as you said, almost 54 years back. Amazing. Ambi, I want to come to you next. You write with a very strong sense of purpose. But what was that moment when you moved from doing to writing? From just leading brands and then saying, okay, now I want to write. How did that happen? You can take this.
Okay, yeah, so thank you, Thane Literature Festival for inviting me to your first ever literature festival, and congrats to the Rotary Club of Thane Hills. I'm also a proud Rotary Club member. We are a very young Rotary Club in Prabhadevi. We call it the Rotary Club of Mumbai 25. We have about 30 members, and we're still a long way to go, and one day hopefully we will conduct the Literature Festival of Prabhadevi.
Yeah, please call us.
at the Ravindra Natya Mandir maybe. Apparently it's been wonderfully renovated, so maybe we can do that. So thank you very much for inviting me here, and congrats on a great show which you're going to have for 2 days. When did I start writing? I mean, I spent 27 years of my life working in an advertising agency called Ulka, which later became FCB Ulka. So I used to teach, and I used to teach brand management at Somaya and later at NMIMS. And I'm talking of 1995, 96, when, case studies, Harvard case studies were not available. So I thought I will write my own case studies based on our own brands, Sundrop, Santur, Amul, Hero Honda, some of those brands which we worked on. I wrote cases and I started using them in my class. And it turned out a professor friend of mine said, why don't you put this together as a book of cases? So I put a collection of about 10 of them, sent it to Tata McGraw-Hill, and lo and behold, a week later, V. Deepa of Tata McGraw-Hill was in my office saying, look, we'd like to publish the book. So it's great. So my first book came out in the year 2000. Tata McGraw-Hill published it, and then I've been trying to write every 2 years or so. I try and get out a book. I've written 2 books on case studies. I've written a book on branding. I've written a book on rejection, and of course, my latest book is Marketing Mixology. Let me plug it because you're giving me the mic. I have the right now to plug my book, so let me plug the book. It is available on sale outside.
Just for the
It's a
information.
very kosher book. The title is very sensational, and the pictures on the book looks very, don't think this is a book of liquor recipes. It is not. Okay, there's nothing about liquor in it. So there's an interesting story behind the title. I'll talk about it a little later. So I started writing for education purposes. That's why I wrote those books on case studies. And I've continued to do this journey. This book, the previous one, which sold very well, Nawab Nudes and Noodles, which is displayed outside, is about the journey of seeing how India has transitioned through the lens of advertising. And it was, I think, the Crossword Book Award finalist, etc. So my single-minded purpose is to share whatever little knowledge I have with the young people, so that they get to understand what is marketing, what is branding, what is communication. Shabana, who's here, was a former editor of Impact magazine. She's interviewed me multiple times with my books. So my single purpose is, what can I do to share? And as Harish would also confirm, when you write, you read. So writing becomes a source for reading. You can't write a book if you've not read 20 books, around the same topic. So you think of an idea, and then you start reading, and then you start writing. So I write to share whatever little I know. And often I get a feedback saying, you got me interested in the world of advertising. You got me interested in the world of branding. And that's the biggest compliment which I can get. The other day, a journalist called me, and I even posted this on LinkedIn, and he said, look, sir, I got inspired about the world of advertising because I read your book, Nawab Blue Noodles, and I was very serious about getting into advertising after reading the book. I said, look, my friend, but you're a journalist, You're not in advertising. So what happened? He said, sir, the next month I read Vinod Mehta's book, Lucknow Boy, and I thought I should become a journalist. So I finally lost him to Vinod Mehta, and that Vinod Mehta is a worthy competitor to lose to. So it was great. I mean, it was good to hear from him that my book got him to think of advertising as a career option. So I write for that purpose. I share whatever little, and I'm happy that people like what I write. So thank you.
Fascinating, fascinating. And, it isn't so easy to share. A lot of us love to keep knowledge to ourselves. We don't remember that the knowledge we acquired has come to us because somebody decided to share that knowledge. So thank you very much, Ambi, for doing what you do. I come to Rahul. Rahul, as you see, is the youngest of the panels that we have over here, but as a... Age.
This is, she's hinting that she's the youngest here because we've gone from him. He started working there in 1972, and that's the age I entered IIT Madras. And I learned a lot of wrong things there, and then you come here.
I need to come there.
So she is the youngest. She is the youngest.
I'll accept the compliment. Thank you. Rahul, you're writing. I know you've written 3 books. And ladies and gentlemen, books of all our panelists are out there for your display and for getting them autographed. Don't lose that opportunity. Does your writing complement your work as a CEO? I mean, does it help you crystallize the ideas? Or what does it do for you?
Well, I think for me, writing has been a passion right from school. So I think my mother made sure that I wrote. I think for her, it was the essays I wrote were windows to my soul. And so my mother wrote in 16 languages. So she was unbelievable. And of course, she also founded our company. And I'm very proud to know that many people were inspired by what she did. And then my English teachers. I think some of my English teachers, they still remain in touch, and I think they're unbelievable. So I think writing started from school. I edited the school magazine, the college magazine. I was the geek in the family. Never played a game in my life. My best friend was the blackboard in my room, where I used to keep writing. So writing was, of course, there. Over then, of course, I've had 30 years of teaching. I'm not young, I'm 50, so it's like 30 years of teaching. In those 30 years, I think thousands of students and, of course, my own family shared a lot of stories. I teach with stories. My entire teaching journey has never been with a textbook. It's always been with storytelling. And the storytelling is about real things. So if you look at my book, Shock and Awe, it's about stories that we did at work right from the time my mom and dad started Aries until date, and we've done some crazy things on branding in Shock and Awe. When we talk about bloodline to bottom line, it's about my thousands of family business students who came and wanted to professionalize, and there were many success stories and many nuances that came out in those conversations about how they would professionalize a traditional business or about a family business. And my third book, which is Empower to Enslave, was my first contribution actually to management literature in India, where I redesigned the marketing mix, and it was published in the Journal of Indian Management, which said that it's beyond the sale. When you empower a customer, you also enslave them. And how do you capture that enslavement and keep them coming back for more because they love you? And I think these are conversations that took place, and the stories that you will see in the books are really, and so most of my books are stories. So when you talked about how does it inspire work, I think a lot of these stories, storytelling is not strategy. And the more we inspire with our stories, they become real, and it's something that can be replicated. And also people at work, we have this, we do share a lot of stories. In fact, one of the things you will see in any meeting that we at Aries do is we have on the hour, every hour, a kahani break. And that kahani break is a few seconds of someone from the room, any random person coming and sharing an anecdote, sharing a story, and those are culture, elements of culture that you will never forget, and they build the future of the organization. So they capture legacy, but they also build the future. And I think this is how I believe that my writing has helped me at work. It's the stories that have built the future, but at the same time, we don't lose focus of where we've come from.
Oh, wonderful. I think the culture being based on storytelling as a key element. I don't think I've heard of that in the multiple organizations I had the fortune of working, that storytelling was embedded as a piece of culture. So, ladies and gentlemen, so far you have heard their personal journey, what made them write. Let's go a little deeper now into about the books that they've written and what's so very important or very different and unique on those books. And I want to begin with Ambi and remove that suspense of market mixology, how that name came across. And it's a very simple, well-written book, simple language. Ambi, I think if I ask AI, even AI will produce that kind of a book. So in today's world, where AI has captured us, a book like Marketing Mixology, how do you see yourself as an author trying to embed AI and make this book stand out irrespective?
Okay, so thank you. My latest book is called Marketing Mixology. Now, this book has an interesting backstory, again, coming to your area of stories. So about 5 years ago, Westland, that time part of Amazon, Amazon Prime wanted select authors to write a small mini book, about 10,000 words, which they wanted to put out on their website, Amazon Prime Day, and they wanted to offer it free as a Kindle version to all the people who were subscribers. So I wrote a piece on negotiation, and it kind of topped the Kindle bestseller list for a couple of months. And the next year they asked me to write something. I wrote something on branding. But the deal with Amazon was these two were only for 1 year. After that, the rights come back to me. So I had two mini books, 10,000 words each, and my publisher, Westland, and my literary agent, Anish Chandy, said, look, Ambi, we got these two mini books. Why don't you write two more mini books, put it together, we'll make it a book. Right? So then I did my own research, and I wrote one kind of chapter on communication and one chapter on consumer understanding. So we had 4 chapters, and I said, now the book is done 2 years ago, and I sent it to the publisher. And then comes Auradeep, who says, these look disjointed. So he said, you please rewrite. So I had to mix stuff and rewrite. And after I rewrote, it was working okay. And I said, I wanted a quirky title for the book. So the idea I had was, I should call it, and all of you know there is something called a marketing mix. First year MBA students are taught product, price, promotion, place, marketing mix. So I said, I want to play on that. So let me give it a funny title. And the title I thought of was Marketing Masala Mix. Okay, I was also consulting with a masala client, so that was also in the head. So I said, call it Marketing Masala Mix. And I said, the cover should be like the Badshah masala box. That's a cover. I thought, got it, this is great. But my publisher said, no, this is a marketing book. You're writing, Ambi, you can't, have this kind of a trivial, what the F *** are you kind of books you can't write. So this is not. So you please, we'll give it a sober title, Get Ready to Market or stuff like that. So I said, look, get ready to market, I don't like. So this is about a year and a half ago when I was getting to learn to use ChatGPT. That's when I started asking ChatGPT for title suggestions. This is the kind of book, what kind of title should it have? I said it should have, marketing should be on the cover, but can you think of something? And ChatGPT actually gave the title, Mixology. The mixology comes from ChatGPT. And then I put it together and I said, can you design a cover with 4 bottles on it, each bottle labeled with branding, negotiation, communication, and selling. And it designed the cover, which then was given. This cover design is by Saurabh Garge. The ChatGPT cover was quite, like this, but that was a brief. We call it in advertising. That was a brief given to the designer who did this wonderful, wonderful cover. That's how the book came out. It's got nothing. Yesterday I was talking to a business school. Hopefully everyone in the auditorium was 21 plus. And I said, look, and they were giving this book to all the students. I said, if you think this contains a lot of nice booze recipes, you'll be sadly mistaken. The only place where I talk about drinks is in the introduction. After that, it's all pretty serious stuff. The question is, can ChatGPT replace me? Can ChatGPT replace, Dr. Khandelwal or Dr. Michandani or, Harish Bhatt? I don't think it can, because every story here is based on what I've gone through. What clients have asked me questions. I've asked clients questions. So these are all very personal stories. In fact, there is a interesting little story about how in Nepal, I had gone for a conference, and I think there's a nice Nepali company which makes shoes, very low price, good quality shoes. And they were selling it in UP and Bihar. And the husband and wife team wanted to ask me for suggestions what they should do. So I started asking questions, who buys your shoes? They said, we sell it to 10 distributors. I said, okay, who buys shoes from your distributors? There are some 2,000 retailers. I said, who buys shoes from your brand of shoes from your retailer? Do you know? She said, no, we don't know. I said, look, you got to go and find out who's buying it. So interestingly, a friend of mine whose husband had read the book stopped me on the morning walk, and he asked me, is the Nepali company you've not mentioned, is it this company? And he guessed it right. He knew which company I had talked to. So so the only way to do one-up on ChatGPT is do your own stories. Put your own stuff. Every article I write which get carried in the ET or Business Standard, there is something which I have gone through which ChatGPT doesn't know. I wrote an article on diagnostic testing last week in Business Standard. It starts with the fact that I used to test my grandfather's urine using this something called a Benedict solution. I don't know how many of you heard of this, right? For sugar testing, that was the way you used to do it. Now, only I know that. ChatGPT doesn't. Now I've written it, ChatGPT will know that, right? But till now, ChatGPT doesn't know. ChatGPT knows a lot about Ambi. You go and ask those of you who have somewhat a public presence, I sometimes even ask, I mask the name, this is the kind of client, this is their problem, and they have hired Ambi Parmeshwaran, what should be the questions he should ask? It gives me good questions, right? Because it has read everything I've written, it has probably seen my videos, it knows me, but it doesn't know my grandfather's urine I used to test every week using Benedict solution, because I've never written about it. Now it knows, right? So the way to beat ChatGPT is bring yourself into your writing. The more you bring yourself, the more you will be unique. So every story, everything here, everything in this book is something which I've gone through. My clients, people whom I've consulted, people whom I've coached, people whom I've met, what I've observed in marketing is all there. Branding is all there, including shop observations, home visits, right? Which I've not written about before. It's there. So
the
you beat
human
ChatGPT by being yourself.
Yeah, the human differentiator is what you really bring in. And I think that's what I believe Rahul also does in the book, especially the 17 short stories that you have written on brand. Take us through it, and how do you address the interest or the fickle-mindedness of Gen Z? How do you sort of ensure that they are getting interested in the work that Aries Agro does? How do you appeal to such an audience? Because your books are very target-specific, if I remember.
Yeah, indeed they are. In fact, I must give you, a couple of anecdotes from the book. So when you look at shock and awe, I think a lot of what creates that shock is the unintended consequences of stuff that we see in the field. And I think Ambi talked about, looking at the field behavior as well. And I'm going to give you a short, very, very short anecdote. So this is one of the first early stories in the book where I talk about my initial days in the field when I ran away from, the agriculture farms because I couldn't recognize mustard in Punjab. And I ran to a buffalo farm because I figured I could at least figure out the buffalo. And I noticed that one of my products, Buno milk, was being handled with a stick. It is a milk booster for dairy cattle. And the farmer was making a very nasty face and putting a handkerchief on his nose and handling it with a long stick. I asked my staff at that point, is the product working? And he says, yes, it's working. It's the very early days. I had just joined the family business. And he said, product is working great, but it doesn't smell good because it's a mixture of 16 herbs which naturally build milk production. So I come back and tell my dad, who's the veterinarian, Dad, I want to put butterscotch flavor into this product. And Dad says, "Bache yahan aake baitho." And when parents say that, it's not a good thing. So I came and sat, and he said, "Do you realize that this cow does not have taste buds?" I said, "No, I don't. I'm a CFA and an MBA. I have no clue what a cow does. But I certainly know the man who's putting the money on the table has a nose. And I would like to please those senses. You can do what you want to do with the cow." And so Dad said, "Karo jo karna hai." And the karo jo karna, again, when parents say, is quite a cryptic message. He didn't say don't do it. So I ended up going, telling my factory in charge, please put some butterscotch flavor. He thought I had gone completely mad. He did it anyways. And I tracked the batch. And later, when I went back to that field a few months later, the rumal had vanished. And he was now putting it in good, in jaggery, and feeding it ceremonially to the very same cow. Those are now that is today, then of course we made that a part of the product, and today it's taught as the first ever application of sensory branding in Indian agriculture. It is a documented case by IIM Bangalore. What happened is, that was my first blank sheet of paper. Until then, I had only inherited a business. It was then I started creating something of my own and putting my mark on that blank sheet of paper. It was an unintended consequence. I had no clue what to do with that particular problem. But I went ahead and managed in my own rudimentary way to solve it. And there are 17 more such stories, not just of unintended consequences, but there are some which were strategically designed, but talks about how we built a crazy business. Now, talking about Gen Z, yes, the target is Gen Z, and a lot of my marketing team are Gen Z members, and I'm proud to have many of them as my students who have now joined us, and they're doing some brilliant work. They said, "Sir, your stories are all great, and we've read them. Some of them we've lived because some of them had created the business. But if people like us have to read them, let's add some data to it, make it real, and more importantly, we'll put a QR code that links to a video for every chapter." So the book actually has, designed by my Gen Zers, a video for every chapter which says, this is one book where you can read the story, you can analyze the data, but you can also see the story unfold if you don't want to read it. And I think these are ways perhaps this book appeals to all the target audiences, right from us to the Gen Zers.
Yeah, so you have reversed the trend. You have asked the target audience to give you ideas as to how do you really want to read.
They actually held on to the book for 3 months because they had to finish this.
Dr. Khandelwal, I've read your books, both Dare to Read and The Gym of Leadership. And you have mentioned some very uncomfortable situations that you went through. You named the people who didn't support you, and you faced obstacles. Any incident you wish to share with the audience? Maybe a mix of governance, mix of courage, mix of... I leave it to you. There are so many stories that you have to say.
Yeah, so I always believed leadership roles are one that of courage. Leadership is not for chicken-hearted people, or you are not in people-pleasing business. That's leadership. That's why my first post-retirement was this: dare to lead. Leading is daring. Leading is not keeping everyone happy, and leading is about transformation. Something you are most concerned about. Now, I won't go into detail, but I would like to only share one thing. I come from public sector, which are large behemoth. My 50,000 employees, 3,000 branches, 20 years back. How do you motivate them? How do you really engage them? How do you see that everyone is performing is a huge thing. They look upon leaders that are they merely talking? Are they sermonizing? Or can you trust them? Many such situations come in the life of leader. If they see you are hanging around your minister, you are hanging around Reserve Bank, they say, "Arey, theek hai, dadagiri hamare upar karte hain, look at this man." So one situation came, we were rebranding the bank. If you have seen new logo of Bank of Baroda, now that for many years. It is of vermilion color, you can say saffron. So our unions, and they approached a minister and 5 MPs gave a letter to Prime Minister that those days it was a Congress government, that I am a BJP activist because of the color of the brand. Just see color of the logo. Newspaper stories, I am wasting 100 crore of public fund, this, that, and what not. And one evening at 8 p.m., I got a phone call from Finance Minister of India. And look at it, how they deal with chairman of a large bank. Who asked you to change the logo? I said, "Sir, this is a board decision." "What is board?" I kept quiet. Then he said, "Please withdraw the logo from the market." It was thriving so well. It was received so well. Next day in my morning meeting, which I every day had with my general managers, I said, "Look here, these are the instructions. What do we do?" Out of 25 general managers, 25 and half said, "We are a government bank. These are their instructions. We should withdraw." Now, that's the kind of hierarchical pressure, that's the kind of scare in a public sector. In Hindi, I said, "Dekho yaar, leaders केले के छिलके पे फिसल के नहीं मरते हैं, लीडर लड़ते हुए मरते हैं." And then the journey began. We did not withdraw, and I met people who mattered, and finally, through the top person, I told, "I'm prepared to withdraw the logo." After all that, even they were surprised. That for 1 month this is going on, now this man says, "I'm prepared to withdraw the logo because of its color." I said, "Provided this color is withdrawn from our national flag." And that settled the thing. Now in public sector, nobody bothered. They were talking those days, HDFC, ICICI. We got Business Today's among the top marketeers award. We were listed in Economic Times, 100 most powerful CEOs. Now the point I want to say is, it's the leadership game. Position is not leadership. Leader can be 4 levels below you. You may be a clerk in the leadership role if you don't demonstrate. So leadership is hierarchy neutral. It is gender neutral. It is nation neutral. So that's the entire story of Bank of Baroda transformation, for which we got global award. And this is here. Then I got interested into how do we in the next generation give skills of leadership. There are millions and millions of lectures, audios on leadership. But do you think you go to doctor and he say you should eat less and your health is improved? It never happens. Leadership skills are to be cultivated. So I was thinking, one day I was in a gym and I suddenly realized I'm here because I need discipline. I come every day, passion, a coach, whatnot. And from that, 18 skills of leadership in the gym mode. Here is the book, The Gym of Leadership. It is there outside. 18 skills of leadership in the half chapter, in half section of the chapter is all about it, research, what it is not. And half is the gym. How do you develop listening? How do you develop self? How do you develop this? I'm very happy the kind of recognition it has gone recently. Wharton University did a, Wharton Business School did a 1 hour radio program on this, which was broadcasted to over 3 million students there. And I'm very happy because one thing that leadership cannot be taught, I can say. It can be embellished. Leadership is disciplined practice. You can't ask your doctor to go morning walk on your behalf so that your health improves. It is a practice. So one is, it says disciplined practice. Second is by observation. What MB and doctor can, in their own organization, show that this is what they are and people follow. Second is discipline. First is discipline practice. Second is observation. And third, of course, embellishment, lectures and training and all that. And leadership is a $350 billion industry, and world's greatest writer on leadership wrote a book, The Leadership Bullshit. It's all waste. Unless you have decided to become a leader, then programs help you, then education help you. But if you just go and attend and come back, these are like Swamiji's lectures, which so many people go and come back. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of takeaways from today's session for the audience over here. I think what my panel has clearly demonstrated is to write, you do need passion, but you need a conviction of leaving behind something, some words that are going to be remembered. Thank you very much for the very lovely conversation. And thank you, Rotary Club of Thane Hills and NCPA, for giving us this opportunity.
Friends, on behalf of Thane Lit Fest, I request Dr. Sujata Jadhav, President Samir Limaye, to please come on stage and present a small token of gratitude to our guests.
सुबह सुबह बैंक स्टेटमेंट
आईटी रिटर्न्स ये 16970 का पेमेंट कौन सा था 4 जून
गोल्डन सैंड
आवारा से दो परिंदे उड़ चले
और ये एफडी इंटरेस्ट जो तुमने आते ही उड़ा दिए थे।
उड़ाए थे।
कार की EMI। अरे मुझे चलाने चाहिए। Mercury. Oh my God, what a night that was.
और ये इस घर की पहली EMI।
लाइफ से बड़ा कोई अकाउंट नहीं, ये है खुशियों का हिसाब किताब। इसीलिए वी डिजाइन आवर बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस ताकि आप हर दिन जिंदगी को यस बोल सको। यस बैंक, लाइफ को बनाओ रिच।
नमस्कार जोशी साहेब.
नमस्कार.
वा छान, आज तुमची लेख पण आली आहे.
हो चल.
जोशी सर.
अरे सिमरन.
नमस्कार. हाय श्रुती. कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स बाय द वे तुझ्या ग्रॅज्युएशनसाठी.
थँक्यू.
चलो ऑल दी बेस्ट.
वेलकम श्रुती.
बाबा मला हे सगळे इतकं चांगलं कसं ओळखतायत?
अगं आता तुमच्या तिन्ही पिढ्या आमच्या सोबत आहेत म्हटलं एवढा आपलेपणा वाटणारच नाही का. वेलकम टू DJSB फॅमिली.
DJSB सहकारी बैंक, भरोसे का बैंक, भविष्य का बैंक.
सुबह सुबह बैंक स्टेटमेंट.
IT रिटर्न्स. ये 16970 का पेमेंट कौन सा था? 4 जून.
गोल्डन सैंड.
आवारा से दो परिंदे उड़ चले.
और ये FD इंटरेस्ट जो तुमने आते ही उड़ा दिए थे.
उड़ाए थे.
हम यूं ही अपनी यादों
कार की EMI. अरे मुझे चलाने दे. Mercury. Oh my God, what a night that was.
और ये इस घर की पहली EMI. लाइफ से बड़ा कोई अकाउंट नहीं. ये है खुशियों का हिसाब किताब. इसीलिए वी डिजाइन आवर बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस ताकि आप हर दिन जिंदगी को यस बोल सको. यस बैंक, लाइफ को बनाओ रिच.
नमस्कार जोशी साहेब.
नमस्कार.
वा छान, आज तुमची लेख पण आली आहे.
हो चल.
जोशी सर.
अरे सिमरन.
नमस्कार. हाय श्रुती. कॉंग्रॅच्युलेशन्स बाय द वे तुझ्या ग्रॅज्युएशनसाठी.
थँक्यू.
चलो ऑल द बेस्ट.
वेलकम श्रुती.
बाबा मला हे सगळे इतकं चांगलं कसं ओळखतायत?
अगं आता तुमच्या तिन्ही पिढ्या आमच्या सोबत आहेत म्हटलं एवढा आपलेपणा वाटणारच नाही का. वेलकम टू डीजेएसबी फॅमिली.
टीजेएसबी सहकारी बैंक, भरोसे का बैंक, भविष्य का बैंक.
Hello. Dear friends, you're requested to kindly be seated. We are about to start the second half of the session. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, kindly be seated. Welcome back to the Thane Lit Fest. I hope you've all had a delightful lunch and a chance to recharge, because the literary fest continues and the afternoon promises to be just as inspiring as the morning. As we settle in, let's take a moment to appreciate the vibrant energy in this room. Whether you're a reader, a writer, a dreamer, or a curious soul, this festival is your space to explore stories that move us, challenge us, and connect us. This afternoon, we dive deeper into the world of words with sessions that span poetry, publishing, storytelling, and the evolving landscape of literature in India and beyond. We'll hear from voices that are bold, fresh, and unforgettable. So grab your notebooks, silence your phones, open your minds. Let's celebrate the power of language, the joy of imagination. Up next, we have very special treat, Dastangoi, a traditional art form of Hindi dramatic storytelling. We invite seasoned theatre actress Ms. Dhanashri Karmakar and Shri Srirang Khatavkar for you to immerse yourselves in this rich cultural experience and take us on a journey through words, emotions, and imagination. I now call upon past President Sucheta Rege to introduce them.
Thank you, Kalita. Good afternoon, friends. We are delighted to welcome Dhanashri Karmarkar, a versatile artist whose talent spans across stage, voice, and literature. An accomplished drama artist at All India Radio, Mumbai, for over 2 decades. She has also made a mark as a voice and dubbing artist, lending her voice to numerous Marathi and Hindi films, OTT platforms, audiobooks, and advertisements. A passionate storyteller, she has enthralled audiences in schools, colleges with her engaging narrations, especially science fiction stories. She is also a published author with her works available on Amazon and Book Ganga, and has recently worked on adaptations for Diwali magazines. Deeply committed to literature, Dhanashri is known for her love for adapting and translating work across diverse languages, keeping stories alive and accessible for wider audiences. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dhanashri Karmarkar.
Hello.
We are happy to welcome Srirang Khataukar, a multi-talented artist whose voice and performances have enthralled audiences for years. As a voice actor, he has lent his voice to numerous ad films, documentaries, and his familiar voice for announcements at, at Gadkari Rangayatan and Dr. Kashinath Ghanekar Theatre. He has also worked extensively as a dubbing artist, giving voice to many South Indian films in both Hindi and Marathi. On stage, he has showcased his acting skills in various Marathi plays, and as a writer, he has penned memorable one-act plays such as Pagodia and Tarunai. Beyond theatre and voice work, he has anchored more than 200 live music programs, winning the love for audiences everywhere. Please join me in warmly welcoming Srirang Khataukar. Friends, that was just a glimpse of their incredible contributions. But this afternoon, we get to experience the magic live. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dhanashri and Srirang as they take us on a memorable artistic journey.
Namaskar. माइक से आने तक बोलता रहेगा वो.
नहीं, एज अ वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट हो तो माइक के बगैर बोल नहीं सकते. हेलो 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 हेलो. नमस्कार. हरिशंकर परसाई जी हिंदी के एक जाने माने अदीब हैं और उनकी व्यंग रचनाओं के लिए प्रसिद्ध हैं. उनका व्यंग वाचकों को विचार करने पर मजबूर करता है. उनके व्यंग पढ़कर हम खुद पर हंसते हैं और सोचने लगते हैं. नुकीली भाषा और तत्कालीन संदर्भ ये उनकी खासियत है. सुनते हैं उन्हीं की एक कथा. उन्वान है नीलकंठ.
कहते हैं शंकर ने जहर पी लिया था. जिस हलाल की ज्वाला से चराचर सृष्टि उकुला उठी, उसे शंकर सहज ही पी गए. बड़ा अच्छा किया, बड़ी बहादुरी की. पर एक प्रश्न उठता है मेरे मन में, कंठ को नीला क्यों होने दिया? जो इतने अलौकिक शक्ति संपन्न थे, वे यदि चाहते तो क्या कंठ का रंग हस्बे मामूल नहीं रख सकते थे? फिर चाहा क्यों नहीं? शायद इसलिए कि लोग कम से कम ये जान तो ले कि उन्होंने जहर पिया है. भला ये भी कोई बात है कि विष भी पिए और लोगों को मालूम भी ना हो? नीला कंठ दिखाने का लोभ शंकर से संवरित नहीं हुआ. वे विष तो पचा गए, रंग नहीं पचा पाए. रंग पचाना आसान नहीं है. अपनी कोशिश ये होती है कि जहर तो कम से कम पिए, पर कंठ अधिक से अधिक नीला हो. और कोई तो गले पर नीली स्याही पोतकर नीलकंठ बने फिरते हैं.
एक सज्जन स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में भाग ले चुके थे. हमारी स्वतंत्रता विजयी हुई. परंपरा है कि युद्ध में विजेता पक्ष विजित में लूटमार करता है. पर हमारे इस संग्राम में विजित पक्ष तो 7 समंदर पार नए बम बनाने लगा. उसे कैसे जाकर लूटे? इसलिए विजितों ने एक नई परंपरा चलाई और अपने ही पक्ष में लूटमार करने लगे. उस वक्त सज्जन लड़ाई में पहली कतार में थे. इस नए और कर्म में वे अंतिम कतार में हो गए। कुछ हाथ नहीं लगा। तब भी बैठे बैठे घाव देखकर सहानुभूति अर्जित करने लगे। स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में कुछ लोगों ने निठल्लेपन के संस्कार भी दिए थे। वो मजे में बैठे बैठे कष्ट भुगतने लगे। लोग कहते हैं,
ये बेचारा बड़ी तकलीफ उठा रहा है।
वे सुनते बड़े प्रसन्न हो जाते। ऐसा आनंद और गर्व अनुभव होने लगा कि यदि कोई काम धंधा मिलता तो भी वो नहीं करते। स्वातंत्र्य शूर नौकरी कैसे करे? विक्टोरिया क्रॉस वाला किसी सेठ के फाटक पर पुरानी वर्दी में चौकीदारी कैसे करे? कुछ दिनों में घाव भर गए और उन्हें देखने वाले कम हो गए। तब उन्होंने एक अच्छी नौकरी कर ली।
आत्मीय की मृत्यु पर सिर पर मुंडाने के बाद चाहे जो कारण हो, एक ये तो है कि दुख स्पष्ट दिखे और उसे समाज में मान्यता मिले। सिर मुंडाकर अजब बनाए जिससे कोई परिचित मिल जाता है, वो इस बेचारे के हृदय में चाहे उस क्षण आनंद हिलोरे ले रहा हो, उसे देखकर एकदम मुंह गिरा लेता है। पूछता है बड़ी गंभीरता से,
क्या भाई, सब कुछ कुशल?
भैया, माता राम नहीं रही। उसे अभ्यास से बेंच उत्तर मिलता है। वो और मुंह लटका लेता है।
राम 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 भैया, बड़ा बुरा हुआ। क्या बीमारी थी?
क्या बताऊं भैया, कुछ पता ही नहीं चला। बात करते करते चल दी।
राम राम, कैसी अच्छी मौत पाई है माता राम ने। बड़ी पुण्यात्मा रही।
एक किस्सा सुनाता हूँ। मेरे एक दोस्त के चाचा की मृत्यु हो गई। उनका कोई लड़का नहीं था। सब संपत्ति इसी भतीजे को मिलने वाली थी। इसने इनकी अर्थी ऐसी प्रसन्नता से बांधी जैसे अपनी ही शादी का मंडप तान रहा हो। ऐसे शौक से सिर मुंडाया मानो वर्षों की लालसा पूरी कर रहा हो। शाम को मेरे साथ घूमने निकला। रास्ते में जो परिचित मिला, उसी से वो उदास मुंह बनाकर कहता,
भैया तुमने तो सुन ही लिया होगा, हम पर वज्रपात हो गया।
परिचित आगे बढ़ जाता तो फिर से प्रसन्न हो जाता। कोई मिल जाता तो अद्भुत तत्परता से वो दुख ओढ़ लेता और कहता,
आपने तो सुना ही होगा, हम पर दुख का पहाड़ टूट पड़ा।
हमें ऐसे 8-10 परिचित मिले। उनमें से किसी ने वज्रपात या पहाड़ टूटने की बात नहीं सुनी थी। उन सबको मेरे दोस्त ने बड़ी चाव से ये बातें बनाई।
अजब चस्का होता है दुख का। फोड़ा बड़ा दर्द होता है, पर फोड़े को दबाकर छेद कर भी दर्द का मजा लेते हैं। इसे मीठा दर्द कहते हैं। कहते हैं दाद खुजाने का आनंद ब्रह्मानंद की कोटि का होता है। एक भले आदमी को मैं जानता हूं जिन्हें दर्द का चस्का लगा। एक आदमी उनसे 200 रुपए ले गया। साल बीत गया पर उसने रुपए वापस नहीं किए। अब उन्होंने रोना कूदना शुरू किया। मैंने एक विचित्र बात देखी। कूदने के बाद उनके मुख पर बड़ी प्रसन्नता, बड़ी ताजगी दिखती थी। चेहरा खिल उठता था। कर्जदार ने एक दिन उनसे कहा,
मैं हर माह 50 के हिसाब से आपको 4 माह ये रुपए चुका दूंगा।
वो तुरंत 50 रुपए देने लगा, लेकिन ये सज्जन लेने को तैयार नहीं। कहने लगे, नहीं भाई, हम ऐसा नहीं करते। जैसे 200 रुपए लिए गए थे वैसे ही दे जाना। वो मान गया और फिर कभी आया ही नहीं। इधर ये भले आदमी हर मित्र के सामने दुखड़ा रोते थे। जब कोई कहता, आपको लोग बहुत तंग करते हैं, आप बड़ा नुकसान उठाते हैं, तो ये बड़े प्रसन्न हो जाते। 200 रुपए उन्होंने दुख के बैंक में डाल रखी थी और कुढ़न तथा शिकायत के रूप में जो ब्याज मिलता था उससे गुजर करते थे। ऐसे आदमी मुझे हठयोगी लगते हैं। कांटों पर पड़े हैं और भीड़ देख रही है।
एक बात और है, जब हम ये अनुभव करते हैं कि हम औरों से अधिक कष्ट भोगते हैं, तब हमें गर्व महसूस होता है। दूसरों की दृष्टि में हम गौरवशाली बनना चाहते हैं। दर्द का ताज सिर पर रखे घूमते हैं। दिन धन्य है क्योंकि वो स्वर्ग से अधिकारी स्वर्ग के अधिकारी होंगे। ईसा ने कहा। ईसा ने कहा, दिन धन्य है क्योंकि वही स्वर्ग से अधिकारी होंगे। उनके अनुयायियों ने इसका अक्षरशः पालन किया। स्वर्ग के राज्य के अधिकारी भी तो बनना चाहिए। ये सोचकर ईशा के भक्तों ने इतनी ही कितनी ही कौमों को, करोड़ों आदमियों को दीन बना दिया। दुख आदमी को बड़ा भी बना सकता है और नीच भी, मन को उजला भी सकता है और काला भी कर सकता है। लोग घोर निराशा से ग्रस्त होते हैं, जो दुख का हाथ जोड़कर स्वागत करते हैं, पधारो महाराज, हम तो कृतार्थ हो गए। असल में तो दुख त्याज है, घृणित है। इसे किस कदम आसमान पर चढ़ाया गया है। कहते हैं,
गर्दिशें आयाम तेरा शुक्रिया, हमने हर पहलू से दुनिया देख ली।
ठीक है, दुनिया तुम्हारे सामने खुल गई। या तो जहर पियो मत, यदि पीना ही पड़े तो दूसरों के मंगल के लिए स्वेच्छा से पी ले।
पर यहाँ तो मैं दुख का व्यापार फैला देखता हूँ। मेरी ही सुनो। प्रकाशक से पुस्तक की रॉयल्टी मांगने गया तो मैं आजकल हेड टू माउथ हूँ। अंग्रेजी का अक्षर नहीं पढ़ा था, पर अंग्रेजी मुंह पर फेंक मारी। एक बार हमारा भी व्यापार शुरू हो गया था। तब की बात है, जब नौकरी छोड़कर लेखन से जीविका चलाना आरंभ किया। लोगों ने समझा कि यहाँ हाथी डूब गए हैं, तुम क्या थालोगे। पर जब छोड़ ही दी तो सहानुभूति प्रकट करने लगे। कुछ पेशावर सहानुभूति प्रदर्शक होते हैं, पता लगाते रहते हैं कि किस पर क्या विपत्ति पड़ी है। किसी का तो चेहरा ही ऐसा होता है कि मालूम होता है इन्हें सरकार से मातम पूर्ति के लिए वेतन मिलता है। तो मेरे बारे में चिंताएं प्रकट की जाने लगी।
बड़ा दुख उठा रहा है बेचारा। अब तो शायद खाने की भी लाने पड़ने लगे हैं। चेहरे पर कितनी परेशानी लगती है ना।
सच कहूं, बात उल्टी थी। उन्हीं दिनों मुझे पाठ्य पुस्तकों से 2000 रुपए इकट्ठा मिले थे और मैं मजे में जी रहा था। ये भी सही है कि मेरे मुख पर कष्ट और परेशानी के भाव रहे होंगे। बात ये थी कि मैंने सोचकर कि अब जाने कब नया जूता प्राप्त होता है, एक नया जोड़ा पहन लिया। वो बुरी तरह काटता था। बस यही एक दुख था। मैं जूते को छोड़ नहीं रहा था। जिंदगी भी तो कितनों को काटता हुआ जूता ही लगती है, पर पहने रो रहे होते हैं। मैं पानी पीकर जहर पीने का श्रेय ले रहा था। कंठ स्याही से रंगा जा रहा था। मैं शीघ्र ही ढीला जूता पहन लिया। दर्द सहा नहीं जाता था और फिर दया का पात्र होना कोई सुखदायक अनुभव नहीं है। समर्थ होकर भी करुणा जैसी मूल्यवान लोक मंगलकारी भावना को खींचना सरासर चोरी है, धोखा है।
आजकल देख रहा हूं, इस जमाने में दोहरा शोषण चल रहा है। आदमी की रोटी तो छीनी जाती है, उसके हिस्से की करुणा भी छीन ली जाती है। शंकर के नाम पर कोई पक्षी ही नीलकंठ बना फिरता है और श्रद्धालु लोग श्रद्धा की भक्ति उसे दे देते हैं। आसपास नीलकंठ के परिंदे उड़ते देखता हूं और इनकी भीड़ में वास्तव में विषपान करने वाला बेचारा किसी कोने में दुबका खड़ा रहता है। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
Hello. Thank you to our talented artist, Sri Rankatavkar and Ms. Dhanashri Karmakar, for bringing alive the magic of Dastangoi that timeless art of storytelling where words paint pictures and emotions flow like poetry. Your performance has transported us into a world of imagination and tradition, leaving us enriched and spellbound. Kindly, please put your hands together and give them a big round of applause. On behalf of Thane Lit Fest, I request President Samir, Dr. Sujata Jadhav, Convener Atul, to please present a small token of our gratitude. Friends, as we move on to our next session, which is one of the momentous events of Thane Lit Fest, the man who turns Tata giants into stories that feel human. Big brands, bigger stories. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon my friend Rotarian Ranish Jaiswal to introduce none other than the brand master, Mr. Harish Bhatt.
Thank you, Kalita. I got this pleasant opportunity to introduce Mr. Harish Bhatt. He is a former brand custodian of Tata Sons and best-selling author. With a 38 years of career at the Tata Group, he has held several senior leadership roles, including Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Tata Global Beverages and COO at Titan Watches and Jewelry Division. Post-retirement, he serves as the boards of Trent, Infinity Retail, that is Chroma, and Tata Starbucks. A passionate marketer, Harish has shaped iconic brands like Tanishq, Titan, Fast Track, Tata Tea, and led the creation of Tata as India's most valuable brand. Forbes named him among the world's top 10 CMOs in 2022 and 23, 2 years in succession. He played a pivotal role in the acquisition of Tetley and Titan's jewelry turnaround. An alumnus of BITS Pilani and IIM Ahmedabad, he is a gold medalist and a distinguished alumnus. Harish is a prolific writer and with 7 books, 4 national bestsellers, and columns in leading newspapers. He lives in Bangalore with his wife Veena, a data scientist, and daughter Gayatri. His latest book, Doing the Right Thing, Learning from Ratan Tata, was formally launched at the hands of Mr. Nadir Godrej today morning at Thane Literature Festival. Here I present Mr. Harish Bhatt to you all. Thank you.
Mic on. Are you able to hear me, everyone at the back? You have had a good lunch? So please sit back, relax, and enjoy 40 minutes of storytelling. That's all I'm going to do, narrate a few stories to you. And I hope you will enjoy those stories. But first, up front, I would like to thank the organizers of the Thane Literature Festival for inviting me here. And it's such a wonderful thing to see that, you know, the organizing team has brought a full-fledged literature festival to the city of Thane. Let's give them a big, big hand I think, for doing that. And I hope this LitFest continues to grow and grow. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject of my talk today is Ratan Tata, also the theme of the new book that I have written, Doing the Right Thing. But let me go back to the 1990s. In the 1990s, there were two cars on the roads of India. There was the Maruti Suzuki, which was designed in Japan and being assembled somewhere near Gurgaon. And the second one, there was the Hyundai, which was designed in South Korea and was being assembled somewhere near Sri Perumbudur near Chennai. Now, Ratan Tata stood up at the Automobile Manufacturers Association of India in the mid-1990s, and he asked the question, why can't India have its own car? Why can't we have a car that is designed in India, that is made of Indian components, that is made for Indian families, that is made for Indian roads, which you know are very different from roads in other parts of the world? And he said, why can't the automobile industry come together to do this? And when he asked that question, he faced a lot of skepticism. People said, India is not technologically advanced enough to make its own car. Making your own car requires a lot of technology. India doesn't have it. People said, this is just a dream. It's not going to happen in India. And the industry did not come together to do it. But Ratan Tata therefore said, if the industry does not come together, we will do it in Tata Motors. And Tata Motors at that time was not called Tata Motors, it was called Telco, as all of you remember. It was a truck maker. It used to make commercial vehicles. It was the market leader in commercial vehicles. You have seen Tata trucks all across our roads. But passenger cars was not its forte. But in Ratan Tata's mind was perhaps the fact that by then India had already put a satellite in space, Aryabhata. Every developed country in the world had its own car. If you take Japan, it has its Toyotas and its Hondas. You take Korea, it has its Kia and Hyundais. You take Russia, it had its Lada. You take Germany, France, England, US, every developed country had its own car. And creating a car, manufacturing a car, leads to the engineering excellence in the country going up. Lots of ancillaries come up, lots of companies come up to make the parts. That was perhaps in his mind when he said, we in Tata Motors will make our own car. And we will make it India's first all-Indian car. A lot of people thought that Ratan Tata was putting good money behind bad. They said this would not happen. So Ratan Tata started out with a vision where he said, I would like a car as large as an Ambassador, a car which is as fuel efficient as a Maruti 800, and a car which is even better looking than the Zen. You remember the Zen? I don't see it on the road these days, but it was there till a few years ago. And this was the vision with which he encouraged the engineers of Tata Motors to look at making India's first car. The engineers at the ERC, the Engineering Research Center in Pune, they worked with IDEO, a design agency in Turin, to design the first Indica. When the first Indica was designed, it was a car like no other that Indian roads had seen until then. If you remember the design of the first Indica, today it may look, belonging to yesteryears, but at that time it was a car like no one else had seen in India. People went wow over the design. But there was a challenge. A manufacturing plant for cars is very expensive. It would cost something like $2 billion, which Telco could not afford at that time. But did this mean that Ratan Tata and his team would give up the effort to make India's first car? No. They went round the world. And finally, after searching and searching, they found in Australia a disused Nissan plant, which was only being run for 15 minutes a day to keep it active. They were able to negotiate and buy that plant at 1/5 to 1/6 the price of a new car plant. They disassembled it brick by brick, brought it to India, and reassembled it in Pune to create the first plant for making the Tata Indica. This is how the cost challenge was actually faced. They needed workers to make the cars. I have gone to Tata Motors Pune when I was researching this story, and I've spoken to workers there who made the first Indica. They were all, school educated, SSLC, pre-degree educated people who had come from the hinterlands of Pune. They spoke to me in Marathi. I can understand a little bit of Marathi because Konkani is my mother tongue. I can't speak it that well. Even today, they cry with joy. They say it took them 8 days to assemble the first Indica. Today, you go to the Tata Motors plant in Pune, maybe every 50 seconds there is a car coming out. And they still cry with joy when they say, we made it and we made India's first car. But ladies and gentlemen, that was not the end of the story. Inside a car are about 3,800 discrete parts. All the parts that you see, the steering wheel, the seats, the gearbox, whatever goes into a car. I am not an automobile engineer, but there are 3,800 discrete parts which used to go into a car at that stage. Maybe it has changed today. Tata Motors, under Ratan Tata's leadership, developed ancillary units to make those 3,800 parts in India. And when the Tata Indica was launched in 1998, 97% of all the parts going into the Tata Indica were made in India by these ancillary units. And that is how, ladies and gentlemen, the Tata Indica was proudly launched in 1998. But it was not all easy. Initially, when the Tata Indica was launched, it was launched at a huge event in Mahalakshmi in Mumbai. There were huge bookings. They got bookings for more than 1 lakh cars. But very soon, they got getting feedback from customers that there were quality issues. People said the car is noisy. People said the plastic parts are not well engineered or not well attached. And they had quality problems coming up from all parts of the country. Today, Tata Motors managers squirm in their seats when they think of those days. Did this challenge put Ratan Tata back again? No. He and his leadership team, he called for an emergency meeting at the Taj President. They discussed what they had to do. Over the next several weeks, they visited distributors and customers, understood what the issues were, resolved those issues, and in about 1 year to 18 months, they relaunched the Indica as Indica V2. And you will remember those advertisements. In fact, Ambi Parmeshwaran, who spoke this morning here, was responsible for some of those advertisements. You will remember those advertisements which said, Tata Indica, more car per car. And very soon, now the Tata Indica was fully fit, the quality issues were behind it, and very soon the Tata Indica, by 2001, 2002, it went on to become the fastest selling car on the roads of India. And that was a proud moment for India, because here was an all-Indian car going on to become the fastest selling car. Today if you look at the Tata Motors stable of cars, you will see the Tata Harrier, the Tata Punch, the Tata Nexon. You see all these cars on the roads, and Tata Motors is doing very well in its cars business. But this was the origin from where cars were born in Tata Motors, the vision of Ratan Tata to make India's first car. And people have asked Ratan Tata, what gave you the courage to make the Tata Indica? What gave you the courage to make India's first car when people were saying that it could not be made? And Ratan Tata's answer was, that courage came from my trust in the young engineers of Tata Motors. I had belief in them. And I also thought, he has gone on record to say that I've also thought that we should always try to do something which is a little beyond our reach so that it can inspire the young people of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, because the Tata Indica was made as an all-Indian car, It led to an entire automobile ecosystem coming up in Western India. If you today, the entire automobile ecosystem which has come up in Maharashtra is largely a result of the Tata Indica having been born as an all-India car, all the automobile ancillaries and all the units here. And Ratan Tata has gone on to say, he said, history may say that it succeeded or history may say that it failed. We thought of it and we did it. We made India's first car. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of how India's very first car was born. And it was driven by Ratan Tata's love for our country. I am sure, I have not spoken to him about the Tata Indica, but I am sure when he embarked on that exercise, he was very aware of all the risks involved of taking up something that no one else had done in India. But he did it because he thought it was important for our country to have its own car, like every developed nation has its own car. This was one of the things about Ratan Tata that has greatly inspired so many of us in the Tata Group, and in fact so many of us in the nation. And in my new book I discuss other projects that he did because they were very important for India, but the Tata Indica is a good example of that. He would always put the country first. And anyone who met him would come away with his dreams for India. Even through his later years, as you remember, when he was, when he had retired as chairman of Tata Sons, but he continued to be chairman of the Tata Trusts, the number of cancer hospitals which were put up by the Tata Trust across the country were born of that same love of saying, can we do something for our country? But this was not the only facet of Ratan Tata which has inspired many of us. Of course, doing what is right for the country was top of his mind. But I want to narrate another story for you which brings out another quality of Ratan Tata very clearly. And I want to go back to the early 2000s when the Tatas had a company called Tata Finance. And I want to talk about something which went wrong and how Ratan Tata responded to it. Because when things are going right, it is easy to speak about success. But what happens when things go wrong? That is when character comes to the fore. So Tata Finance was established by the Tata Group as what is popularly called today as an NBFC. It used to take deposits from investors, middle-class investors like you and me. We would give our deposits to the company, and it would then give out loans for buying durables, for buying houses, and from there it would earn its money. It was a company in which the Tata Group had huge hopes. But one day, a letter lands up on Ratan Tata's table. And the letter says, there has been a fraud in Tata Finance. Now that's very difficult for a group like the Tata Group to digest, that there has been a fraud in one of your companies, because the Tatas are not typically known, that many companies have frauds in them. They're typically known for good corporate governance. So when that letter landed up at Ratan Tata's table, it was a shock to the leadership in the Tata Group. So the first thing that was done was an audit was announced, and an auditor's team went to Tata Finance to check, has there really been a fraud, or is this anonymous letter just another anonymous letter? So the auditors went to Tata Finance, they did an audit, they came back, and they said, yes, there has indeed been a fraud. And not a fraud at junior levels. What they said was that the leadership of the company, including the then MD, had invested in shares of dubious nature. And when those shares collapsed, it had left a 500 crore hole in the balance sheet of the company. And remember, this is 500 crores way back in 1999-2000. So if you just look at the present value of what that is, it will be probably much, much higher. And there were also allegations that some of the senior leadership may have profited from some of these activities. Imagine that you were in Ratan Tata's position at that time. You're the chairman of the Tata Group, very respected business group, very trusted brand. And you now have news that there has definitely been a fraud in one of your big companies, and the fraud has been committed not by someone junior, but by the leadership of the company. what would you do? So I have spoken to the gentleman who was Ratan Tata's chief financial officer at that time, Ishaq Hussain. I have spoken to the chief legal officer at that time, Bharat Vasani, and both of them have told me that Ratan Tata called them, and his message to them was very clear. He had two messages for them. One message, not one individual can lose the money that he or she has deposited in Tata Finance. And the second message, whoever is responsible for this, whoever has done this fraud, however senior he or she is, I want legal action in accordance with the law of the land. That's a very, very difficult and courageous stance to take. In fact, at the annual general meeting of Tata Chemicals, where Ratan Tata was also chairman, the AGM was happening around that time, an elderly Parsi shareholder stood up and said, Mr. Tata, I have heard about this fraud in Tata Finance. What will I go? I have many fixed deposits in this Tata Finance. What will I go home and tell my wife tonight? And apparently Ratan Tata stood up immediately and said, I will ensure that not a single depositor in this company loses even 1 rupee of their fixed deposits. Now remember, Tata Finance, and immediately after that, what he did was well beyond what the law required. Tata Finance, all of you are conversant with limited legal liability and what a company needs to do. You know, if it's going bankrupt, companies can go bankrupt if they lose 500 crores. But Ratan Tata said, I'm not going to stand by legal principles. We have to do what is morally correct. And within the next few days, Tata Sons and Tata Industries, through cash and through corporate guarantees, transferred more than 600 crores of rupees to stand by Tata Finance and make sure that no fixed depositor lost even a rupee of their money. That was not legally required, but he said, that's not my concern. It's morally the right thing to do. In fact, I've spoken to people who worked in Tata Finance in those days. This was well before UPI came in and, Paytm and PhonePe came in. It was all before electronic transfers came in. Tata Finance had actually kept a helicopter on standby to fly cash to smaller towns if there was a run on the company, if people came and asked for their money back. Fortunately, that helicopter never had to be used because people trusted in what the Tata Group and Mr. Ratan Tata said, so not many people came to withdraw their fixed deposits. In fact, Tata Finance published an advertisement in a leading newspaper saying a fraud has been committed on Tata Finance, but every depositor's money will be safe. Apart from this, what Ratan Tata and his team also did was ensure that the right legal action was taken against every person responsible for that fraud. Ratan Tata told his chief legal officer, don't worry what level of people have been involved. You make sure that the right legal action is taken and you make sure that the people are brought to book. So it was pursued through SEBI, pursued through the courts of law, and eventually the then managing director of that company, who had resigned by then, went behind bars, and the entire board of that company resigned. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, and after that, of course, the Tata Group also tightened some of its corporate governance norms so that something like this does not recur or happen in other companies. I wish I had, I've described this story in great detail in my book. I wish I had time to narrate it in greater detail to you. But to me, this story throws up a very different aspect of Ratan Tata from the Tata Indica story. If Tata Indica threw up his love for India, this story threw up his determination to go beyond what is strictly legal and do what is morally correct. And to me, this was a big reputational risk for the Tata brand at that time and for the Tata Group at that time. But because of these actions taken by Ratan Tata and his leadership team, I would say, I myself was a depositor in Tata Finance. I had a 10,000 rupee deposit at that time. But after hearing Ratan Tata's promise, I didn't even go near that 10,000 rupees deposit. I said it will be safe. And to me, it reveals a fundamental truth. Companies are made of people. No company is perfect. Things can go wrong. And actually, the character of a company or the character of a leader is revealed when things go wrong. How does that leader react when things go wrong? It is very easy to say, I am successful when things are fine. And this revealed Ratan Tata's determination to do what is morally correct and go beyond what is just legally correct. And that was another important facet, ladies and gentlemen, of Ratan Tata's personality. But I want to take on a third story and narrate another aspect of Ratan Tata, which also stands out. And this is the story of the 26/11 attacks which happened at the Taj Hotel. All of us, I'm sure most of us have heard about the 26/11 attacks. You know, it was on the 26th of November 2008 when terrorists came into the city of Mumbai. They attacked at various locations, including the VT station, including 2 or 3 other locations, but one of the locations which was attacked was the Taj Hotel. And 4 terrorists got into the Taj Hotel and started shooting indiscriminately. The staff at the Taj were the heroes of that night. They safeguarded many of the guests, even at the risk of losing their own lives. Some of them lost their own lives, but they demonstrated an heroism which has never before been seen in the corporates of our country. You know, the heroism was of another level altogether. They were the heroes. Ratan Tata got a message that terrorists had come into the Taj within about half an hour or so of their coming in. And he went to the Taj immediately and tried to get into the hotel, but he was stopped very rightly by the police from getting in because there were terrorists there. So he stood on the roads outside the Taj for the next 2.5 days until all those 4 terrorists had been killed. And, he stood on those roads, perhaps feeling helpless, but he was determined to give moral support to the staff in the Taj who were within, battling that very, very tragic situation. Soon thereafter, he made 2 announcements. One announcement that he made was that this hotel, and the hotel was lying in tatters. I am told within, so much had been destroyed within the hotel. But after those terrorists had been killed and he went in, the first announcement that he made was, we will get this hotel up and running within a month's time. And on the 21st of December, within a month of the terror attacks, the Taj Tower Wing began operations once again. And Ratan Tata famously stood at that inauguration and said, we can be hurt, but we cannot be knocked down. The Taj has stood for 100 years and will stand for 100 years more. And it stands until today as a defined symbol and a symbol of courage. But he also did something else. He also said that we will set up a fund to help people who have been impacted by these terror attacks. These could be people who have lost their lives to the terrorists, then we will help their families. Or it could be people who have been injured, in which case we will help them to rehabilitate them. And this was the origin of the Taj Public Welfare Service Trust. In fact, as he was making this announcement, he was making this announcement on the day these terror attacks had just happened. As he was making this announcement, one of the senior executives who was standing near him said, sir, we don't even know how many people have been impacted. Maybe that executive was a little worried. You know, Mr. Tata is making an announcement. We don't even know what the financial impact will be. Mr. Tata apparently turned to him and said, in his own soft voice, he said, listen, how does that matter? You get the details of how many people have lost their lives. But this city has given us so much, and this is the time we need to stand by this city. And that was the origin of how the Taj Public Welfare Service Trust was established. which provided help not only to the employees of the Taj, but everyone in Mumbai who had been impacted by the terror attacks. And over the course of the last several years, details of that I have narrated in the book, but over the course of the last several years, hundreds of families have been rehabilitated and brought back to normal life as a result of the Taj Public Welfare Trust being set up. Ladies and gentlemen, if the Tata Indica story revealed Ratan Tata's love for the country, if the Tata Finance story revealed his desire to do what is morally correct, even if it is more than legally right, the Taj 2611 attacks brought about, revealed another face of Ratan Tata, the face of care and compassion. I have the Chief Human Resources Officer of Taj at that time, Mr. H.N. Srinivas, has narrated to me the story of how Ratan Tata met every single Taj family who had lost an employee in that terror attack, spent time with them, ensured that they got the right benefits which would keep their family completely safe and secure for the rest of their lives. And he did that by telling each of them that I will do whatever is required, except bringing him back to life. Anything else which is required, I am willing to do. You're part of the Taj family for life. Ratan Tata's care and compassion, which was a very, very important part of his personality, was not restricted to human beings alone. If you come to Bombay House, which is the headquarters of the Tata Group, where I have had the privilege to work for many years before I retired from my role last year, you will find there are stray dogs at the reception area. And actually, when Bombay House was remodeled, there's actually been a kennel that has been created for stray dogs. Probably, I don't know of any other corporate headquarters which has a similar kennel for stray dogs within the building itself. But Ratan Tata was very dedicated to the cause of animals and dogs. To the extent, I was told one day when he was walking into Bombay House, every morning he used to come into his office, he would glance at those dogs. One morning, a busy morning when he came into Bombay House, suddenly out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that one of those dogs was perhaps not feeling well. As soon as he went to his office, he called his assistant and said, listen, I think that particular dog is unwell this morning. Can you please immediately call a veterinary doctor and ensure that the dog is treated? And only after he was satisfied that the right action had been taken did he get to his normal work. Now that may be a very small human incident, but it still reveals the character of a man who wanted to do something for these animals which could not speak by themselves. In fact, one of the last acts of setting up an institution that Ratan Tata did before he passed away in October last year was the setting up of the Small Animals Hospital, which is a 200-bedded hospital with all facilities for the treatment of animals. And that again, ladies and gentlemen, brings forward to me a very, very important part of Ratan Tata's character, which is his care and compassion. But I want to close what I am saying by talking about one more aspect of Ratan Tata, which was integral to his personality. Ratan Tata would always tell the people who worked with him, when we interact with others, it is important to respect their dignity. It is important to make sure that no person feels insulted or no person feels smaller than who we are when we are speaking to them. And Ratan Tata would do that meticulously. People would speak about, how graceful he was in his interactions with people. One of my colleagues in the Tata Group is the current Chief Legal Officer, the General Counsel of the Tata Group, Siddharth Sharma. And Siddharth Sharma was earlier an advocate in the Supreme Court and also advising the Tata Group on many issues. He tells me a story of during the pandemic in 2021, all of us were working from home, at least many of us were working from home, and Siddharth Sharma had gone to his native place, Chhapra in Bihar. And then his wife came from a place very close by, Madhubani, which is on the border with Nepal, I think, between Bihar and Nepal. And Siddharth Sharma was there in Madhubani when he got a sudden message that Ratan Tata would like to do a video call with you. And he got a link. It must have been a Zoom link or an MS Teams link to do the call. So Siddharth Sharma from Madhubani, 5 minutes before the time of the call, tries to log into the call. But because of the way the network is in Madhubani, it did not function, and he could not immediately log into the call for Ratan Tata's call. So he was getting very anxious, because on the other side is the chairman of the largest industrial group in the country, Ratan Tata, waiting for the call. And here he is in Madhubani, unable to log on because kuch network ka problem ho raha hai. So Siddharth Sharma got very anxious and said, what will Mr. Tata think of me, that I am not able to log into a call. Finally, after trying for 10-15 minutes, he is finally able to log into the call. And he was very anxious. He didn't know what Ratan Tata is going to say. Perhaps he is going to face some firing from him or whatever the anxiety in his mind was. But he sees, as soon as the call starts, that Ratan Tata is sitting very calmly on the other side of the video. And Ratan Tata tells him, Siddharth, is there any problem you're having? Because if there is a problem, we can postpone this call to another date. So Siddharth Sharma says that was such a kind thing for him to say. Because if he had not said it, for that entire duration of the call, I would have felt anxious. What is Mr. Tata thinking about me? But by saying those few words at the beginning of the call, he was able to relieve the tension. Mr. Tata was able to relieve the tension and take it away. And Siddharth says, you can't imagine. He might have mentioned those 1 or 2 lines, but you can't imagine how much they impacted me. And he says Mr. Tata was always like that, always very graceful. In fact, if he would call for a meeting, he would ask whether you're available. If he would call for a meeting on a weekend, he would actually inquire, is it okay to do this meeting over a weekend? And Siddharth says he was one of the most graceful people whom I've interacted with. And he says, it's easy to talk about these things, but it's actually very difficult to practice this. Very difficult to practice respect and dignity for other people every time that you speak to them or every time that you interact with them. So ladies and gentlemen, I am running out of time, but I wanted to tell you that these are the reasons why Ratan Tata is not just respected, but he is admired, he is adored, and he is loved. He did extremely well as a business leader. When he took over in 1991 as the chairman of the Tata Group had a turnover, a revenue of about $5.8 billion. When he retired as chairman in 2012, the Tata Group had a revenue of $100 billion. So as a business leader, and you know what all he did? He had the global acquisitions of JLR, of Chorus, of Tetley. I can go on and on about the business achievements of Ratan Tata on taking the revenues up from 6 billion to 100 billion. But if that were his only achievement, he would be respected for sure. But he is admired and loved as a person because he believed in doing the right thing. He believed in doing what is right for the country. He believed in doing what is morally right, even if it meant doing more than what is legally required. He believed in respecting people, being graceful to people, working with people with dignity. He believed in care and compassion for people. And those are the attributes which leadership really requires. That is what makes a leader great. That is why when Ratan Tata passed away in October last year, millions of people in this country felt a sense of personal loss. I went to NCPA that day, where his body was kept. Mile-long queues to pay tribute to him. I saw posters on the streets of Mumbai which you would typically not see for a corporate leader, saying Amar Rahe Ratan Tata, many other slogans were there. I came from Bangalore on a flight that morning. I saw many other people coming on that flight saying we are also going to pay tribute to Ratan Tata. And that kind of love and affection only comes when you know that a person has actually been a human being first and a corporate leader next. So in this book, ladies and gentlemen, which I have written, Doing the Right Thing, which was so kindly launched by Mr. Nadir Godrej today morning, I speak about 4 things which are very, very important lessons that we can take behind from Ratan Tata's life. And those 4 lessons, in very, very brief terms, one of those lessons is integrity. Doing what is right. Ratan Tata walked away from business opportunities if he felt it was not right. But integrity also means having your moral values right. And each of us may have different moral values, but sticking to whatever moral values we think are important for us. I speak about how it is important to embrace our role fully. Ratan Tata embraced his role as a custodian of the Tata brand fully, to stay true to the ideals that Jamshedji Tata put in place when he started the Tata Group. Each of us, whatever we are, whether we are marketers, doctors, lawyers, chartered accountants, how do we embrace our role fully and do what is right for society? I speak about how, in Ratan Tata's case, he might have been a corporate leader, he might have been the head of India's largest conglomerate, but he never forgot that he was a human being. And that is where his care and compassion and dignity for people came from. And how it is very important, doesn't matter how senior we are, how well our businesses are doing, how well our profession is doing, how it is very important never to forget that we are first and foremost a human being. I speak about Ratan Tata's famous line that I want to go to bed every night knowing that I did not succumb to doing anything wrong. And why that is very important for us if we want to lead good lives and sleep well at night. So this is a book which has been a labor of love for me to write. It's taken a year for me to research and write this book. And I hope some of you who will decide to read it will also find in it beautiful stories about Mr. Ratan Tata. I have narrated 3 or 4 to you. There are more than 30 or 40 stories in this book. But you'll also find a few lessons that we can take into our own lives. Before I finish, I should also mention to you that there is one very special story in this book. I'm not going to narrate the story here, but you know, the convener of this Lit Fest is Mr. Atul Bhide, who is also a member of the Rotary Club of Thane Hills. And Mr. Atul Bhide narrated to me a beautiful story of his interaction with Ratan Tata and how Ratan Tata kept a very a commitment that he had made. And actually, he was very emotional when he narrated that story to me. Maybe it is many years now have passed since that story has happened. So I'm not going to narrate that story here, but it's a story of how a person in Ratan Tata's stature was able to keep every commitment that he made, despite all the hectic schedules that he had. So for those of you who know Atul, I think that story may have more personal, what should I say, more personal impact and a more personal relationship to all of you when you read this book. So with those few words, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to end by saying the title of this book, Doing the Right Thing, comes from a quotation by Ratan Tata. For an in-house Tata magazine, he was once asked, what is the legacy that you want to leave behind? And normally he avoids that question. What is the legacy you want to leave behind? But in that particular question, he responded saying, I have never thought about it, but I hope people will remember me as a person who always tried to do the right thing. And I think all of us, and that is where this title comes from. And I think all of us in our heart of hearts also want to do the right thing in our own lives. And hopefully this book and the stories it contains will give us some directions to do that. Thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Harish Bhatt, for turning Tata's legacies into stories we can all relate to and enjoy. First thing I'm going to do is go and book my copy with Bargain Book Hut, and I request you all to please do the same. Truly inspiring. May I request President Samir Limaye, Ms. Sujata Jadhav, and convener Atul Bhide to please come on stage and present a small token of our gratitude. Friends, can we have a round of applause, please? Dialogue and bring out the best of their perspectives, I also invite our own Dr. Sita Raju. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sita Raju, Ms. Karan Shaiva, and Ms. Rashida Bhatt.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Sita Raju, a highly respected name in the field of medicine and a shining example of dedication, excellence and compassion. She is the ex-associate professor and assistant honorary physician at Rajiv Gandhi Medical College and the proprietor and consulting physician at Dr. Raju's Hospital, Thane. She also serves as a director and consulting physician at Param Hospital and ICU and as honorary physician at Jupiter Hospital, Thane. Dr. Sita, she has been an eminent faculty member at several state and national conferences such as MAPCON, APICON and RSSDI, and she also contributes as faculty for the Public Health Foundation of India, training doctors in evidence-based diabetes management. Her remarkable service has earned her the Outstanding Service Award by the Indian Academy of Diabetes and the Women Achievers Award presented by Ms. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw in March 2023. Along with her professional accomplishments, she also nurtures a love for literature as an active member of the Wordsworth Club. With her warmth, clarity of thought, and people connect, Dr. Sita is the perfect choice to moderate this conversation on Stories That Serve, Editors of Change. Please welcome Dr. Sita Raju as she takes charge of today's panel featuring Karan Shaiva and Rashida Bhagat. Our first panelist is Karan Shaiva, an award-winning social entrepreneur with over 25 years of global experience across technology, education, finance, gemology, and social development. She is the founder of Idobro Impact Solutions and the Rise Infinity Foundation. She has pioneered several groundbreaking initiatives, like including volunteer insurance during the pandemic. Her contributions to advancing gender equality have been recognized by UN Women, and her leadership journey is marked by prestigious fellowships such as the Chevening CRISP, that is the Chevening Research, Science and Innovation Leadership Fellowship, from Oxford University, Senior Fellowship at the Institute of Social Innovation USA, and the World Bank, the Confederation of Indian Industry Women Directorship Program. Her inspiring story has been featured in She Is 75 Women in STEAM, that is, women from the fields of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Also in Chicken Soup for the Indian Women's Soul and Pioneers of Tomorrow. She is also the co-author of The Spark Within, inspiring stories of 30 change makers. Please join me in welcoming Karan Shaiva. Our next panelist, Rashida Bhagat, is a highly respected senior journalist with a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades. She worked with the Indian Express for 18 years, where she rose to the position of Chief of Bureau and later spent another 18 years with the Hindu Business Line as Senior Associate Editor, Editorial Consultant, and columnist. At present, she serves as the editor of Rotary News, the official regional magazine of Rotary International, which reaches a readership of over 1.6 lakh across India. Throughout her career, Ms. Bhagat has been deeply engaged in writing on crucial issues such as gender equity, health and sanitation, agriculture, conflict resolution, and the environment, bringing insight and sensitivity to topics that impact society at large. We are delighted to have her with us today. Please welcome Rashida Bhagat.
Thank you. Thank you, Suchita, for that introduction. It's an honor and privilege to share the dais with 2 stalwarts, 2 wonderful ladies who have made a conscious effort to bring about a change in society. Today's topic for conversation is stories that serve, editors of change. Would have got all of you thinking, as it did all of us, as to what exactly it meant. They are the stories of ordinary people who did extraordinary things with compassion to change humanity, their service to others. And these 2 great individuals, Rashida and Karan, have brought out these little stories to our notice. So it's a pleasure to be here with both of you. I must tell you, when I first spoke to them, I was wondering what I was in for. Are they too big for me? Would they answer my questions? Would they answer the call? It began with that. But I was so surprised. The first ring and they both answered. When I spoke to Karan, she assured me, and she somehow sent out a message, I'm one of you, don't worry. And then I spoke to Rashida, and she put me at ease. She said, don't worry, I'll hear the conversation, you just sit there. So I was so much at ease. And then I said, I must take this challenge of interviewing them. And Rashida ended by saying, thank you, Ma. Now, to any South Indian, that is a very endearing word, meaning love, affection, care. So I was so touched. Thank you for that, Rashida. So let's...
You, Sita, what you've just done is let everybody know over here that we like to talk.
That was the intent. So having said that, let's get going. Now, let's start with Karan. Okay, she's co-authored a book, The Spark Within, Stories of Ordinary People Igniting Social Changes. Telling and more so writing stories is a challenge to hold people's interest. Tell me about your story that you've written, The Spark Within.
Thank you so very much. First and foremost, I do want to say that this is a story of 30 real stories of 30 change makers. I am just one of them. And I really want to call that out and recognize the other 29 authors who have made this book possible. And that's really the theme of today as to how to bring people together. So I do want to start with that element.
As far as my story is concerned, and I'll talk about two of the authors who are also in the audience today. Where my story is concerned, which is the first one in the book, and I hope some of you will have a chance to read it, is about Pallavi. Pallavi, a young mother of a 2-year-old, old parents, and pregnant. Yeah. And she was a volunteer, the sole volunteer we had in Nellore during COVID. She got 3,700 people. You know, that doesn't sound like a very big number, but think of it in the time of COVID. And she helped them to go back to their states, wherever it was in India, as far as the Northeast. And she finally succumbed to COVID after giving birth to her baby 40 days later. 40-day-old baby. We were stunned. We were grieving. But just like all the other authors in this book, who turn adversity, who turn loss, who turn disability into an opportunity to create impact, to make it better for someone else, hopefully, our organization decided that we would ensure that every volunteer who comes up, especially those from grassroots who do not have the options of insurance, do not have any kind of safety net, would not be left alone just because they had no other option. And so that led to a program called the National Volunteer Safety Net Program, which is the first of its kind in India that helped volunteers to get insurance at that point in time. And of course, there's a lot more technicalities to why that was such a big challenge. It took us a year to do it, let me tell you. You get insurance in what? 12 seconds they promise you in these ads, right, today? Or 12 minutes maybe, right? It took us a year to get it done because there's so many other technical challenges, and I hope you read more of it. But very quickly, that's really the story of it. Yeah.
Thank you, Karan. The two other authors whom she's talking about are both doctors.
Yes.
Dr. Anil Lunia and Dr. Prasanna Menon. And both doctors from Thane.
Yes,
yeah, do stand up and get recognized.
Please,
I know them very
yes,
well.
Absolutely.
Hi.
Please,
We know of their service very well. Welcome to this fest. Now we'll speak to Rashida. You were with the Indian Express and the Hindu Business Line. And after retirement, you chose to be an editor for Rotary magazine. How was the transition from core development to social stories?
Well, two are very, very different fields. I must say that mainstream journalism, and that too daily journalism, working for a paper like the Indian Express for 18 years, the job was very challenging, exciting, and I was the first woman reporter for a mainstream English daily in Indian Express to join Indian Express in 1978. That makes me very ancient. So it was a challenge. People had not seen a woman reporting. Women were there at the desk, editing, but not on the field. So a lot of challenges were there, a lot of opposition was there. How can a woman, come out and report? That's a man's job, like. It was a very, very exciting time to be in journalism, exciting time to be in the media. I'm happy I'm not in mainstream media today. The media scene is very different, I'm sorry to say today. Anyway, going back to the Express, they were very, very eventful 18 years. Sita mentioned about, small people, and she felt small. My entire career has been spent, my ambition has been to write on small people, about small people, because tell their stories. So when I look back, I did work which was different. I would always, I'd run away from politicians, interviewing chief ministers and others. And I would like to, tell small stories. So I did different kind of work. There were a lot of conflict with the chief reporter who did not want a woman reporter. He would not give me work for days. So I would I said, okay, what's happening at our government general hospital? That is the biggest government hospital in Chennai. For a week, since I didn't have work, I would go from morning to evening, sit, walk around the place and watch what was happening in the government hospital. And I wrote a series of articles about how ward boys were suturing wounds, nurses were changing tube lights, because, and all kinds of things were happening. Gambling dens, even some kind of prostitution was going on, all kinds of things were happening. And this was published as a series. MGR was then the chief minister, and he said, my God, this is happening in our government hospital. He immediately appointed a committee. The Tamil Nadu Assembly took it up, and So I came to notice whatever I did. First, I began to get noticed because I was a woman reporter, but then because of kind of work. Challenging work, Sita. There was a godman, fake godman, near in Pudukkottai. He used to rape destitute women. He used to run an ashram, which was kind of, like if you go there, it was like a 7-star resort. And Europeans and Americans and others would come looking for nirvana in this place, and money would come in dollars. But what was really happening was rape. 2 of those destitute girls came to my office one day in the Express and said, this is happening. So I said, has it happened to you? A man had brought them. They looked uncomfortable. I threw him out of my cabin and said, talk to me. And then I wrote 2 articles about, and entire media picked it up. He was sent to he was given double life imprisonment. He died in prison. And so many stories. I went to Jaffna. I have gone several times to Pakistan. In fact, we were discussing at lunch that to, Indo-Pak conflict, gone to Kashmir several times, talked to people in the valley and found out what was happening, talked to the armed forces, and gone to the northeast where people have told me, you go back and tell Indians, And I said, my God, are you not Indians? So that kind of, work, I was very lucky to get that opportunity to do that kind of work. So that was very different work. But there was not a disconnect, Sita, between that work and Rotary, because I always loved to write about small people, small things, their hopes, their aspirations. Let me stop here. We can talk later.
Okay. Karan, why are we seeing a growth in anthologies, small pieces of writing? And why are they getting so popular?
I'm going to ask the audience this question. What do you think is the attention span that you have?
Good.
5 seconds. There you go. There's your answer, right? We have such short attention span, that it's almost impossible. Okay, one more quick question for the audience. When was the last time you managed to finish a book? Finish a book. How many of you finished a book? Okay, how many of you have got half-read books at home? There's your answer, right? And that's what it is, right? That today it's so difficult. We don't have the time to read a full book, no matter how interesting. And it's no reflection on the book, right? It's no reflection on the book. It's just the reality of time. And so anthologies, I think, are a fantastic option to, a full-fledged book. I'm not saying you shouldn't write books. Of course, those who have the time, to both write and read, go for it, right? But there is also a very large segment of society that will not have the time. And therefore, when you have an anthology, it just becomes so much more easier for them to read it at their own pace, when they feel like, from the middle of the book, from the back of the book, from the front of the book, it doesn't matter, right? And I think that's really the essential thing. Also, what happens is in an anthology, because they're all related to a particular theme, but with different stories, you see the same aspect reflected with different facets. And so you really see the whole landscape around it, right? So if I talk about social impact, because this particular book, of course, is about social impact, you understand it in its multifold dimensions. Whereas a typical book, kind of has more of a chronological, very, very, I'm not saying that, but it would be a little inaccurate to say that. But what I'm trying to say is the kind of facets you get to see of the same theme when you go through an anthology as compared to maybe a novel or any kind of fiction, non-fiction book is very different. So I think I've
true. The habit of reading is dying, very sadly. Rashida, Rotary magazine covers India and Nepal. And how do you choose the people to be projected and the projects to be published? And if I may ask so, is there any interference?
There is attempt for interference, of course. See, I have one monthly magazine, and we have how many? 4,000 clubs in India? More than that, 40 districts, 40 plus districts, so many projects being done, so the pressure is on us. That, but I have only one magazine. And so many clubs say that Times of India has carried it, or Indian Express has carried an article, and you can't. I say they are dailies and they are editions. Not all the editions of Times of India or Hindu you carry your article. The local ones do. I have only 30 pages. How do I choose projects? First of all, when projects are sent, they have to have a story. Story to tell with the face. See, Rotarians are doing great work in India. They're slowly changing the face of India, little by little by little. But how is that story to be told? She's a storyteller and she knows. You give numbers, 4 crores, 5 crores, 100 crores, 1,000 crores, nobody, you will not get the people to read. They are, after all, cold figures. You put a human face to that story, you put a voice to that story, you put a visual to that story. And that story is so. So some of the clubs are smart enough, to at least tell us how they are benefiting people. I don't go, I'm sorry, but I don't take projects which just portray and showcase Rotarians. No. You are not important. The people whose lives you're changing are important. So those are the, there are fantastic projects. Like one woman, I think in MP, she was one professor, retired professor, she was holding classes for slum children on the roads outside her house, and then later, And these people, these children, because they got decent education, she hired 2 teachers. And they went on to school, college, and even, professional courses. What a thing to do. There was another woman, Rotarian, who rescued people from brothels. Sakhis, she would call them Sakhis. And fantastic projects like that. If such stories come to me, these are stories screaming to be written, to be told, because these Rotarians are really making a big difference. So it just experience tells you, when you look at a mail which has come, landed in your inbox, it may be scrappily written, that doesn't matter, because you're not journalists, we are. So I tell people, don't worry about the writing part. People try to compose articles, put PDF, that is not required. You just give me a story, give me a number. We call them back, and then we interview them and do the stories. So fantastic stories. Check dams in Rajasthan, the way, it reversed migration, people going away. People started coming back because there was, work in their own land, like that. So stories are chosen like that, projects.
A pat on the back for RCTH, because Jan 2024, our blood bank, the Triumph Run, and the Autism Center were featured by Rashida. So 3 cheers for Rotary Club of Thane Hills. Karan, how can you encourage more and more people to tell their stories? Some are very shy, do not want to make it public. So how can you edge them to write?
So I think first and foremost, keeping in mind the theme of today, I would like to also acknowledge Amit Suri, who's the editor of this book. And editing is a very, very difficult task. Okay, it's a very cruel task. Because in the morning also we heard about it in films, right? They do. You just have to keep cut, right? So, you write a story that is so long and then somebody says, no, it has to be, made concise and crisp. So I think one is understanding that stories, as you say, have to be conveyed in a particular manner, right? So editing is such a role that really is very, very important. Unfortunately, it's a back of the scene thing. So you don't have enough of editors. You don't have enough of good editors. And I have heard this time and again, whether it is scientific journals or whether it is non-fiction story writing, right? To get it to be reviewed, to get a peer review done, etc., is very difficult. So I do want to call that out. Please encourage and recognize editors and encourage people to be editors, because storytellers need editors. first. Second is storytellers themselves don't really understand, or people who have stories inside them don't know how to convey, just as what you just said, Rashida. And so how do you really go through that process of, taking out what matters? I think very recently, unfortunately, we lost Piyush Pandey, and he is known for that one line that he says, keep it simple, say what matters, right? And I think that's what storytelling is all about. How do you keep it simple so it touches the heart? Not the head first. It has to touch the heart first. When it touches the heart, it will reach the head somehow. And somehow the other, it will reach the head, right? And second is say what matters. And that's editing, right? So I think that's what we need to do. But a story lies in each of you. So everybody here is a storyteller. I can assure you of that.
That I can assure. Rashida, you've been to Afghanistan and Iraq. What were the challenges you faced in writing about women there? Because it's so difficult to even speak to them.
Well, Afghanistan, if I think of Afghanistan and the women of Afghanistan, I want to cry. I visited Afghanistan in 2005 when I was in the Hindu business line. I was trying to get women's stories. Now, the Taliban had kind of been ousted out, had gone, but still I found women wearing those blue chadars and going around. So there's a famous street called the Chicken Street, where, it's kind of bubbling with activity. I tried to talk to women. The moment I would approach a woman, she would run away. They were so scared because they thought the Taliban was still spying on them. So I was tearing my hair out because wherever I go, I want to tell women stories. And in a country like Islamic country like Afghanistan, if you don't tell women stories, the trip is not worth it. Then somebody told me that there is a place called Baghe-Zanana. You know what it means, a garden for women, where women come on Fridays. It was established by the Shah. Of course, Taliban shut it down and everything. And there was a young woman called Nihar who was trying to revive it. And women had started coming there. So I said, why don't you go there on a Friday? So I went there armed with my camera, my notepad and all that on a Friday. And it was a different story. Here the women had all thrown away their burqas. They had brought picnic baskets, and they were picnicking. How to talk to them? I found a 12-year-old girl who could speak English. And she became my kind of assistant. And I went around groups of women and talked to them. Heartbreaking stories. When they found out I was an Indian, they all crowded around me and said, India was helping Afghanistan in those years in a very big way. And it was, India is always admired. Even in Pakistan, you will not believe it. The people of Pakistan, they really admire India. They say, देखो आप लोग कहाँ निकल गए, हम कहाँ रह गए, that kind of thing. So Afghanistan, people used to say, oh, India. Same in Iraq. I'll come to Iraq later. So when they found out that I was from India, Indian doctors were there then, medical missions were there trying. They said, can you please give us some, get some birth control pills for us? Our husbands won't listen to us, Our bodies are tired, giving birth to babies year after year after year. So sad to hear that. On the other hand, there was another small group of women saying that India is, medical, my God, you're such a developed country. We are barren, that is the word they used. We don't have children. Can you help us, put us in touch with some doctors who can give us something, some fertility treatment. Others wanted Shah Rukh Khan's number, young girls, And I said, if I had his number, I would also like to talk to him. But the admiration and this thing for India was amazing. I went to a carpet shop, and that carpet seller, I said, okay, India is helping you, you admire India, I get it. What more would you like India to do for you? And he said, we don't want your money, but you have such a great education system. Take 500 of our girls and boys and educate them in your institutions.
So
they will change the face of Afghanistan. These are the kind of stories. And, the girls had just started going back to school. And now after the Americans left, I've been following. It's just gone back. The schools are closed. The girls are back home. And it's a very, very sad story. Coming to Iraq, I wanted to go to Iraq. So I told my boss in a business line that I want to go to Iraq. He said, sure, go ahead. And mind you, he will not agree this to anybody because we are a business paper. But he knew if I go there, I'll get, stories worth telling. So how do I get the visa to go there? And Iraq embassy in Delhi said, we don't know who is ruling us because this was first time I went to Iraq in 2003. And this was just after, Saddam had not yet been caught. Said, we don't know, we are not, I called the Americans, of course, you can't call and talk to the British. And they said, no, we have nothing to do with it. So then I joined, I'm a Shia Muslim. And the Boris were going there. So I joined a pilgrimage group going there. Because that was the only way. They said they will stamp your visa on arrival. So I went to Dubai, took a ferry from Dubai to Basra port. It was supposed to take 48 hours. It took double the time because mid-sea the ship was stopped and the American Marines boarded. And they were searching for, we were all called on the deck, they were searching for Saddam, sniffer dogs were brought and all. But what I got during those 3 days were people from all over the world were there on that ferry, Dubai, to Iraq, to Basra. They said, we finally, there is Saddam is in hiding, and we want to see whether we can return. They had all run away. We want to return to this land. And the sad story was when I went back, they were all back, saying, no, Iraq had degenerated into chaos. Women I met there who had been professors of finance, management, they were all in black burqas, sitting that they have been asked not to work because the Shias had taken over. Saddam, for all his, he might have been a dictator, but Iraq had a women's football team. Iraq had a trading exchange, a trading floor for women who used to, play the stock markets. It was a very developed country under him. But it went back to chaos, and we know what is happening. It has just degenerated into a kind of a civil war. All kinds of Shias, Sunnis, and all kinds of elements, terrorism, all kinds of things are happening. So I must have written at least about 12 or 15 stories from there, telling the sad story of Iraq. I mean, these nations were kind of, it looked as though God had forgotten these people, kind of forsaken these people, Afghanistan, Iraq. Very sad stories.
This is all andar ki baat that we are hearing. So maybe we'll change our opinions too. Karan, you were awarded by the UN for advancing gender equality. Tell us a little about that.
Well, again, maybe a reflection of the kind of people in this book. But yeah, I mean, the award was for leadership commitment. So the idea being that in any organization, what kind of policies do you put in place so that you can hire people with diversity, right? And, I am just so glad to be able to say that, God has given me the opportunity to, I wouldn't say help because I think that's the wrong way. It's more like as though I'm helping, but definitely to engage with women from absolutely every vulnerable group you can think about, whether it is, acid survivors, TB survivors, women with disabilities, mental, physical, early learners, late learners, widows, orphans, divorcees, any other minority. I think the only vulnerable group that we did not have in our office was the LGBTQ. And I think we had, but it was not a publicly announced thing, and so nobody ever, spoke about it. But I think even that got covered, if not officially, unofficially. So I think that's the reason why we got that award. And I just want to say this one thing. We all have the power to change people's lives. All. There is no one here who cannot do that. A person with disability can very well sit at the side of somebody who's sick with TB and read a book to them. Yeah? The oldest person in the room can just give their time and wisdom to someone else. So there is no one who cannot change someone else's life. And I think that's just the opportunity that God gives all of us.
On the lighter side, the youth must accept the wisdom of the elderly. On the lighter side.
Well, just a quick joke, okay? I mean, there are times where kids can turn around and tell their parents and say, okay, tell me, what do you want to know? So, it works both ways, but yeah, sure.
Rashida, you've traveled around the globe. You've met many luminaries. Anybody who has impressed you and whom we found so interesting that you could tell us about someone hatke.
Well, that's a difficult question to answer. I've met all kinds of people all over the world. But I'll talk about my present role in the Rotary as a magazine editor. I told you these some remarkable women Rotarians who were changing lives. But one person, one guy, I can say so without making it, derogatory, is Ravi Shankar Dakuju. He's famous for giving 100 crores to the Rotary Foundation. And, I'm not saying it because of his money, but I don't know, I have interacted closely. When I found out first that he had donated 100 crores to the foundation, naturally, I wanted to interview him. And they said, no, it's very difficult to interview him and he's very busy, blah, 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 blah. But, finally I got him on the phone and I did a phone interview. And remarkable story. What a story he had to tell. He comes from a family of 7. His father died. He was in that, this Buddhan movement, and he was with Vinoba Bhave and things like that. And his father died, and his mother was left to look after 7 children. And she really worked very hard, literally, as a maid in homes and, cleaning vessels and sweeping homes to kind of bring up these children. And he said, as a young child, he would sometimes be so hungry, he would just take a bus and go somewhere and, to a friend's house, just knock on the door, and some lady would open the door and he would say, Ma, I'm very hungry, feed me. And he said, nobody ever said no to me. I would always be giving some rice, some roti, whatever it is. So he says, it is society which has taken care of me. So I am giving back to society. That is one part of the story. The other part is what he's trying to do with all the money he has got, because he has become so rich, he told me, because of land parcels. He's a builder and got lucky with land parcels. So he is a very, very passionate environmentalist. And what I like about him is it's not only just planting trees. I went to the KGF, the Kola gold mines, from where the British extracted the gold and left behind cyanide dumps. Nothing could grow there. That cyanide dust used to fly over the township and people had cancer and asthma, all kinds of health issues. He has planted trees in that place. And right now he has got in Goa, in Karnataka, I think parts of Mumbai, he's got all kinds of partnerships. And he's not thinking of just, 1 acre or 2 acres. It's 100 acres. So 2 months ago, I did a cover story on what, the project. And past President K.R. Ravindran wrote back a lovely letter and a long letter to say that I was amazed to read of the work this man has done. He was complimenting both me and him in the process, saying, I don't know how you put the story together, because it's all over the place. It's very difficult to tell a story like this, but you somehow, put it together. And what this man is doing is not planting trees or creating pockets. He's leaving behind a legacy. And that is, he was talking about, Mr. Bhatt was telling us, Harish Bhatt was telling us about how Ratan Tata never used to say that, when somebody asked what's going to be a legacy. So, to leave behind a legacy for the future generations or something, that man has really impressed me. He's really hatke. He just, he'll talk all kinds of things. It's very difficult to pin him down. When I told Ravi, the past President Ravindran, I told Ravi it was a very difficult story to write because this man won't stick to the topic. You ask him a question, he will go all over the place and say, Ravi, please answer my question, You're going all over the place. But he is really something.
Thank you so much, Karan and Rashida. Summing up the session, for Karan, I would say, what better describes her than Walt Disney's words? The way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. And for Rashida, I would say, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Martin Luther King. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
I wanted to just read one paragraph.
Yeah, sure.
In, tribute to Pallavi.
Sure.
Just a very short.
Sure.
So I read from the book about Pallavi. How does one measure compassion? How does one evaluate love for humanity? In the darkest hours of the COVID crisis that ravaged India, countless volunteers emerged as heroes. Yet, amongst such elite company, Sai Pallavi stood out as a shining beacon of compassion, courage, and sheer dedication. This was Pallavi, known to thousands of migrant workers simply as Didi, sister. Pallavi, we miss you.
Friends, let us express our appreciation with a bigger round of applause for our speakers, Karen Shaiva, Ms. Rashida Bhagat, and a wonderful discussion session with Dr. Sita Raju. May I call upon President Samir Limaye, Dr. Sujata Jadhav, Convener Atul Bide, to present a small token of our gratitude. The Thane Literature Festival moves into yet another fascinating conversation, the art, science, and business of translation. Translation is not just about language, but about culture, connection, and creativity. It bridges worlds, carries stories across borders, and gives literature a wider life. We are delighted to have with us Mr. Vikrant Pandey and Ms. Shubh Pandey, who have contributed richly to the field of translation. Guiding this engaging discussion is the acclaimed poet, translator, and writer, Ms. Sampurna Chatterjee. To set the stage, may I request everyone to join me in welcoming our panelist and moderator with a warm round of applause, please. I call upon Ranish Jaiswal to introduce Mr. Vikrant and Ms. Subha Pandey and Ms. Sampurna Chatterjee.
Thank you. So let me introduce Vikrant. Vikrant Pandey is an award-winning author and translator. He has published 14 English translations of Marathi bestsellers. His translation, The Tatas, the family that built a business and a nation, got the Gaza Capital Best Business Book Award in 2019. His recent translation, 1 3/4, is longlisted for Crossword Book Award. His translation, Shivaji the Great Maratha, has been a bestseller for the past 8 years. His own book, In the Footsteps of Rama, Travels with Ramayana, is being made into an OTT travel series. His latest book, Akashvani, A Century of Stories, from All India Radio, has been received very well. A graduate of IIM Bangalore, Vikrant turned to translating and writing in 2014 after a successful 25 years of corporate career. Vikrant expects to publish 3 translations and 2 of his own books in a few months' time now. Welcome to you, Vikrant. Let me introduce Shubha. Shubha is an award-winning multilingual translator. Her Hindi translation, Ram Ke Path Par, based on Nilesh Kulkarni and Vikrant Pandey's In the Footsteps of Ram, won the Best Hindi Non-Fiction Book Award at the FICCI Publicon Award 2024. She was one of the 50 translators across India felicitated by the Governor of Tamil Nadu on Bharatiya Bhasha Divas 2024 for her contribution to Indian literature. Her translated works include Kajal Oza Vaidya's classic Krishnanayan and Madhyabindu from Gujarati to English, Vishwas Nangre Patil's Kar Har Maidan Fateh and Girish Kuber's Yuddha Jeevanache from Marathi to English, 13 translations of Tamil writer Shiv Shankari. Her 4 Hindi to English translations include Kavita Kane's Sita's Sister and Fisher Queen's Dynasty and Om Swami's Ancient Science of Mantras. The latest translation from Hindi to English, Vijay Trivedi's The RSS 100 Years of Indian Right, was released in October this year. A postgraduate in pharmacy, Shubha worked as a lecturer for a decade, later as a freelance corporate trainer, and currently serves as spoken English examiner for Cambridge. Welcome, Shubha. Let me introduce our moderator for this evening, Sampurna Chatterjee. Sampurna is writer, translator, editor, and teacher with 21 books to her credit. These include the novels Rupture and Land of the Well, the short story collection about Mumbai. It was mentioned as Bombay, but I preferred Mumbai. Dirty Love, and the sequence of poems Space Gulliver, Chronicles of an Alien, all from HarperCollins. Her translation of Joy Goswami's prose poem, After Death Comes Water, is hailed as inventive and vivid as the English of Joyce. While her translation of Sukumar Ray's poetry and prose, Vardi Gurdi Bhumi, is a puffin classic. She co-edited Future Library, an anthology of contemporary Indian writing released in the US in 2022. Her collaborations include Over and Underground in Mumbai and Paris with the poet Kartika Nair and French illustrator Oil Olivet, and Elsewhere, Where Else with Welsh poet Ureg Salisbury. Her 11th poetry title is Unmappable Moves. Welcome, Sampurna, and the stage is to you.
Thank you so much, and welcome to what I hope the session title, The Art, the Science, the Business of Translation. Time is short, curiosity is endless. So I'm going to jump right in and direct questions both individually and thereafter questions that I'd be very happy for you to jump in and say, I'm going to answer that. What is a revelation for me today listening to your intros is your entering this arena of translation, often very perilous and supposedly filled with all kinds of minefields. You seem to have entered it very gracefully and from other fields that are not literature in that very specific way. So my first question would be, what made you get into this zone? Because, I spend a lot of time talking to youngsters who are studying translation or are scholars of translations, and there are all kind of mythologies spun around the act, and it is so relaxing to be in the company of translators themselves who are doing the thing. So I want to ask you, both of you, what made you take this up? So whoever wants to go first.
Marathi is my mother tongue, and since childhood I'd been reading so many Marathi classics, and Marathi as a literature has some great books written. And to my surprise, I found that most of them are not in English. So a lot of people of current generation do not, unfortunately, read in Marathi. And I'm lucky to have somebody like Vishwas Patil sir, whose couple of books I translated. And his book, Sambhaji especially, has generated a tremendous amount of interest because people know about Shivaji Maharaj, but not really so much about Sambhaji. And that English translation today is doing extremely well in Amazon because people want to know more, and people are not able to read in their original language, or even if they read very slowly. So the English translation, I found, helps to reach out to a much larger audience. I am very surprised sometimes when I get a call from somebody from Canada or US saying, I read your Shivaji the Great Maratha Ranjit Desai's Shriman Yogi, and I wanted to read that to my children, but now I'm able to do that because it is in English. So I feel that I'm getting a regional story to a global audience, and that's what really makes me excited.
Oh, that's lovely, and I think it's true across languages because, when I translated Shukumar Rai, Vadi Gadi Boom, Shabdo Kalpodrum, it's uncanny the number of young parents who come up and say, and across the globe, where they come up and say, but thank you because we loved it, but our children don't have access. So that to me is one of the things that is often forgotten. We talk a lot about the craft of translation, but there is really a whole opening of a door which allows the future generations to enter, okay? And it's very often people also have a hostile attitude towards English and saying that English is going to swallow up all the other languages. But it's so lovely to hear that it has a very embracing and encompassing role to play. What about you, Shobha?
Yeah, I would say my entry into translation was a little serendipitous, and also his presence rubbed off on me, I would say. Because I started in 2013 with translating a Marathi adaptation of an English novel into a play, which was adapted into a play called Vahe Guru, which was acted by Dilip Prabhavalkar. And that I had translated into Hindi on the request of a friend, and that was staged in Delhi about 10 years ago. And that gave me the confidence that, hey, this is something I can do. And being a railway person's daughter, I have lived in 6-7 states in India and worked in a few as well. So on the way, I was fortunate enough to pick up a lot of languages. So I'm basically a Tamilian by birth, but being brought up in Bihar, I think in Hindi. I count in Hindi. So I am the most Farji Tamilian you will find on the planet. Then I studied in Gujarat. I did my graduation and post-graduation in Gujarat, so picked up Gujarati. Worked in Bangalore, so I picked up Kannada. And so Marathi with my association with him. So, but the thing is, since I was being in school, when we were in school, we had nothing much other than comics and books for a pastime. So I would read a lot in Hindi, which very few people did. So most people read only English, but I read a lot in Hindi and Tamil, which is my mother tongue. And that's how my interest in language was always there. So once I knew I could do it, I just started exploring and said, मैं इस भाषा में भी करके देखती हूँ, उसमें भी करके देखती हूँ. And today I am working in 5 languages when I never intended to in the first place.
No, that's extraordinary because, you know, monolinguality, none of us suffer from it, thankfully. But this kind, when I was looking at, you know, the languages, now it all makes sense because there's Gujarati, there's Marathi, there's Hindi, there's Tamil, and there's English. So there is a sense of, and I just learned when we were catching up before the event that she also speaks Bangla. And both of them apparently are watching Bangla movies without subtitles. So now I just want to hide under a rock. Okay, so the thing is that this is extraordinary because very often, you know, when we are working, when we are moving one language into another, so let's say we are going from Bangla into Malayalam. The bridge language is invariably English. So what I'm loving about this multilinguality that you've just expressed, Shubha, is that the bridge is, we can just break that bridge because we have jumped directly from, let's say, Gujarati to Hindi, as you have also done. Do you do that as well, Vikrant? Do you are you moving between, are you code switching or is it always into English?
No, I'm doing into English, but I appreciate what you're saying. A lot of people, most of us here know typically 3 languages, our mother tongue, English and Hindi. But the problem is, like you said, if I had to translate from Bangla to Malayalam or Tamil to Kashmiri, it's very difficult to find someone, and they use English as a bridge language, which is not good because in that process, you're losing out a lot of essence. It's great to translate from an Indian language to another Indian language because there's a lot of essence of culture which continues to remain. But the moment you do that to English and then from English into that language, I think you're losing out a lot of nuances which people miss out, and that's the sad part. But I think in India it should be much better. So somebody like Subha does that.
It's what's shocking is that it doesn't happen more often.
Yeah.
But I think also because we tend to kind of seal ourselves in these hermetic language capsules and say, okay, this is my turf, I'm just going to live here. But, you know, I was also thinking about how translation, it's multiple and singular in a sense that in one sense, we are collaborating with the source. Okay, now sometimes what happens is like when I was translating Shukumar, I remember thinking that, oh, he's dead. So I can do what I like. Okay, and but when you're translating a living author, for instance, like Joy Goswami in my case, I would love to know from both of you, what is it like to translate a text that travels to us from the past, where you are in a sense free to interpret, and one where you possibly have a chance to ask the author, am I getting it right? Or the author will say, please go away and don't disturb me, do your own thing. So I'd love to know a little bit more from both of you.
Yeah.
Since I worked with authors across generations, like Shiva Shankari, the Tamil legendary author that I translate, she's 83 now. And she's written about 146 books, but she's not written a book after 2000 or maybe the early 2000, but she continues to write short stories, one of them which featured in the Scroll magazine during the corona pandemic. Now, when I translate her, she gives me a free hand. And she says, you do it, but we go through and edit every week. I send her chapter-wise. So she is that way connected, and she would go through it herself and not go through an editor. Now, like if I talk about Vishwas Nangre Patil, who's an IPS and he's still serving, when I translated his autobiographical book, Karhar Maidan Fateh, now he's still in service, and it has a lot of technical details about the police service. There are, details about the different levels, the hierarchies and positions. Now, he was very, very particular that all those things have to be right, and he went through the book at least 3 times to see whether, those details are right, because he could get into a lot of legal hassles. So there are a lot of such things that happen. Kajal Oza, again, Krishna, and she gave me a free hand. So it depends on the author. Same way, Girish Kuber, he also gave me a free hand. So some people say, it's your baby, do it the way you want. But some people say, no, we want to be involved at every step of the way. So it depends on the individual and our relationship with them as well.
Yeah, thanks.
I think it helps if the topic really is difficult. So I'm lucky that, one of the authors, Vishwas Patil Sahib, is here. I've translated 4 of his books. And one of them was published by Sahitya Academy called Annabhau Dard Bhari Dastan. It's a biography of the Dalit writer Annabhau Sathe. And his book Sambhaji, as I mentioned earlier, it helped a lot that I am able to talk to the author, especially for areas where there are a lot of emotions involved. I may not understand what is it that the author is really trying to tell, because when I'm translating it into a different language, I might miss out on some of the nuances. Most people in the audience may not realize that a lot of books which you read are actually translations only. Whether you're reading a Ramayana or a Mahabharata or a Paulo Coelho or a Gabriel Garcia Marquez or a Tintin or an Asterix, they're all translations. Many times we don't realize that they are what we're reading are actually English translations. But it definitely helps to have the author, if he's around. For example, when I translated Bapu Kale or Ranjit Desai, unfortunately the authors were dead, so I could not meet them. But it surely would help a lot.
No, I really like what you said about this thing about there are moments where, which really brings me to the second part of this, that because sometimes we have to make up our own methods. I did find myself once when I was trying to process what this act of translation means, and everybody has a favorite metaphor. So they say, it's like a carpet, but it's only the other side of the carpet, so you see the stitching. Some people say it should be seamless, you shouldn't see the stitching. You have music metaphors. But the fact is that each of us, and we know that, and I would love to know, because processes, do you think at one point, having also being so prolific and being so immersed in this activity, have you by any chance fine-tuned some of your own practices into a sort of reliable science, or do we have to keep improvising and experimenting afresh each time? Because there is an art to it, but there is also a science to it. I'd love to hear from both of you on this.
What a translator does consciously, what an author does instinctively. So to that extent, there is a science to it. But I think the genres which I wrote, which I translated, were so different from historical fiction to a very poignant story of a tribal, which Mr. Vishwas Patil wrote, or a very beautiful love story like Milind Bokil Shala, which was a very simple or a satire. This book it's longlisted for the Crossword Book Award. It's a political satire. So the language was so different across that it's each time you have to decide what tone to use, because you have to really get into the author's mind to say, this is what he or she is trying to convey. So I think, and as I don't know if Gulzar said that, but people quote Gulzar for so many things. He said that if the translation is very loyal, then it's like a mistress. It's no more beautiful.
That's
and
a
if
slightly
she's beautiful,
over.
then she's not loyal.
It's a very old-fashioned. It's a chestnut, but I think what you're saying about fidelity as a mistaken act of faithfulness, because sometimes you have to betray the original, and this is a debate that we keep having, because what you said very interestingly is very often we don't know that and that's the invisibility of the translator is something that has changed, and I'll come back to that, but I'd like to hear about your science.
Like Gunter Grass said, translation is that which transforms something so much that nothing changes. So, yeah. So you remain loyal. You have to remain loyal because it's somebody else's baby. It's somebody else's creation. So I have a very limited scope within which I work. There are a lot of differences language, more so because I translate from English into Indian, into Hindi. So what happens is, English, that way, if you look at Indian culture, it has a very limited vocabulary. So consciousness is used for chetana also, or kai cheezon ke liye ek hi word hota hai. So you have to try to get into the author's mind and say, what is he trying to say here? So while we have a lot of adjectives and a lot of descriptive words in Hindi, we don't have that many in English, which can exactly give you the meaning. So we work around that, and it is a very fluid way of working. Like, if I divide my day into 3 parts, I work in the morning I do my Tamil to English in the morning, maybe a Marathi to English in the afternoon, and I'm doing something else in the evening. So I am switching from language to language, and each of those is different, and there is no set rule or pattern or formula that works. So I think it's a very it's constantly evolves, your style. What I did 10 years ago, today maybe my style has changed from what I did in my first book.
You know, this is also very interesting because at one sense, there is a theory that you should invisibilize yourself completely because here is the work and we will just vanish ourselves, okay? And the fact is, I love how you said that there will be a style and it will evolve because certain things that we might have done as younger translators, I'm also aware of that, some slight show-offy things just to show that I can do this in English. And the limitations of English. As a writer in English, I feel that the woeful inadequacies of the English language are exposed when you are trying to translate onomatopoeia, for instance, in our Indian languages, in our other Indian languages. Is translation teachable?
I think all of us are, translating, even subconsciously. When somebody is talking to you, you're translating in your own mind your response to what you should tell the other person or respond to the other person. So in that sense, everybody is a translator. Can you really make it a science completely? I think it is not, because, and which is why I feel, while you didn't ask that question, but chat GPT or AI, a lot of people say that will it take away the role of a translation? And I feel it's very difficult because the human emotion involved, and when you did Sukumar Rai's, Abol Tabol, for example, it is so difficult to translate poetry, for example. People here a lot of you would have read Pula Deshpande, and I tried translating Pula's works into, at least in Hindi, and it just does not work. P.G. Woodhouse in Hindi would look horrible. So certain things are almost untranslatable. Poetry is, those people who translate poetry, I have a lot of respect for them because it's really difficult.
What about you?
Yeah, if it were a science, then computers could do it.
Yes. Yeah, it's not working.
So if translation was a mere science, then I think technology could do it. Yeah, we do see Google Translator and ChatGPT, but it cannot, like in the morning, Mr. Godrej said that translation, it transfers not only words, but also our culture. So the cultural elements, the emotional elements cannot come from just being a science. So that is the art part of it. That is where I connect as a human being to the author, where I have perceived that work in a way, in my way, and then I'm putting it across within the boundaries that have been set by the original. So I don't think it can be a science, it's an art, it's a science. And I think it's something that one can explore, it cannot be taught.
This is very interesting, because there are, perhaps what one can teach and is a way of reading very closely, because I think translation is one of the closest acts of reading, because we are looking so closely not only at the surface, at the word, but behind and digging, and a lot of reading around. Because I really also admire the way in which you all are shifting from different forms and genres, whether it's historical or whether it's fiction or whether it's biographical or it's contemporary or it's coming to us from a more distant time. Would you agree that translation is no longer that it always used to be, oh, this is a labor of love. I too am guilty of that. But would you think that increasingly we are getting our due, our moment in the sun, even if it is the simple fact of having our names on the book cover? Translated by. This was, I remember, in the Penguin 2004, 21 years ago, the translator's name came at the back.
Yeah.
So it was in front, and you had even the person who gave you the introduction was in front, but the translator was at the back. So do you think we've made maybe not a great leap, but some significant baby steps?
Yes. These books bear out that change. Yeah. But yes, there are still some authors who insist that the translator's name should be invisible. Yeah. So, but to an extent, I agree. But yeah, there's still some way to go.
I think it is both. Now with Man Booker Prize, Ret Samadhi and Miss Banu's Banu Mushtaq, the Kannada translation.
Yes, in fact, she was very much top of mind when asking this question, because that visibilizing of it's equally shared between the translator and the author. I actually loved that. It doesn't happen often enough, especially for living authors. Yeah.
There is a flip side to it as well. Say, for example, if the original author is so well known that his name sells, then for example, if you look at Gabriel Garcia Marquez, though he writes in Spanish or Spanish, I think. The English translation, I think the English translator's name probably comes somewhere inside. It doesn't come. We read it as Gabriel Garcia.
Yes.
So I also feel that if the original author is so well known, then maybe it's a business decision not to have the translator's name on the front page, because I think it sells better. When somebody picks it up as an original, then he might see it inside that, it is a translation, but it is then seen as, on the prima facie, it is seen as a book written by the author himself. So I think that...
No, this is absolutely right, and I think you've hit the nail on the head. It is about marketing, and it brings us so beautifully and seamlessly to the third keyword in our session, which is the business side. And a lot of youngsters are always very interested in what is how does one get published, etc. I wonder, as translators, have you been asked this question? How do we become translators? How do we go about it? Do we commission? Are we approached? Do we pick and do we pitch? If there may be there may be translators, fledgling first-timers who might want to know a little bit more about this.
Yeah, I think this is a question I'm asked all the time. I've been quite lucky that my very first book with HarperCollins, it was a biography of Raja Ravivarma by Ranjit Desai, got published, and I kind of got a carte blanche from HarperCollins saying, but so the question, and I'm sure there are many people here who think, I know 2 or 3 languages, and hence, why can't I translate? Unfortunately, even today, the translation market is, in translations, people talk about 3,000-4,000 copies as having done very well. 20,000, 30,000 copies is phenomenal, which I think is sad, because the translation had the same value as the original book in any other language. I think for some of you who are interested in translation, I think what is first important is, do I really like the story which I want to translate? Not just because it is a very popular book, or it has to really appeal to me to be able to translate, because otherwise if I do it as a task, it's going to come out very badly, so first and foremost. Then I need to get the author's permission. But the most difficult part is to really get the publisher, the editor to accept your work. I would suggest that a literary agent helps a lot rather than going directly. I'm not a big fan of self-publishing. I still feel that going through or Penguin or HarperCollins or Pan Macmillan or Hatchet or West End makes a lot of sense. But a literary agent would connect you to editors, which otherwise at an individual level might become very difficult.
This you're talking about into English. Since I'm doing into Hindi, I find I have been told, if I tell them that Shiva Shankari's novels work so well in Tamil Nadu, can I not do it in Hindi? So the publishers will say, नहीं ये जो है ना वो बहुत तमिलनाडु से restricted है, ये पता नहीं चलेगा कि नहीं. And the Hindi, though India has some 5 or 6 states where Hindi is spoken, Bihar, UP, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, up to Punjab, Kashmir, people do read Hindi, but the market is very small. And it has even shrunk further, they say, after A.H. Wheeler has gone. Like, you know, when we used to travel by train, we used to have the A.H. Wheeler shops in every station, and we would pick up our books and read, and that was the major market for Hindi books. And ever since that has folded up, they say the market has shrunk. And also, cost is a major issue. For regional, I'm not even talking only Hindi, whether it's Gujarati or Marathi, cost is a major hindrance to sales also, because the publisher will say, if the original is 500 pages, आप इसको काट के 300 कर दीजिए, because I cannot have a price beyond 299. नहीं तो बिकेगी नहीं किताब. So those are also aspects that come in the way. And then publishers, even literary agents will come and say, they have, even if you have very, one of those, even the reputed publishers, they say, we restrict our translation books to 3 or 4 a year. So the book that you have chosen should scream that it needs to be translated. And they do not take fiction. They look for non-fiction if it is from English or other languages into the regional language. So that has a better acceptance than fiction. So these are the kind of experiences that I have faced.
Yeah. This is very interesting and also slightly dismaying, because finally it all boils down to what's going to sell. But having said that, and because you did mention you go, I know that I want to ask both of you about your current projects that you're excited about, because you said the one that you translated from Gujarati directly into Hindi, and we were talking about that, and I imagine everybody here understands Hindi. This is perhaps a good time to do a little test run of your work in progress.
Yeah. This is a book that I have completed. I don't, since it is due to be published next year, I wouldn't like to divulge the name as yet. This is part of a trilogy which was very popular in Gujarati. And I have done the first part. Maybe it would be published by mid of next year. Now this is a book which is like something like an Ashwin Sanghi or, Dan Brown. It goes from 3000 BC to present day, to Ghazni's time in 1026 type. So it straddles 3 eras, so to say. So when I was doing it, I had to kind of change the way I use the language. So I would just like to give you a small example of how I did it. It won't be very long. So, yeah. So one part is 3102 BC. Now, उस समय तो पता नहीं हिंदी भी थी कि नहीं, संस्कृत बोलते होंगे. So the way I wrote it is, हिरण्य नदी के तट पर निकट आते पदचाप की ध्वनि सुनकर बलराम पीछे मुड़े. स्वागत है महामहोपाध्याय. आगंतुक ने विनम्रता पूर्वक नमन किया. ओ ऋषिवर, संपूर्ण आर्यावर्त आपकी शक्ति से परिचित है. Now you would see that there are no Hindustani words here. So I'm not saying that if somebody says कि उनके पदचाप की आवाज़, it's not inappropriate or anything, it's just that this is more, it sounds better and in tune with that era. Okay. Now comes 1028 CE अफगानिस्तान. सुल्तान महमूद गजनवी, वह लुटेरा जिसने भारत की संपत्ति को खाली कर दिया था, अपनी आखिरी सांसें गिन रहा था. उसकी सेहत बिगड़ती जा रही थी. एक समय का ताकतवर बादशाह जो पूरे हिंदुस्तान पर कब्जा करने के ख्वाब देखता था, आज कमज़ोर और बेजान होकर अपनी मौत का इंतज़ार कर रहा था. So now you see a lot of Urdu words coming here because it's set in Afghanistan. So this is the kind of tone I used. Now comes 2000 and the setting is Dubai. Do it now. आदेश स्पष्ट थे। अगले ही पल दुबई के म्यूजियम में मौजूद लोगों को थरथराहट सी महसूस हुई। धमाके की जोरदार आवाज़ और हवा में फैलते धुएं से आसपास खलबली मच गई। So this is more, you know, बोल चाल की भाषा.
It's a wonderfully vivid demonstration of the way in which we are traveling through time, because language also travels through time.
That is the beauty of translation. So you can decide whether it's an art or a science or both.
Thank you. And speaking of time, I believe we are running out of time. I'm going to ask Vikrant to end our session with a short extract from 1 3/4.
This is a recent translation of mine. It's a book by Shrikant Bojewar. It has been shortlisted for the crossword. So I'll just read maybe a few lines.
Yes, please, because it really sounded wonderful.
I'll first read the Marathi.
Yes, because
to
we
show
need
that
both
how
the
the
languages.
author set the tone of the protagonist, the hero of the book. शाळा सुटून सगळी पोरं हो हल्ला करीत शाळेबाहेर पडली तरी लंगड्या पितांबर वर्गातच बसलेला होता. घटक चाचणीची मार्कलिस्ट गुरुजींनी आज दिली होती आणि मार्कलिस्टात बरेच भोपळे होते. एक बरं होतं की भोपळे असल्यामुळे त्या भोपळ्यांचा आधी 2चा 3चा आकडा सहज टाकता आला असता. आजचा दिवस टळला असता. पण उद्या गेंगाणे मास्तर आणि लंगड्या पितांबराचा बाप दारूच्या गुट्यावर भेटले की हमखास घटक चाचणीचा विषय निघणार आणि मग लंगड्याच्या मार्कावरून दोघांमध्ये चांगलीच जुंपणार. लंगड्या पितांबरच्या डोळ्यापुढं अख्खा सीनचा सीनच उभा राहिला जसा सिनेमाचाच. This is the Marathi version. Now when I wrote it in English, obviously I had to use a very different sort of a language. While the school children rushed out of the school building making a racket, Langda Pitambar continued sitting in the classroom. The teacher had handed over the mark sheets for the midterm examination. There were quite a few zeros there. In a way, this was convenient as Langda could easily add the digit 203 before the zero. That way he could buy a day before the truth was revealed. For he was sure that his father and Gengane master would meet at the local liquor shack, and the topic of Langda's mark sheet would certainly come up. No doubt it would lead to a fracas between the two. Langda could visualize the scene vividly.
It's lovely. Thank you, and so can we. And with that equal music, I do believe this is an equal music that translators create. Thank you so much for sharing your work.
Thank you, Mr. Vikrant Pandey and Shubha Pandey, for sharing such valuable insights into the world of translation, its art, its challenges, and its immense potential. Our gratitude also to Ms. Sampurna Chatterjee for moderating the session with such depth and sensitivity. May I call upon President Samir Limaye, Dr. Sujata Jadhav, and convener Atul Bhide to present a small token of our gratitude. amongst you has left behind your best friend on the seat, a Vivo mobile phone. I request you to please collect it from the registration desk. Now we come to a truly special part of the festival, a session in our very own language, Mati Maibo in Marathi, by one of the most acclaimed writers of our time, Sri Vishwas Patil. His works have not only entertained but also enlightened generations of readers with their depth, history, and human spirit. To introduce this eminent personality, may I now invite on stage past President Sujeta Riki.
Samir, President Samir, may I request you to escort Vishwas Patil, sir? मंडळी, आज आपल्या ठाणे साहित्य महोत्सवात मराठी साहित्यातील अत्यंत मान्यवर, लोकप्रिय आणि बहुआयामी लेखक श्री विश्वास पाटील सामील झालेले आहेत. ते सध्या 99व्या अखिल भारतीय मराठी साहित्य संमेलनाचे अध्यक्ष म्हणून कार्यरत आहेत. एक माजी IAS अधिकारी तसेच राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार विजेते, साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार प्राप्त आणि इंदिरा गोस्वामी राष्ट्रीय पुरस्काराचे विजेते म्हणून त्यांची ओळख सर्वश्रुत आहे. या पुरस्काराचे पहिले विजेते होते डॉक्टर भैरप्पा, दुसऱ्या होत्या महाश्वेता देवी आणि तिसरे म्हणजे विश्वास पाटील. विश्वास पाटील हे लेखक म्हणून जितके प्रगल्भ आहेत तितकेच प्रशासकीय क्षेत्रातही कार्यक्षम आहेत. महाराष्ट्र एव्हिएशन डिपार्टमेंटमध्ये व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट म्हणून कार्यरत असताना शिर्डी आंतरराष्ट्रीय विमानतळाचे बांधकाम केवळ 2 वर्षात पूर्ण करून त्यांनी आपली नेतृत्व क्षमता दाखवून दिली. तसेच पुरंदर विमानतळाच्या जागेची निवड संबंधित अनेक महत्त्वाची कामे त्यांनी यशस्वीरित्या पूर्ण केली. साहित्य क्षेत्रात त्यांनी आतापर्यंत 25 पेक्षा अधिक पुस्तके लिहिली असून त्यांचे लेखन 15 विविध भाषांमध्ये प्रकाशित झाले आहे. त्यांच्या साहित्यात इतिहास, समाज, संघर्ष, प्रेम आणि मानवी मूल्यांचा संगम दिसतो. त्यांची प्रसिद्ध पुस्तके झाडाझडती, पानिपत, महानायक, संभाजी आणि चंद्रमुखी ही मराठी साहित्यातील मैलाचे दगड ठरली आहेत. झाडाझडती या कादंबरीला 1992 साली साहित्य अकादमी पुरस्कार मिळाला आणि ही कादंबरी महाराष्ट्रातील विविध विकास प्रकल्पांमुळे विस्थापित झालेल्या लोकांच्या जीवनावर प्रकाश टाकणारी आहे. त्यांच्या साहित्यिक आणि सामाजिक योगदानाबद्दल त्यांना आजवर 70 ते 80 प्रतिष्ठित पुरस्कार प्राप्त झाले आहेत, ज्यात राष्ट्रीय, राज्य आणि आंतरराष्ट्रीय सन्मानांचा समावेश आहे. अलीकडेच त्यांचे नवीन पुस्तक ग्रेट कांचन सरकार प्रकाशित झाले असून तेही वाचकांच्या मनात वेगळं स्थान निर्माण करत आहेत. इतिहास, साहित्य, समाज आणि संवेदना यांचा संगम घडवणारे हे एक असामान्य व्यक्तिमत्व. चला टाळ्यांच्या गजरात मनपूर्वक स्वागत करूया विश्वास पाटील सरांचे.
कोणत्या भाषेत बोलायचं? मराठी. ओके. या ठाणे नगरीतील या लिटररी फेस्टिवलमध्ये मी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांच्याबद्दल आणि मी त्यांच्याबाबत जो माझा प्रकल्प सध्या मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सुरू आहे त्याबाबत काही 4 शब्द बोलावे अशी अपेक्षा व्यक्त करण्यात आलेली आहे. मित्र, महासम्राट या नावानं छत्रपती शिवरायांच्या जीवनावर मी एक कादंबरी मालिका प्लॅन केलेली आहे आणि त्यानुसार 4 खंड सध्या तरी माझ्या डोळ्यासमोर दिसतात. त्यापैकी झंझावात आणि रणखैंदळ या नावाचे 2 खंड आलेले आहेत. आता 3रा खंड हा पुढील महिन्यामध्ये आग्र्याहून सुटका या रोमहर्षक प्रसंग आणि त्यावेळच्या काळावर आसमान भरारी या नावाचा प्रकाशित होतो आहे. पहिल्यांदाच मी आपल्याला असं सांगेन की एक लेखक म्हणून बनताना किंवा एक मोठा प्रगल्भ वाचक, बऱ्यापैकी वाचक, चांगला वाचक, उत्तम वाचक म्हणून वाचन करताना कधीही ऐतिहासिक कादंबरीकार व्हायचं माझं अजिबात स्वप्न नव्हतं. मला ऐतिहासिक कादंबऱ्या किंवा लेखन आवडत नव्हतं, पण इतिहास हा माझा आवडता विषय होता. पण जेव्हा मी अभ्यास करू लागलो त्यावेळेला माझ्या लक्षात आलं की ज्यांचं संशोधन उत्तम आहे इतिहासकार म्हणून, त्यांच्याकडे शैली नाही, त्यांना बोलता येत नाही. आणि ज्यांच्याकडे शैली आहे ते इतिहासापासून इतक्या दूर भटकत जातात की इतिहास आहे की वास्तव आहे की कल्पित आहे असा घोळ व्हावा. आणि म्हणून पानिपत नावाची कादंबरी मी लिहिली. अनेक ठिकाणी गंमत सांगितलेली आहे की लोक विचारतात पानिपत हा शब्द तुमच्या जीवनात कसा आला. 3 दिवस धडा शिकवला जात होता पानिपत. बऱ्यापैकी हुशार विद्यार्थी म्हणून दांडी मारलेली होती मी. गुरुजींनी 4थ्या दिवशी मला हेरलं, म्हणाले उठा पाटील, सांगा पानिपतची 3 युद्ध केव्हा केव्हा आणि केव्हा झाली. काही मला माहिती नव्हतं, पण गुरुजी सांगायचे की मुलांनो उत्तर चुकलं तरी चालेल, पण उत्तर कसं रेटून द्यायला पाहिजे. आणि रेटून उत्तर द्यायची सोय होती म्हणून मी गुरुजींना म्हटलं परत प्रश्न विचारा, सांगा पानिपतची 3 युद्ध केव्हा केव्हा आणि केव्हा झाली. मी म्हटलं गुरुजी इतकंच, पानिपतची 3 युद्ध? अहो पहिलं झाल्यावर दुसरं झालं आणि दुसरं झाल्यावर तिसरं झालं. माझ्या हातावर जी छडी वाजली ती छडी वाजे छम छम विद्या येई गम गम, अशी पानिपतची आणि माझी पहिली ओळख. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांचा विचार करताना मित्र हो, जगातले सगळे मोठे शास्त्रज्ञ, बहुतांशी लेखक तर सर्व मोठे महान योद्धे यांची सगळ्यांची चरित्र वाचल्यानंतर माझे डोळे थांबले ते छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांच्या पाशी. आणि मला जाणवलं की छत्रपती शिवरायां एवढं मोठं काही नाही आहे. त्यांच्यामध्ये शास्त्रज्ञ होता, त्याच्यामध्ये मध्ये भूगोलकार होता, त्यांच्यामध्ये राजा होता, प्रशासक होता, एक दयावान महामाणूस होता. आणि ह्या वेगवेगळ्या अंगानं मी छत्रपती शिवरायांच्या व्यक्तिमत्वाचा विचार केलेला आहे. मी नेहमी अलीकडे नेपोलियन बोनापार्ट आणि शिवरायांची तुलना करतो. नेपोलियन बोनापार्टला 54 वर्षाचं, ओन्ली 54 इयर्स एवढं आयुष्य मिळालं आणि आपल्या शिवरायांना सुद्धा 49 वर्षाचं आयुष्य मिळालं. पण या 49 वर्षाच्या आयुष्यामध्ये त्यांनी जे प्रचंड काम केलं, कामगिरी केली आणि त्यामुळंच अवघ्या 49व्या वर्षी त्यांचं निधन झालं असावं. जसं पुढे अतिश्रमामुळं नेपोलियनचे सुद्धा आयुष्य कमी झालेलं होतं. नेपोलियन संपल्यानंतर त्याची परंपरा संपली, परंतु शिवाजी महाराज यांचं महानिर्वाण झाल्यानंतर त्यांची परंपरा आणि त्यांचं जनमनातलं गौरवाचं स्थान जे आहे ते प्रचंड आहे, मोठं आहे. एक आपण विचार करतो की कादंबऱ्या लिहिताना, कथा लिहिताना आपला दुश्मन हा राक्षसासारखा असतो, त्याची दाढी असते, उगाचच अखराड विकराड खोळ्यासारखा तो हसत असतो आणि आपले नेते हुशार असतात, योद्धे. तसं नाही आहे. मला असं वाटतं की आपले दुश्मन सुद्धा प्रबळ होते, पहाडासारखे होते आणि म्हणून त्या पहाड जिंकणारे संभाजी महाराज असोत किंवा शिवाजी महाराज असोत हे श्रेष्ठ ठरतात. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज हे निसर्गपुत्र होते. इथल्या निसर्गाचा त्यांनी जेवढा प्रचंड अभ्यास केलेला होता तेवढा कोणी केला असेल असं मला वाटत नाही. आणि एक लक्षात घ्या की औरंगजेबाची जी फौज होती ती औरंगजेबाची दौलत किंवा त्याचं जे राज्य होतं ते आजच्या अफगाणिस्तानपासून आजच्या ब्रह्मदेशापर्यंत असं विशाल होतं. आणि त्याची फौज 10.5 लाखाची होती. मराठ्यांची फौज कधीही 1,00,000 आणि 1,10,000च्या वर गेली नव्हती. तरी सुद्धा या 10 लाखाच्या फौजेशी छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांनी आपल्या बुद्धी सामर्थ्यावर आणि शस्त्र सामर्थ्यावर जे तुंबळ युद्ध केलं किंवा जो संघर्ष केला तो फारच कडो विकोडीचा होता असं मला वाटतं. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांचा निसर्गाचा इतका प्रचंड अभ्यास होता की मी तुम्हाला उदाहरण देईन. एक उंबरखिंड नावाचं ठिकाण आहे, फार लांब नाही. ज्या वेळेला आपण लोणावळ्यावरून खाली उतरतो आणि लोणावळ्यामधूनच 3 किलोमीटरवर लेफ्टला, ज्याला आपण ड्यूक्स नोज म्हणतो, त्या ड्यूक्स नोजच्या खालची दरी म्हणजे उंबरखिंड. आणि परंतु आज सुद्धा त्या उंबरखिंडीतून खाली उतरायला एखाद्या खोल विहिरीमध्ये उतरल्यासारखं उतरावं लागतं आणि जवळजवळ 6 तास लागतात. ज्या वेळेला शाहिस्तेखान पुण्यात होता आणि शाहिस्तेखानाचे दुसरा जो सरदार होता, तो सरदार जवळजवळ 35,000ची फौज घेऊन कारतलब खान निघालेला होता. आणि तो ज्या वेळेला त्या उंबरखिंडीमध्ये आला, अचानक हर हर महादेव, हर हर महादेव एवढ्या प्रचंड गर्जना आल्या. इकडून ढोल वाजतायत, लेफ्टला वाजतायत, राईटला वाजतायत, मागं वाजतायत, पुढं वाजतायत. आणि ते ढोल, त्याच्यानंतर तो आवाज सगळं ऐकून बादशाही फौज घाबरली आणि त्यांचा अंदाज आला की आपण असं मध्ये बेचकाट्यात सापडलेलो आहे की शिवाजीचं सैन्य कमीत कमी 1.5-2 लाख आजूबाजूला आहे. आणि मग तिथे पाण्याची सोय नव्हती, ते मध्ये अडकले, त्यामुळं शरण येण्याशिवाय काही पर्याय नव्हता. आणि म्हणून कारतलब खान आणि रायबागीन शरण आले महाराजांना. आणि महाराजांनी सांगितलं, तुम्ही फक्त एक करायचं, अंगावरच्या कपड्यांनीची जायचं, बाकी सगळं सोडून जायचं. आणि मग 35-36 हत्ती आणि जवळजवळ 15,000 घोडी सोडून ते सगळे पुढं पळत सुटले. दुसऱ्या बाजूला 10-12 किलोमीटरवर गेले आणि पुढं पुण्याला पळून गेले. मित्र हो, तो आवाज, याच्या आवाजाची खरी परिस्थिती अशी होती की शिवाजी महाराजांच्या बरोबर फक्त 1100 ते 1200 लोक होते. परंतु ह्या 1200 लोकांनी एवढा धमाका वाजवलेला होता कारण त्यांना निसर्गाचा पूर्ण अभ्यास होता. आणि त्यामुळं जगाच्या अभ्यासात, जगाच्या इतिहासामध्ये 30,000ची ट्रेंड फौज फक्त 1200 लोकांनी पळवून लावली असेल आणि तीही वस्त्रानिशी शस्त्र टाकून, हे उदाहरण म्हणजे छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज होतं. आणि त्यामुळं त्यांचा जो एक प्रचंड अभ्यास होता निसर्गाचा, आणि काम म्हणजे किती काम. म्हणजे मी एक लक्षात घ्या की मी तुम्हाला मुद्दाम एक 2-3 महिन्याचं त्यांचं कॅलेंडर सांगतो. 5 नोव्हेंबर 1664 कुडाळ नावाचं गाव गोव्याच्या वाटेवर आहे. त्या ठिकाणी शिवरायांनी महायुद्ध केलं. कोणाशी? तर खवास खान नावाचा विजापूरचा मोठा सरदार. त्याच्याकडे 35,000ची फौज होती आणि शिवाजी महाराज समोर होते. त्यांच्याकडे फक्त 10-11,000ची फौज होती. मध्ये नदी होती आणि खवास खान काही आक्रमण करत नव्हता. दोन्ही फौजा एकमेकाला काही दिवस, 10-12 दिवस एकमेकाला फक्त निहाळीत होत्या. पण वस्तुस्थिती अशी होती की संध्याकाळ झाली, युद्धभूमीवरून महाराज शिबिरात गेले की पटकन स्नान करायचे, देवपूजा करायचे, घोड्यावर बसायचे आणि रातोरात तिथून 30 किलोमीटरवर मालवणला जायचे आणि रात्रभर सिंधुदुर्ग किल्ल्याच्या उभारणीचं प्लॅनिंग करायचे. हे रात्रीचं त्यांचं चाललेलं होतं. आणि हा का थांबलेला होता? खवास खान महाराजांच्या विरुद्ध का धावून येत नव्हता? कारण शिवाजी महाराजांचा दुसरा वैरी एक बाजी घोरपडे नावाचा विजापूरहून निघालेला होता. त्याची 8,000ची घोडी होती, त्याच्याकडं 8 लाख मोहरा होत्या आणि त्याची वाट बघत हा तो थांबलेला होता. तो कधी येतोय? आणि हे अशा पद्धतीनं असं चाललेलं होतं. एक दिवस खवास खान बाहेर आला आणि त्याला कोणीतरी सांगितलं की खान साहेब, तुम्ही इथे काय करताय? म्हणे काय झालं? हो म्हणे, तिकडे मुधोळ नावाचं गाव आहे, त्या मुधोळ नावाच्या जहागिरीतून विजापूरवरनं मुधोळ आणि मुधोळवरून कुडाळला यायला जो बाजी घोरपडे निघालेला होता, 2 रात्रीपूर्वी त्याला मुधोळमध्ये गाठून छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांनी ठार मारलेला आहे आणि 8,000ची त्याची फौज सगळी कापून काढलेली आहे. तो एकदम आश्चर्यचकित झाला. समोर बघतो तर नदीच्या पलीकडे एक शिवाजी उभाच आहे. धाडकन तो खाली कोसळला आणि अल्लाची करुणा भाकू लागला आणि अल्लाला विचारू लागला, अय अल्लाह, इस भूमि में कितने शिवाजी है? मेरे सामने है वो शिवा कौन? और जिसने बाजी राजे का कत्ल किया वो कौन? और हमने सुना है रात को चोरी छुपे समंदर के किनारे जाके नए किला निर्माण की बातें करता है, वो शिवाजी कौन? कितने शिवाजी है? हे जे शिवाजी महाराजांचं सामर्थ्य होतं. ही गोष्ट घडली कितीला? तर ही गोष्ट घडली 5 नोव्हेंबर 1664ला. त्यानंतर फक्त 20 दिवस, आफ्टर ओनली 20 डेज, 25 नोव्हेंबरला शिवाजी महाराजांनी सिंधुदुर्ग किल्ल्याचं बांधकाम सुरू केलं आणि सागरामध्ये काही लाख लीड आणि आयर्न टाकून त्यांनी एवढ्या प्रचंड याचं बांधकाम सुरू केलं 20 दिवसामध्ये. हे झालं नोव्हेंबर. डिसेंबरमध्ये त्यांनी हुबळी लुटली, त्यांनी शेजारचा वेंगुर्ला लुटला. हे झालं डिसेंबर. डिसेंबरमध्ये 15 डिसेंबरला त्यांना अचानक आभाळामध्ये एक धूमकेतू दिसला. आम्ही शोधून काढलेलं आहे की तो धूमकेतू दिसला आणि हालेच्या धूमकेतूनंतर तो 200 वर्षानं दिसलेला होता. लोक घाबरलेले होते की राजावर संक्रांत येणार, राज्य बुडणार. हे लोकांची भीती नष्ट करण्यासाठी त्यांनी 7 जानेवारीला महाबळेश्वरला जिजाऊ साहेबांची तुला केली. हा झाला जानेवारी. आणि 8 फेब्रुवारीला त्याच कुडाळहून, त्याच मालवणहून 80 जहाजं घेऊन महाराज निघाले. कुठे? दक्षिणेमध्ये. दक्षिणेमध्ये कुंदापूर जवळ जाऊन त्यांनी तिथली बाजारपेठ जी होती पोर्तुगीजांच्या ताब्यामध्ये बसरूरची, ती बसरूरची बाजारपेठ ही मुक्त केली आणि 14 फेब्रुवारीला बसरूरमध्ये महाराजांची मिरवणूक निघाली की बसरूरला शिवाजी महाराजांनी मुक्ती दिली. हे फेब्रुवारीमध्ये घडलं. मार्चमध्ये मिर्झा राजा जयसिंग आला. एप्रिलमध्ये मुरारबाजी देशपांडे यांचं प्रचंड मोठं युद्ध हे पुरंदरला झालं. म्हणजे पुरंदरची लढाई एप्रिलमध्ये. म्हणजे एका 3-3, 4-4 महिन्यामध्ये एवढे पराक्रम त्यांनी केले. त्यावेळेला आपल्याला एक लक्षात घ्यावं लागेल की आमचा हा राजा ज्या वेळेला एवढं आभाळा एवढं काम करत होता, त्यावेळेला इथं ईमेल नव्हते, त्यावेळेला इथं कॉम्प्युटर नव्हते, त्यावेळेला अगदी साध्या सुध्या कार्यकर्त्यांना उड्डाण करण्यासाठी आता जशी छोटी छोटी विमानं दिली जातात तशी विमानं नव्हती. फक्त घोड्याच्या पाठीवर बसून काम करायचं. पण छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांचा आवाका असा होता की मला एक सांगायला पाहिजे की त्यांची एस्पिनोज सिस्टम म्हणजे गुप्त हेर यंत्रणा. आता गुप्तहेर यंत्रणेबद्दल असं बोललं जातं की महाराजांच्याकडे किती होते गुप्तहेर. तर मला असं आढळून आलं की महाराजांकडे 4000 गुप्तहेर होते. महाराज आपल्या 100 रुपये उत्पन्न असेल तर 30 रुपये गुप्तहेर यंत्रणेवर खर्च करायचे. औरंगजेब कितीही मोठा असला तरी औरंगजेबचे कमीत कमी तहसीलदार किंवा फौजदार लेवलचे 5 मोठे अधिकारी शिवाजी महाराजांना फितूर होते आणि शिवाजी महाराज त्यांना वेळच्या वेळी तिप्पट पगार देत होते. म्हणजे महाराजांचं म्हणणं असं होतं की औरंगजेबाच्या मुदफा खाण्यामधलं भांडं जरी खाली पडलं तरी त्या भांड्याचा आवाज मला इथं राजगडावर मला कळला पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून मित्र हो पुढं शिवाजी महाराज हे आग्र्याहून सुटलेले आहेत. आग्र्यावरून निसटणं एवढं थोडं म्हणजे अशी एक सहज साध्य गोष्ट नव्हती. औरंगजेबाला नेहमी वाटायचं की माझं राज्य एवढं विराट आहे, 10.5 लाख फौज माझ्याकडे आहे, हा दक्षिणेतला पंछी एकदा माझ्या मुठीमध्ये आला की तो जाऊच शकत नाही. हा त्याला कॉन्फिडन्स होता. पण त्याचा हा आत्मविश्वास शिवाजी महाराजांनी तोडला. आता जहानारा नावाची अलीकडचं संशोधन आलेलं आहे की जहानारा नावाची औरंगजेबापेक्षा 4 वर्षांना मोठी त्याची बहीण ही एक मोठी विद्वान होती, पर्शियन विद्वान होती, कवयित्री होती. तिचे काही काव्यग्रंथ आहेत आणि तीच शिवाजी महाराजांना फितूर होती. तीच शिवाजी महाराजांच्या सुटकेमध्ये या जहानारा बेगमेनं काम केलेलं आहे. जहानारा बेगम ती होती जी शहाजहानच्या बांधकाम विभागाची 35 वर्ष प्रमुख होती. आजचा जो दर्यागंज आहे तो जहानारा बेगमनं बांधलेला आहे. जामा मशीद आग्र्याची असो दिल्लीची असो ती या जहानारा बेगमेनं बांधलेली आहे. आणि जहानारा बेगमेनं हे का धाडस केलं तर दारा शिको नावाचा जो तिचा मोठा भाऊ होता, तो मोठा भाऊ या मोठ्या भावाच्या हातामध्ये जर हिंदुस्थान गेला तर तो सर्व जाती धर्माचा हिंदुस्थान ठरेल. तो फक्त मुस्लिम किंवा हिंदू पुरता नाही, तो मानवतेचं प्रतीक आहे असं ती आपल्या भावाकडे बघत होती. आणि त्या भावाला ज्या पद्धतीनं औरंगजेबानं ठार मारलेलं होतं ते तिला सहन होत नव्हतं. अर्थात ती औरंगजेबाची सुद्धा तितकीच लाडकी होती. घरातली मोठी अक्का म्हणून तिच्याकडे पाहिलं जायचं. पण ज्या वेळेला शिवाजी महाराज आणि त्यांची भेट झाली, याच्यामध्ये राजस्थानी डॉक्युमेंट्स आहेत, पुरावे आहेत की शिवाजी महाराजांच्या डोळ्याकडे पाहताना ही जहानारा म्हणते की भाईजान, तुमच्या डोळ्यामध्ये मला माझ्या भावाचे डोळे दिसतात. जे डोळे गोरगरिबांच्या टाचेमध्ये काटा लागल्यावर आपसूक ओले व्हायचे आणि त्यांच्या डोळ्यातून अश्रू ओघळायचे, असे मला तुमच्या डोळ्यामध्ये दिसतात. आणि मी तुम्हाला मदत याच्यासाठी केली की मी माझा एक भाऊ गमावलेला आहे, मला दुसरा भाऊ गमावायचा नाही. मी तुम्हाला सांगतो की लेखकानं फक्त ग्रंथ घेऊन घरात बसून चालणार नाही, जनामध्ये लोकांमध्ये फिरलं पाहिजे. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज ज्या रस्त्यानं आग्र्याला गेले त्या रस्त्यानं मी 4 वेळा गेलेलो आहे, मोटारीनं, रस्त्यानं. म्हणजे आता आमच्या गडकरी साहेबांच्या 6 पदरी रस्त्यानं नव्हे, तर जो हंडिया घाट, नेमावर वगैरे जो जुना रस्ता आहे त्या रस्त्यानं मी 4 वेळा गेलेलो आहे. आणि परवा मी त्या आग्र्याहून छत्तीसगड, त्याच्यानंतर डाल्टनगंज, त्याच्यानंतर दुर्ग, अशा पद्धतीनं मी नागपूरला आलो. नागपूरवरून पुन्हा मी मेडकला, हैदराबाद जवळ गेलो. शिवाजी महाराजांनी येताना तो मार्ग पत्करलेला होता. ज्या वेळेला शिवाजी महाराज सटकले त्यावेळेला औरंगजेबाची खात्री होती की 4 दिवसाच्या आत मी यांना जेरबंद करतो. आणि 2 लाख घोडी शिवाजी महाराजांचा पाठलाग करत होती. पण महाराजांनी औरंगजेबाच्या एरियाचा रस्ता पकडला नाही. ते कुठे गेले? ते झारखंडमध्ये गेले, ते छत्तीसगडमध्ये गेले, छत्तीसगडमध्ये गेले, ते काशीहून अमरकंटकला गेले. अमरकंटकडे जाताना त्यांनी जे बौद्धकालीन जुने रस्ते होते त्यांचा वापर केला, जे आज सुद्धा इतिहासाचे साक्षीदार आहेत. ते मी बघून आलो. आणि झारखंडमधले काही आदिवासी राजे होते. हे आदिवासी राजे यांनी शिवाजी महाराजांना पोर्टर्स पुरवलेले होते, वाटाडे पुरवलेले होते, जे रस्ते नव्हते ते दाखवलेले होते. आणि म्हणून माझ्या या 3ऱ्या आसमान भरारी किंवा द ग्रेट फ्लाईट याचा एंड करताना मी लिहिलेलं आहे की जिजाऊ साहेब विचारतात की शोभा बाळराजे, औरंगजेबाचं एवढं मोठं 10-10.5 लाखाचं फौज, एवढी त्याची दुनिया दौलत, यातून तुम्ही बचावून कसे आलात? त्यावेळेला महाराज हसतात आणि म्हणतात, मातोश्री आऊसाहेब, मी अशा रस्त्यानं आलो की जो रस्ता औरंगजेबाच्या आबूच्या स्वप्नात येणार नाही तसा रस्ता मी पकडला, म्हणून मी जिवंत आलो. मला असं वाटतं की एका बाजूला शौर्य, दुसऱ्या बाजूला धैर्य, तिसऱ्या बाजूला पराक्रम, चौथ्या बाजूला मानवता, आणि शेवटचा मुद्दा मी तुम्हाला सांगेन की कितीही तुम्ही शिवाजी महाराज आणि संभाजी महाराज यांच्यावर नाटकं लिहा किंवा पराक्रम करा किंवा त्यांची गाथा गा, एक महत्त्वाचा प्रश्न विचारला जातो की शिवाजी महाराज आणि संभाजी महाराज यांचा धर्म कोणता होता? एक इतिहासकार म्हणून मला सांगावं लागेल की शिवाजी महाराज आणि संभाजी महाराज यांचा राज्याभिषेक असो, त्यांच्या घरातल्या पूजा असोत, ह्या सर्व हिंदू रीतिभातीनं झालेल्या होत्या. ते हिंदू धर्मीय होते, ते हिंदू धर्म सांभाळत होते. पण जीवनभर जर त्यांनी हिंदू धर्म सांभाळला असला तरी आपल्या कर्तृत्वानं, आपल्या वागणुकीनं आणि वर्तनानं त्यांनी नेहमीच मानव धर्माची पूजा केलेली होती. ते हिंदू म्हणून जन्माला आले आणि महामानव म्हणून त्यांचं या दुनियेला त्यांनी सलाम घातला. मला असं वाटतं की अशा व्यक्तिरेखा ज्या वेळेला सापडतात त्यावेळेला ते लेखकासाठी एक मोठं आव्हान असतं. आणि हे आव्हान पेलण्याचा मी माझ्या लेखणीच्याद्वारे प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. जरूर वाचा. इंग्रजी, हिंदी, कन्नड अनेक भाषेमध्ये शिवाजी महासम्राट ही माझी सिरीज आहे. काही शंका एखादी दुसरी विचारायची असेल तर विचारू शकता. मी आपली रजा घेतो.
Thank you, Shri Vishwas Patil, for sharing your inspiring insights. Your thoughts on Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and today's generation have truly touched our hearts and minds. I'd like to call upon President Samir Limaye, Dr. Sujata Jadhav, and Convener Atul to present a small token of gratitude.
विक्रांत पांडेंनी माझ्या संभाजी कादंबरीचं इंग्रजीमध्ये भाषांतर केलंय आणि माझ्या सर्व पुस्तकात त्यांच्या भाषांतरामुळे ती जास्त पुढे जाते जास्त पॉप्युलर आहे.
We sincerely thank our sponsors for being part of the Thane Literature Festival and request you to please stay on till we finish the last session with Dr. Devdutt Pattanaik. Dr. Devdutt Pattanaik, through his myths, Dr. Devdutt Pattanaik, through his books, shows that myths aren't just stories of the past. They are mirrors to reality, revealing human behavior, society, and management lessons in ways that are timeless and surprisingly practical. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon Rotarian Ranish Jaiswal to introduce this master storyteller who has touched millions of minds, Dr. Devdutt Pattanaik.
Thank you, Kalita.
Welcome to the Thane Literature Festival. For the first time ever, Thane celebrates the timeless magic of words. A festival where imagination takes the stage and every conversation sparks a new idea. Be part of this celebration, because here, every session tells a story, and every story begins with you. And now meet our guests. Voices that inspire, minds that ignite. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic begins now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Devdutt Pattanaik is a much sought-after speaker and culture consultant who uses mythology as a toolkit to make sense of work, life, business, and entrepreneurship. Dr. Devdutt has written over 50 books on the relevance of Indian and world mythology in modern times. He has also written over 1,000 newspaper columns that appears regularly in reputed English and Hindi journals. I was actually looking at that site to welcome you. Thank you. His TV shows, Business Sutra and Devlok, have been seen as path-breaking. He single-handedly has mainstreamed mythology in India over the last 30 years. Today, he will speak with us on his latest book, Escape the Baka Sutra Trap, Let contentment fuel your growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, hold your breath. Here I present to you a celebrated author and speaker, Mr. Devdutt Pattanaik.
So I'll stand here and speak. Can I have more lights in the room? Because it's so dark, I feel like a bar dancer over here. So just... I like to see people when I'm talking to them. So namaste, my name is Devdutt Pattanaik, and so I found the gentleman just now said, give me a new title, Baka Sutra. So, no, that's funny because I never thought of it that way, but yeah, it is Baka Sutra in a way. So I wrote this book, and maybe there are some copies out there later, called the Bakasur Trap. Really, it's meant for, it's a culmination of 30 years of working, and I've always wondered what is the heart of Indian thinking. Like when we say Indian philosophy, का मतलब क्या है? एकदम सूक्ष्म रूप में, अगर किसी को simple language में समझाना है, so I have always had a problem with the modern way you see Hinduism. Like, recently there was Chhat Puja. I don't know how anybody over here has performed Chhat. So there is, if you have Bihari friends, they will tell you about Chhat Puja. But otherwise, if you look at the rituals, you may not be from Bihar, but the moment you see what they are doing, you will say, somewhere in my family, someone has done this puja. Something similar. So if you look at the ritual very carefully, it will involve fasting. It will involve feeding. So at one level, the ladies who are performing the ritual will be fasting for many days. Then they'll be feeding. So there'll be a particular kind of food that is prepared. They will have a basket full of different kinds of fruits, very strict about what fruit should be served. There will be sugarcane, there will be bottled gourd, lauki. So food plays a very important role. Now if you read the Vedas, you will not find any reference to these practices. So the Vedas do not refer to them at all. There is absolutely no concept of this upavasa or bhog. None of these ideas exist. And that becomes very interesting to understand, because then you ask yourself, when you say Hinduism or Indian culture, what is it? Is it this, at one level you will have all the Gurujis talking about Atma, Paramatma. At another level you will have these rituals which are performed by women in the household, which really doesn't refer to any Atma, Paramatma. They are talking about bhog, upas, these kind of things.
Remove this because it's uncomfortable to you.
It's too short. So that is the thing, and I started asking myself, what's going on? And in many ways, this journey leads in a way to Bakasur, of all things. So let's first, understand where it is coming from. So how many of you all have heard of Bakasur? I always tell the story of Bakasur, that once upon a time there was a Rakshas in the jungle, usko itna bhook lagta tha. I think you all can all sit, there's a lot of place to sit over here, lots and lots of places. So just help them out. And usko bahut bhook lagta tha. He was so hungry that he would eat whatever is served in front of him, और वो जो खाना परोस रहा था उसको भी खा जाता था. He was so hungry. So he was not a bad person, he was only hungry. अभी भूखा को बुरा नहीं बोल सकते ना, बेचारा भूखा था वो. And that's all he was. It's just that his hungry was, he was a ravenous all the time. Now, in modern world, we never talk about wo bhuka tha. We use a very nice word in English. We say he's ambitious. Ambition bhook hota hai na. But when you have endless ambition, you become Bakasur. And our world today is surrounded by bakasurs. Very, very ambitious people. Since it's in Thane, so I'll speak beach mein Marathi also. No. Yes. So, because some jokes sound better in different languages. In India, that's the tragedy, you know. Hindi jokes sound good in Hindi, but not in Marathi. In Marathi jokes, so anyway. So, whenever it will come, let's see, it will happen. I'll do it spontaneously. So, Bakasur, the idea of Bakasur is not about food, it is about consumption. Bhog. And modern society is consumption economy. In other words, हम लोग बकासुर का आवाहन कर रहे हैं. We are telling our children to be bakasur. We are adults to be bakasur. I see very, very rich people. You see their face and they look so ambitious. Especially when they go to, Ganpati pandals. You see the camera work over there and they look so, Bhagwan, meri bhook mita do. And that hunger is justified because they'll say, but main mahatvakanshi hu. Mahatvakanshi is allowed. And we don't realize the implications of this one thing. If a young boy or a girl says, I'm ambitious, it's normal. That's the age to be ambitious. But is there an expiry date for ambition? Ata thamba. Our Dharma Shastras talk about Vanaprastha and Sannyas. Basically, it is saying that har cheez ka ek samay hota hai. And there's a time in which you have to stop. But now this thing is no, till the day I die, I will be ambitious. Marte dam tak main bhuka rahunga. Without realizing how horrifying that sounds. Because imagine just the moment of death, you will say, I want to achieve something in life. And Yamraj says, okay, bas, pure. But this idea of unending hunger is what is being celebrated globally. Growth after growth after growth after growth after growth. And we don't realize we are creating parasites. Because wo khana jab kha raha hai, you see the richest people in the world, you see their photographs, you can Google their photographs, none of them look happy. And I learned this very long ago because I would always say that, you won't, by logic, I was told that poor people are unhappy. By logic, then rich people should be happy. But yet when I met the rich people, I saw they were like not happy because they were saying we are not rich enough. I only have one private jet. Do you know the dard? Because my wife has taken the private jet and I don't have a private jet. Kam se kam do to hona chahiye. So it never ends. You sit in a private jet and I have seen this conversation. Yeah, but you see, I have a 6-seater. They have a 10-seater. So I can go to Dharavi and somebody says, ek kholi hai, do kholi chahiye, thoda bada room chahiye, and exactly the same conversation in a private jet. And you are like, acha, kuch badla nahi hai. But somehow I'm told this ambition is a good thing. And it's drilled into us, Mahatvakanksha. And that led me to this word, what is Indian philosophy? At the heart of Indian philosophy, the word is hunger, bhook, hunger. If you want to understand Indian philosophy, you have to just understand this one word, hunger. And if nobody talks about it, we miss the point. Let me give you an example. You must have heard this famous line that Buddha said, desire is the cause of suffering. Yeah? Now, if you actually Google, he never used the word desire. The Prakrit word which he used was tanna, which is trishna, pyas, thirst. the suffering of thirst. He's used a very different language because remember, he's walking in the countryside, he's talking to farmers, he's talking to shepherds, he's talking to goat herds, he's talking to traders. How do you explain to someone a complex idea? He says, जब तुम्हारे में भूख होती है, तो तुम खाने के पीछे दौड़ते हो. और वो बंद ही नहीं होता because एक बार तुमको खाना, first you're frustrated, I don't have food, I'm frustrated, when will I get food? Once you get food, you should technically be happy. Which you see in animals, right? A tiger, when it is eaten, it doesn't do anything, it just sits down, it's very happy. But what happens to humans? We think of our next meal. And the next meal. And the next meal. And the next meal. So we will create, we need more and more because kal khana nahi hoga to, because we have imagination. We can imagine hunger of generations की retirement के समय पैसा नहीं होगा तो बागबान पिक्चर मैंने भी देखा है. So all our anxieties keep piling up and we get hungrier and hungrier and hungrier and hungrier. It never ends. And that is what the Buddha is saying, desire is the cause of suffering. But before that he says, where there is life, there is desire. He's not saying desire. जहाँ जीव होता है, जहाँ पे भी जीव होगा, वहाँ पे भूख होगी. So every plant in this world is hungry. How do you know this? Because you can see the green leaves, no? They're always going towards sunlight. But this is not the way botany is taught to us. What is the word for hunger in science? It's a very complicated word because scientists like to complicate things. It's called metabolism. उसको भूख लगी है. So suddenly of the plants going towards sunlight, the grass is going towards water. It's just that we have not been told plant is hungry. If you talk to people who are good gardeners, they know that if you want the plant to flower, you have to stop giving it water. If you don't put flower, you don't give it water, the plant thinks it's going to die. So quickly it reproduces, so it produces flowers immediately. That is what it does. Or, I'm sorry vegetarians, but no plant wants to die. Even if it's going to be your favorite meal. That is why it produces thorns. I don't want to be, don't eat me, I produce thorns. Dur raho mujhse. Because it is jeevit, it is alive. No living creature wants to die. So now when you look at the plant, now go home, look at the plants in your house, you suddenly realize uska hunger dikhai deta hai. Uska fear dikhai deta hai. You can see its bhook, you can see its bhai. It is afraid of mortality, so it's producing flowers so it can reproduce. And then you understand what is a living organism. Ye jeevit hai. It is hungry. It doesn't want to be consumed, but it also wants to consume. Now you look at the birds around you, the insects around you, the ant. Why does it move? Because it is looking for food. Usko bhook lagi hai. Look at the bees, look at the flies, look at the mosquitoes, look at the dog in your house, the cat in your house, the parrots, the pigeons. Everything is hungry. So nature is full of hungry things. What is not hungry? A rock is not hungry. पत्थर को भूख नहीं लगती है. A fire is not hungry. It may burn but doesn't go looking for fuel. Your phone is not alive. It doesn't say you want it to be charged. It doesn't want to be charged. तो भूख अगर समझ आए तो जीवित what is a living organism you will understand. So all living creatures are hungry. पेड़ों को भूख लगती है, पशु को भूख लगता है, पक्षी को भूख लगता है, मनुष्य को भूख लगता है. So I'm hungry. So मुझे भूख लगी है तो मुझे भोग चाहिए. So all of us want bhog. So when you go to the temple, you will say Naivedya. I will give naivedya to the god. When you do Chhat Puja, you are always talking about food. The famous joke, right? Upas ke time mein kya khane ka? Only in India you will hear this word. Na, upas ke time mein kya khane ka? Because upas in India doesn't mean fasting. It means eating a particular kind of food. So you have all these pseudoscience on which is about protein food, carbohydrate food. Sabudana is carbohydrates. It will make you super fat. So anyway, that's not the point. The point is, of course, have you all heard of Jain Sabudana? Because that is the pith of a plant. It is above the ground, not below the ground, not tapioca. It's another plant. But that's a different conversation. We find new ways to trick the cosmos. The point is, food is at the heart of, think of any puja. You know, many, many years ago, the teacher asked us, ki Makar Sankranti mein hota kya hai? And everybody said Tirgul. Nobody knew Uttarayan, Dakshinayan. Nobody had heard of these words also. Tirgul, everybody had heard. Every festival is linked to food. And none of it, when somebody says Atma, Paramatma, Atma ko bhook nahi lagti, to Atma Hindu nahi hai. Bhook nahi lagti matlab kya? Life is about hunger. So if you understand hunger, you suddenly ask this foundational question. When you ask somebody, like when I'm explaining the Ramayana, and nowadays everybody wants to do Ramayana serial, so I always ask the writers, ki Ram ka mahatwakansha kya hai? Batao, what is his ambition? See, is there it clearly mentioned, or now you are inferring? You are inferring because you are never told that Mahatwakansha is not a concept with, when you say Krishna ka Mahatwakansha kya hai? Don't say Ras Leela. So this idea of Mahatwakansha is a very important thing. Bhook, bhog, because they are telling you that Atma is never hungry. And what is the purpose of hunger then? If you understand hunger deeply, you understand everything. So in the Gita, they will talk about Deha, Dehi. Deha is the body. Dehi is the resident of the body. So this is bhook sharir ko lagta hai ya atma ko lagta hai? Anga ko ya atma ko? What is really hungry? And then you'll say, but Atma feels lonely. Is loneliness hunger? So loneliness kahan se aa raha hai? Everybody is lonely. We were looking for companionship. That is why gods always have dampatya. There is no Shiva without Shakti. There is no Vishnu without Lakshmi. So when somebody tells me that nahi, wo Atma prasanna hai, prafullita hai, apne aap, that means he doesn't want company. Lonely, alone, sitting alone in the mountain top. What is the use of such a person? Like, what will you do? I am not interested in you. Okay, Tata. Like, imagine, like, this idea of hunger is not understood. Because people will say it is very bad to be hungry. So imagine you cook food for someone and the person says, but mere ko bhook nahi lagta hai. Why have you cooked food for me? How will you feel? You'll say, oh, kitna accomplished Guruji hai. Because he's beyond all desires. You'll say, please don't come to my kitchen. Stay away because you are not making me feel I matter. Because you are saying, nahi, khana banao, mat banao, kuch farak nahi padta hai. Main samachitta hu. Banao, mat banao. Because I'm so above. Imagine someone talk. And this is how many Gurujis will talk. Papo na punni. These songs everybody will sing beautifully. I said, if that person is your husband, you will have a nervous breakdown. कौन सा साड़ी पहनूं क्या फर्क पड़ता है? क्या गहने डालूं क्या फर्क पड़ता है? सब तो नश्वर है. You cannot have a relationship with a person. Human relationship is about being, of wanting. Now our hunger is at a different level. We want kitna likes mila. मैंने पोस्ट किया है, not one person has given a like. सब नालायक है. Bhook is making you alive. If there is no bhook, there is no bhog. What is the joy of life? And this idea is at the heart of the word Bakasur. Because when does this bhook become toxic? And that's the point. Because one of the things I noticed, I don't know how many of you all deal with politicians. When you walk into the chambers of a politician, you really get the same feeling you get when you go to meet a rabid dog. Because पता नहीं कब तुम्हारे ऊपर वार करेगा. Very sweet, and suddenly it will pounce and attack you. Because they are more hungry than you. They're constantly looking whether they can consume you. And therefore you feel scared. When I talk about Bakasur to people and I tell to children, कि बच्चा Bakasur कौन है बताओ जिसको इतना भूख लगता है, they want more and more and more. And all the children look at me and say that reminds me of my parents. So हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ चाहिए इनको. और चाहिए 100 marks तो next time भी 100 marks लेके आना चाहिए. 99 लिया तो 100 लेके आना चाहिए. So they're constantly comparing, but of course we don't call it Bakasur, we say motivation. Motivation speech though. And I tell this in the corporate world and there is only one word for Bakasur. Boss. So I get standing ovations from people in front of their bosses saying finally somebody has called him out. And then I look at those people and I said, do you have a team supporting you? They said, हाँ sir, 5 log, 10 log. I said, उनके नजर में आप Bakasur हो. There is always a Bakasur above, below and around you. But there's also Bakasur within you. And when you start recognizing it, you suddenly realize the world full of Bakasurs. So you look at your child and everybody said children are so wonderful, loving, as long as they are children. When they start growing up, the Bakasur starts to emerge. And you are like, I don't want to deal with this. Attention-seeking behavior. Look at me all the time. And suddenly you realize that Bakasurs are everywhere. Because nobody talks to us about contentment. What is contentment? Santosh ka matlab kya hai? So let me tell you a story. Kuber is the god of wealth, right? And if you look at the image of Kuber, Google Kuber, they'll always show Kuber as a very fat man with a big tone, lots of jewelry. And if you visit a Buddhist site, a Buddhist stupa, you will always see, previously there used to be at Plaza Theatre that, famous Sanchi stupa ka gate. But if you look, there would always be these gigantic fat men with jewelry. And that was a Yaksha Murti. And they say that the king of the Yakshas, Kuber, once goes to Mount Kailas. And Mount Kailas is a mountain of stone covered with snow. Nothing grows over there. And when he reaches there, he sees Ganesh sitting over there. And Ganesh is sitting over there. And Ganesh also has a very big stomach and an elephant head. And he's sitting over there looking around here and there. So Kuber feels sad for Ganesh, saying that, his father has nothing. कुछ ये देखो हाथी का सर है इसके पास, लेकिन यहाँ तो खाने को वनस्पति नहीं है. ये भूखा मर जाएगा. He must be very hungry over here. So he feels very sad. He said, आप मेरे घर आ जाइए, मैं आपको भरपेट खाना खिलाऊंगा. And Ganesh is so happy that he goes to meet Kuber. And when he goes to Kuber's house, he's like, Kuber lays out all the food for him. And they start eating. And he eats, and he eats, and he eats, and he eats. And Ganesh is very happy because he's got access to so much food. But as time progresses, Kuber realizes that Ganesh sab kuch kha raha hai. He's eating everything, and he says, aur lao, aur lao, aur lao, aur lao. And Kuber finally realizes something is going on. And he looks at Ganesh and says, my God, you're so hungry. He says, yeah, but you said bharpet khilaoge. Mera pet bhara nahi hai. Lambodara. So give me more. Or do. So he says, I've done something wrong. You're trying to tell me something which I'm not understanding. He says, Shivji ke bagal mein baitha kyun hu? भोग के लिए नहीं, संतुष्टि के लिए. I am not seeking food for my hunger. I am seeking the end of my hunger. The conversation in life is always about इच्छा पूर्ति करा, इच्छा नको is never asked. So we have across Bombay and Maharashtra, everywhere you'll see इच्छा पूर्ति देवता. And the gods say, yeah, पुन्हा या. Why? Because आम्ही नैवेद्य दिला, प्रसाद पाहिजे. ROI. हमने नैवेद्य दिया, हमको प्रसाद तो चाहिए. इन्वेस्ट कितना किया? हमने 10 नारल दिया है इस बार. नेक्स्ट टाइम तो गॉड विल ऑलवेज भर भर के देते. उनके भंडार में कुछ नहीं मिलता. यू सी द सॉन्ग्स विच आर संग. डू यू रिमेंबर द फेमस अमर अकबर एंथनी? दर पे तेरे खाली कोई नहीं जाएगा, बिकॉज यू विल ऑलवेज गिव समथिंग. We always talk about receiving. We never talk about giving. Naivedya and prasad. Two things. You never ask for prasad first. You always give naivedya first. Give and receive. Give and receive. And it's happening in every temple without realizing what is going on over here. This is how human relationships are built. Now, what do you do if you're santosh? Will you still go to the temple? My God is hungry, no? See, if I don't want prasad, will I still give naivedya? See, only when I ask you and deep probe, na? But instant answer क्या होता है? नहीं चाहिए तो मंदिर क्यों जाऊं? भूख जब लगती है तब मंदिर जाता हूं. तब नैवेद्य फिर प्रसाद. But imagine if I say उनको भूख नहीं लगी है, प्रसाद नहीं चाहिए, तो तुम नैवेद्य दोगे कि नहीं दोगे? भगवान को भूख लगी है. एंड सडनली भगवान को भूख नहीं लगती. ही इज अवेलेबल फॉर इटर्नल एक्सप्लॉयटेशन. देते रहो, बिकॉज आपके भंडार में अनंत धन है. See, you have decided the definition. That is exactly what children tell about mothers. माँ में अपार प्यार है. Therefore, I don't have to give her anything. Keep asking and asking and it's called unconditional love. The opposite of an exchange is exploitation. इसलिए my wife doesn't ask anything, but she always gives me garam rotis. Such a loving woman. She never asks anything. We want people, this is how we want our employees to be, no? अरे they don't want bonus and promotion. मेरा प्रॉफिट बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन कितने सिंपल अच्छे लोग हैं मेरे लोग. They never ask anything. Think of Bombay. We are such nice people. We vote and vote and vote, but the potholes remain. We are beyond love. These words like unconditional love, ये लेना देना की बात हम नहीं करते. When I use the word transaction, people will say, see, Devdutt, that's so transactional. How can you be transactional? Because we are constantly being told you are a nice person if you are exploited. Nice people voluntarily offer themselves for exploitation. एक बार शादी हो गई तो पति परमेश्वर. But in this Parameshwara, the giving is not done by the Parameshwara. Receiving is being done by the Parameshwara. So this len-den conversation is at the heart of Hinduism. Because if you see the yajna, which was done long before pujas were being conducted. What is a yajna? Yajna में आप देवता का आवाहन करते हो. देवता को आप आहुति देते हो, बोलते स्वाहा. And then you do falastuti. Why do you do falastuti? Because tathastu chahiye. I have given swaha in order to get tathastu. Dashratha is doing a yajna because he wants sons. Drupada is doing a yajna because he wants children. इच्छा है, भूख है, इसलिए यज्ञ हो रहा है. Naivedya is being given for prasad. So when you start understanding how these rituals functions, the cycle of giving and receiving, you start understanding India differently. Then you understand the Chhat Puja. Then you understand the Vrat Katha. Then you understand the Upavasa. Because it's constantly reminding you about your hunger and about your giving and receiving. So let me tell a story of Bhim and Bakasur. And the story is, when we talk about Bhim and we talk about Bakasur, there is a story of Draupadi. Have you heard of this concept called Draupadi ki Thali? So Draupadi's Thali is when she goes to the Vanavas, her sorrow is, agar ghar mein log aayenge to un khana kaise dungi? She is not worried about her loss of fortune, that she has been kicked out of the house, she has nothing. She is like, agar mere ghar mein koi aaya to unko main khana kaise parosungi? How will I serve? So she gets a magical pot, Draupadi ki Thali, ki as long as you serve food, it will be full of food. Whatever food you want, it will always be full of food. But the moment you eat it, it will stop producing food that day. It will come back the next day. So Draupadi says, oh, that's a great thing, which means I can only eat in the evening. So whole day she is serving food to people. She doesn't eat. In the evening, she eats her food and goes to sleep after everybody has been fed. So that's Draupadi's Thali. So whenever you go to someone's house and there's always food, they'll say, Inka ghar to Draupadi ki Thali hai. Where there's always giving happening. And one day, Bhim also is getting excited by the idea that, in the forest there's nothing to eat, there's kitna khaunga wo foraging and all that. So he tells Draupadi, feed me. It's a long time since I've not eaten this. And he starts eating. Now, Bhim has this particular quality. He's called Vikrodara. He has a wolf belly. The moment he puts anything in his mouth, it digests immediately. So his hunger never ends. He's almost like Bakasur. He can digest anything you give him. So he keeps serving, and Draupadi keeps serving and keeps serving and keeps serving, and he eats and eats and eats. When suddenly he starts hearing the tinkling of Draupadi's bangles. Uski bangdi jo hota hai, the chudi jo hota hai, that starts making a sound, the tinkling sound. Do you know the meaning of this? Indians have forgotten this ritual. Traditionally, when a girl got married, they would put chudis in her hand. Hopefully, the girl has been well fed in her father's house. So she's plump. And when you're plump, your bangles don't move. They're tight. Now, when the father goes to visit the daughter, and she's serving food, they see whether the bangdi ka आवाज आ रहा है कि नहीं. उससे पता चलेगा कि घर बेटी को खाना दे रहे हैं कि नहीं दे रहे हैं. It's called in business, it's called key performance indicator. So that's how a traditional family would know कि गाड़ी वो छन छन की आवाज मतलब बेटी को खाना नहीं मिल रहा है. So you should always be a खाते पीते घर के लोग हैं यहाँ जहाँ पे वो tinkling sound doesn't come, even if she's working in the kitchen. It's so much of gold because she's इसलिए लदी हुई. So even today you'll see these Banjaran women wearing these big things. The Punjabi women wear chudis. They are not supposed to make sound. It's something that people don't. This is forgotten now. So when Draupadi is serving food, Bhim says, wow, what happened? Why have you become so thin? There's so much food in the house. He says, yes, but I have to eat it. I have to serve you. No? When you finish eating, I will eat. And then Bhim realizes he's been focusing on eating so much, he did not bother to check who is feeding Draupadi. And suddenly he remembers Bakasur. He says, oh God, did I kill Bakasur or Bakasur is still inside me? And he's looking at Draupadi and suddenly realizing, who asks, when was the last time you ate? People ask me, Devdutt, how do we know I'm raising my child well? I said, just check whether the child ever checks you have eaten or not. How many of us ask our parents, khana? You know when people phone mein, kya khana khaya, kya khana? It's such an irritating conversation. But now you realize the significance of it. Because are you well fed is in a country where that is primary. That is what creates relationships. But we forget the kitchen. Mahatva Kansha ajar cheez. If you go to Singapore, the aim is they don't want you to have kitchen in the house. They say you should eat outside. So a child grows up never eating the mother's or father's food. And they think that's sanskar. So we forget how India is focused on food, and using food, they are talking about philosophy. कि प्रसाद, नैवेद्य, संतोष, भूख. See, जहाँ भूख होता है ना, so let's go to high philosophy. जब भूख होता है तो तुमको भोग चाहिए, food. भोग चाहिए तो किसी का बलि गिरना पड़ेगा. Either a plant or an animal has to die. A living organism has to die so that there is food on your plate. It is as simple as that. तो भूख के लिए भोग चाहिए, भोग के लिए बलि चाहिए. जब बलि चढ़ाओगे तो खाने वाला आपको आशीर्वाद देगा, मरने वाला आपको श्राप देगा. इससे कर्म की शुरुआत होती है और फिर आप संसार में अटक जाते हो. सो भूख, भय. सो भूख है तो भोग चाहिए, भोग चाहिए तो बलि देना पड़ता है, बलि के लिए मुझे कर्म कांड में पहुंच गया, कर्म किया तो संसार हो गया. तो मोक्ष कैसे मिलेगा? रिवर्स. डोंट डू कर्म, स्टार्ट फास्टिंग. बट अगर तुमने ही खाया ठीक है, बट सामने वाले को, मदर सेज आई विल डू उपवास, शुड द होल फैमिली डू उपवास? शी स्टिल हैज टू गो टू द किचन. तो किसके भूख के बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं? केवल मेरा भूख, सामने वाले की भूख के बारे में? सो शिवा सेज आई एम द ग्रेट महादेव. जो देवताओं को आप नैवेद्य देते हो, महादेव बोलता है मुझे नैवेद्य की आवश्यकता नहीं है. लेकिन पार्वती कह रही है लेकिन मेरी भूख कौन मिटाएगा? व्हाट अबाउट माय हंगर? हु विल टेक केयर ऑफ माय हंगर? Now you see how relationships are being discussed. Then suddenly with a simple story, they are trying to talk about whose hunger are you talking about. So there's a story that when you read, the Ramayana begins with the story of a Vyadha, a hunter, shoots an arrow. There are two birds flying in the air and the arrow shoots the male bird dies. The female bird starts to cry. And he's crying, and the sound reaches the ear of Valmiki, the great poet. And he listens, and he's so disturbed, he opens and looks at the Vyadha, and he curses the Vyadha. Shrap deta hai. But the shrap takes the form of poetry. It's a rhythm. तो बोलते हैं शोक से श्लोक निकला. From pain came poetry. And he श्राप देता है कि देख तूने वो बर्ड को मारा है, वो बच्ची रो रही है, तुमने उसको विधवा बना दिया है. And he's like yelling at him. And the Vyadha is confused. He looks at him and says, wait a minute. मेरे बच्चे भूखे, आप उसको खाना नहीं दे रहे हो, मुझे खाना देना पड़ेगा. किसी का तो बलि देना पड़ेगा उनको खाना देने के लिए. तो पक्षी श्राप दे रही है, लेकिन बच्चे मुझे आशीर्वाद दे रहे हैं. मेरा कर्तव्य किसकी तरफ होना चाहिए? Are you saying my children should starve and die so that birds should stay alive? Who should die so that my children should stay alive? Tell me. Because somebody has to die. A plant has to die or an animal has to die. Somebody has to die. No, kill plants. That is safer. Shatapatha Brahmana. In Shatapatha Brahmana, Bhrigi Rishi goes to the wonder world and he sees two. I'm giving you a long story in short. He sees two people. He sees cannibals. He goes to a land of cannibals. On one side, he sees cannibals eating human beings, and the human beings are screaming like animals, like a goat, or like a buffalo, or like a sheep. They're making all kinds of animal sounds. On the other side, cannibals are eating, people are screaming, but no sound is coming out. He comes back home and he asks his father, what did I see? He says, see, everything that you eat in this life, in the next life will eat you. That's what you're witnessing. Everybody who ate animals is being eaten by animals, and they're shouting exactly like the animals that they have eaten. So if they've eaten a goat, they're shouting like a goat. If they've eaten a chicken, they're screaming like a chicken. So he said, what is the room where nobody was screaming? There was no sound at all. He said, oh, they were eating plants. Plants don't scream. You cut them, you chop them, but they never scream. So the silent scream of the vegetarian. This is Shatapatha Brahmana, not Devdutt Pattanaik. Shatapatha Brahmana, nobody, Amar Chitra Katha didn't tell us the story. Because Shatapatha Brahmana kaun padhta hai? But Bali ka matlab is this. That is why today we cut bhopla. You know, when you do puja, they do bhopla ka sacrifice. Coconut ko hum todte hain. Ki bali nahi hoga, to bhog kaise doge? Bhog paije na. Bhog means you have to do bali. You have to cut a pumpkin. You have to cut a coconut. You have to cut a banana. Because you are not willing to give her, the goddess wants blood. I don't know if you've seen Tulja Bhavani Madhe how they do the bali. It's a very disturbing sight. To remind you that bhog ke liye bali ke bina bhog chahiye nahi. That's why the goddess is killing. So the idea of consumption and violence is all embedded. You can't explain Hinduism without discussing bhook, bhog, bali. So all that is coming. The life is happening because of it. And what happens when you consume, when you do bhog? You are in debt. See, animals kya hota hai? They eat and they get eaten. They eat and they get eaten. So plant eats and gets eaten. Animal eats and gets eaten. Humans say, I want to eat, but I don't want to get eaten. So there is a story of Brahma calling all his children for a meal. And he says, मैं खाना परोसता हूँ तुम्हारे लिए. और सबके सामने खाना रखा जाता है. और बोलते हैं, अच्छा खाना शुरू करो, but then he gives एक शर्त, one condition. You can't bend your elbow. तो कहुनी जो है उसको bend नहीं कर सकते, तो खा लो. So one group of children gets very upset, say, this is one nonsense. You've invited us for a meal. You can't tell not to eat. We will not eat. So Brahma says, you will become the rocks. Because पत्थर को भूख नहीं लगती, तुम पत्थर बन जाओगे. Another group of children says, okay, fine, how do we eat? They bend their head and they start licking the plate. And says, oh, you'll become the animals and even the trees, because the tree goes towards sunlight. You go towards food. The deer goes towards grass. The tiger goes towards the deer. So you go towards food. So pashu pakshi, prakriti ho gaya. But one group of children pick up the food and they give it to the next person in front of them. Because I don't bend my elbow. So I gave it. Abhi the samne wala owes me. But will he give? There is no guarantee, na? And this is what Krishna says, na, phal ki chinta mat karo. नैवेद्य दिया लेकिन प्रसाद नहीं मिला. इधर नैवेद्य नहीं दूंगा, उधर दूंगा. विसर्जन कर दो इसका. हम किसका विसर्जन करते हैं और किसका आवाहन करते हैं? हम उसका आवाहन करते हैं जो हमें प्रसाद देगा. So you want people in your life who give you what you want. You stay away from people जो प्रसाद नहीं देते हैं, उनसे आप नहीं बात करोगे. So suddenly human relationships are explained in this लेन-देन की बातें. So when I consume something, जो सामने वाला जो खाना खाता है, उसने भोग लिया है, वो ऋणी हो गया. यानी कि जब भोग लेते हो, you are in debt. This is called paap in Sanskrit. Debit. So the word paap doesn't mean right and wrong. You know, in Islam, the concept is very different. It's a legal concept. If you do good things, it is haram. You follow the rules, it's halal. You break the rules, it is haram. If you follow the rules, it is halal, you'll go to Jannat. If you break the rules, it is haram and you'll go to Jahannam. It's a legal system. God is a judge. Qayamat is judgment day. When you read Hinduism, is God ever a judge? God is not a judge. So what is God now? The concept of God has now, judgment day, Qayamat is not there in Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism. Is he a judge? Accountant को judge कब से बोलने लगे आप? No, he doesn't. He keeps you a balance sheet. See, this is what happens to us when we don't think carefully. CFO is not the chief legal officer. No accountant can take a decision. He will only say, इतना ऋण है. अब बोलो, और ऋण लेना है या ऋण से मुक्त होना है? Decide, what life do you want? This is your balance sheet. So Pap, see, we don't realize because we think all religions are the same. That is what we were taught in school, no? So all God is Almighty God. So God ka meaning is Bhagavan, Ishwar or Dev. Which word? Devata, Bhagavan, Ishwar, Paramatma, 4 words. Do they mean the same thing as God? God is judge, no? Everywhere it should be judge. So we have Chitragupt. Hamara bhi Chitragupt hai. Because we have not seen the difference. All religions are the same. But here they are saying, अगर तुमने भोग लिया है तो फिर वो पाप होता है बिकॉज ऋण हो गया जितना ऋण होगा यू विल गो टुवर्ड्स नरक एंड जितना आप खाना दोगे परोसोगे वो हो गया पुण्य क्रेडिट यू विल गो अप स्वर्ग सो इफ आई गिव फूड आई गेट क्रेडिट इफ आई टेक फूड आई गेट डेबिट इट्स एन अकाउंटिंग सिस्टम पिछले जन्म में आप पुरुष थे अगर आंसर इतना सिंपल होता हाँ? उनको आप पैसे देते हो तो ऋण मुक्त हो गए श्राप भी दिया वो अलग बात है There is a clear transaction. मम्मी को कितना पैसा दिया? She is also maid, no? She cleaned your potty. She listened to your nonsense. कितना payment मिलता है? So these are questions to ask by just talking about bhog. So today I'm sure everybody is going to go to the Bangdi shop and talk about the tinkling bangles. By the way, Bangdi word, the bangle word comes literally from the word Bangdi. Bangdi means glass bangle, which is a word which was used in western area of India, so Marathis and all that. From there comes bangle. The word bangle actually comes from Bangdi. That's a different conversation. And anyway, that's a different conversation. But let's come back to this idea. So Pap and Punya is not right and wrong. It is about debit, credit. मोक्ष का मतलब क्या है नो डेबिट नो क्रेडिट नो डेबिट नो क्रेडिट बिकॉज सी इफ यू हैव ऑल द मनी इन द वर्ल्ड व्हाट हैपेंस टू पीपल हु हैव लॉट ऑफ मनी एवरीबडी कम्स टू देम सेइंग सर थोड़ा लोन दीजिए ना जो क्रेडिट होता है जो क्रेडिट जिसके पास है दैट इज इंद्रलोक इंद्र हैज ऑल द क्रेडिट इन द वर्ल्ड बिकॉज ही हैज कॉर्नर्ड ऑल द क्रेडिट इन द वर्ल्ड लाइक मोस्ट रिच पीपल एंड व्हाट हैपेंस ऑल द असुरास वांट सो देयर इज देवासुर संग्राम Everybody wants my money, everybody wants my money, everybody wants my money, everybody wants my money. So quickly build a gated community. That is the curse of Indra. Uska singhasan hamesha dagmagayega. So you don't worship Indra. He is the one with credit. You never worship the person with credit. And jiske paas debit hai to wo to bichara hai. So suddenly you start seeing human relationships. If you start understanding human relationships, so then you start asking, what is santosh? Santosh is when the prasad comes to you and you say, what will I do this? When every prasad is surplus. When it is not to eat, to consume, but it is surplus. And what do you do with surplus wealth? You reinvest it back in the market. Which is what Vishnu does in Vaikuntha. Lakshmi आती है और बोलता मैं करूँ क्या तुम्हारा? मैं तो संतोष में हूँ. Reinvest it back in the market. And the moment you reinvest it back in the market, jo bhi rini hai, he has to come back and give it to you, na? So Lakshmi comes back again, and again he says, what do I do with you? Back to the market. And therefore, Shira Sagara, infinite wealth, which Vishnu does not want. He's saying, kya karu iska? Wapis market mein bhej do, wapis market mein bhej do. Now this concept, now you start reading the Ramayana, you start reading the Mahabharata as Pap and Punya, not with judgment. Ram was right or wrong, Ravan was right or wrong. People have made career. all my life, I've heard people asking me, tell me, Ram sahi tha ya galat tha? I said, that's such an Islamic question. Because haram halal ki baat kar rahe ho tum, paap punya ki baat nahi kar rahe ho. Because that's the only way to shut them down. In our country, you just have to say, that sounds Muslim, and they'll keep quiet. It's the easiest way to shut people down. Because they don't want to engage with, we don't want to get into it. This is dangerous territory. Because we don't understand the difference between cultures and languages. West Asian cultures are based on a legal system. That's why you have the word Rasul, the merciful one. You have mercy when you have done something wrong. You will not have the concept of mercy, dayalu, and all that. These are new words which were only invented in the 19th century under British rule. Indian thought was always debit credit. So Krishna is always saying, "Fal ki chinta mat karo, mereko balance sheet pata hai." You are saying, "But sir, I've worked so hard, so I should get the reward." But he says, "Have you seen the balance sheet? Pata hai kitna debt hai tere paas? You are earning 1 rupee credit, but you have 1,000 rupees debt." But that concept doesn't hit us. So when you do a Vedic ritual, the Vedic rituals would be about always feeding people. So there's a concept called Pancha Yagya. So Pancha Yagya mein, look at this, my hand is like this, right? So I feed myself, I am eating. मैं देवताओं को खाना खिला रहा हूँ. Because जो मुझे खाना दे रहा है, मैं उनको भी खाना दे रहा हूँ, तो I give and I take, I give and I take, and I give and I take. 1, 2 हो गया. 3, I have to feed the future, family के लिए. फिर for the past, पितरों के लिए. तो future, past, and फिर पशुओं के लिए. This is how you feed animals. Pancha Yagya. You're feeding everyone because you are in rin. You are in debt. If anybody explains Indian thought without talking about debt, they are not explaining Hinduism. Rin is the concept. Responsibility, accountability, this is what it is. Ramayana, Mahabharata is all about debt, debt, debt. And Vishnu is always smiling because he's saying, "Tum rin se mukt nahi ho." And if you understand this, you understand a lot. And if you understand more about it, please read my book, The Bakasur Trap. We have time for a couple of questions. Each. देखिए 100% जैन है जो सल्लेख खान के तरफ जा रहा है. बाकी सब जैन is genuinely about fast unto death, where you don't miss food. That's a very difficult concept. You should not miss food. So it's not forcing yourself to die. It's like मुझे भूख ही, I'm not hungry. So that is what is the heart of Jainism, where I have no debit, no credit. That is the concept of no debit. So Sallekhana is the main idea. But nowadays, of course, we can't talk about it for various legal reasons and the government doesn't like it. But that is the heart of Jain thought. Without the conversation of that, you don't get Jainism, where you become food. Because see, imagine if you're in the forest and the way they visualize the sages, they have no weapons, they have Digambara, they're not wearing anything. An animal attacks, they'll say, "Haan, theek hai. I won't run. Kaante nahi hai mere," because I have this voluntary conquest of the mind, jahan bhook nahi hai, bhay nahi hai, is the Jain moksha. So it still follows the same language. The language is the same. Buddhism में भी वही मिलेगा आपको, but उसमें everybody will have a slight variation. They'll have a slight variation. In Jainism, Sallekhana is most important. In Buddhism, bhikshus became important. The whole idea of giving food, alms, daan karna, that became very important. So everyone has, thank you. So everyone has these ideas. So that point is something that needs to be understood. So every religion will talk the same thing in India. Christianity is legal system. What is the first sin? Don't eat this fruit. You eat the fruit. So now the whole idea is, so it's called Paigambarvad and Digambarvad. So West Asia, so India was connected. See, how is India? India is, if you look at the Arabian Sea, we used to trade with West Asia. So businessmen would travel from Gujarat to Arabia constantly. Legal systems are typically seen in West Asia. So all the West Asia is, that's where God, judge, right, wrong, and then the variations will start coming. What are the variations? So for example, in the Islam would be God is merciful. So even if you've made a mistake, he will forgive you, but you have to admit you are wrong. So confession becomes important. Confession as an important idea. So Christianity will follow a model which is legal system. Now why is the difference there? Because in Christianity, Islam, the legal system is because you live only once. Ek hi zindagi hai. So you are born innocent. And you go through life either following rules, breaking rules, following rules, breaking rules, halal, haram. So now you have got a report card, not a balance sheet. And after your death, that's the report card that is checked. And if you see, even Zoroastrianism has the concept. They have a concept of the bridge of the dead. They'll say if you have followed the rule, the bridge will become wider. Sinvat it's called. And if you have broken the rule, the bridge will become narrower. So Persia se yahi idea hai, Arabi deshon se yahi idea aaya hai. This idea comes from Jerusalem. But the moment you cross the Arabian Sea and you come to India, there is Punarjanma ka concept. So now report card is replaced by balance sheet. In the Western zone, they only spoke of finite numbers. India started speaking of infinite. God is called Ananta, infinity. So death is not the end, it is a comma. There is no full stop. So you can go through your life with rin. Forever, forever, forever going in this cycle. Bhook lagi hai, bhook lagi hai, bhook lagi hai. So every time you come, you have a balance sheet. You were born, nobody is born innocent. Sabke paas ek balance sheet hai. So somebody said, oh, so if I'm born in a poor family, I must have done bad karma. See how we create these stories, and that's not exactly the story, because you could be born in a poor family with loving parents, or a super rich family with horrible parents. Which is better? Of course, rich people are better. So what if my mother and father abuse me 24/7? Paisa to hai. Because when you have never had loving parents, you really don't know. But what love can do to you. So this thing, ki nahi paisa chahiye, paisa. So abusive relationship is okay so long as I have money. Because I don't understand the value of a great relationship. Let me, yeah. I don't know if it is true. There's no way to prove it or disprove this statement. But it makes you feel comfortable. I chose this body. I wanted to really be six-pack. But I chose this body. Because God said, otherwise, how can you be Devdutt Pattanaik, the mythologist? So these are stories that we tell to amuse ourselves. Both are stories. Legal system is also, abhi sach kaun sa hai? God is judge or accountant? Bolo? Huh? Which story is better? Which works for you? Monday, Wednesday, Friday lawyer, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday accountant, Sunday ko Chinese. See, these are ways to make sense out of life. The question is, do you want to die ambitious or do you want to die content? Is the question you have to ask. Because you'll see a lot of ambitious old people. I don't know. I don't give instructions to people. That's for Gurujis. The point is we choose, I'll come to you, sir. So the point is, these are stories that make you think. That's all the purpose of a story is, to make you think. And hopefully you've got a new way of thinking about new things. That's all one has to achieve in a session like this. Yes, sir. And someone else had raised their hands. Okay, I'll take the gentleman and then yours. why are you attributing these imaginary concepts? You are a very good imagination. Because you're imagining that Brahma has an agenda. When I said nothing, I just said he invited people for food and he said, don't eat like this. And he saw how when you throw a pebble in the water, what kind of ripple does it produce? Don't eat. Salle khana. Just don't consume. But there are also people you have paid debt to, no, who raised you. So repay your debt. Don't have more credit. So it's simple mathematics, no? But अभी वो debt कितना साल का है, उसमें कितना interest लगा है, वो अलग बात है. But think about it. Salle Khan is the Ajivikas and the Nigranthas introduced this idea into India almost 2,500 years ago, maybe older. Where they said, I will not consume. So they went to the other extreme. Now, whether they're really doing it or conceptually doing it, that's up to us. But the idea of not consuming is a very important idea in India. Globally, nobody talks about it. So the Digambara statue is about non-consumption. And they don't look thin. If you see it, because they are showing a very strong person with affluence and abundance. So he's not, so it is, that's how you show choice. How does an artist show choice? कि मुझे नहीं चाहिए. It is not that I am denying myself. I am not denying myself. I don't want it. It's a very different thing from मुझे दूर रहो मुझसे. So when you go to a Jain temple, you never do Naivedya. There is no concept of Naivedya in Jain temples. But they look like temples, but I always tell people, there is no Naivedya. There is no concept of receipt because there is no transaction happening. The statue is supposed to just evoke the idea of non-consumption. It's a very strong visual. And they were always on trade routes, by the way. Do you realize? They were always put on trade routes. The businessman, जो साहूकार जा रहा है, पैसे कमाने के लिए कि कमाऊंगा नहीं कमाऊंगा कितना पैसा कमाऊंगा, because they're all trading communities, right? And then they're seeing the Tirthankars watching them. See how the art is created to make you think. Yeah, so these are the ideas which India has produced. Yes. See, it depends on what you consider to be benefit. What is benefit? You want to be a poet, but you were born in a Bollywood family, and now you have to do acting. But you don't want to act. You want to be a poet, and you want to be a good poet, which means you will never earn any money. But nahi, you are Bollywood because now your father was a great poet, so it's a curse. So Buddha is walking away, na? What is the story of Buddha? He's born in a family of privilege. And he's like, मेरे को कांटे जैसे लग रहा है. It is horrible. But the counter to Buddha is that you went away. What about your wife? So you see how even intellectual conversations have countered all kinds of things. There are arguments after arguments after arguments. But the key idea is hunger. If the one thought I want you all to go home today is look at the concept of hunger deeply. Meditate on it and you'll understand Hinduism so easily. Everything will make sense. Vrat will make sense, puja will make sense, celebrations will make sense, upavas will make sense, moksha will make sense, everything will make sense. Ramayana, Mahabharata will make sense. Yes. See, they are trying to they are giving a concept. See now how it made you think, right? That's the point of these conversations. So I'll conclude with, since you've asked this very nice question, I will conclude with a very famous story of Yudhishthir and Vanaprastha and giving up the world and this whole idea of giving up. But I want you to understand it like how we are told a story and what is the story actually saying. So you've heard of Yudhishthir going, after the war is over, he's killed all the Kauravas, he's become the king of Hastinapur, Kurukshetra, and for 36 years he rules the kingdom. After which he says, "Bahut ho gaya, the child has grown up, I will give my kingdom to the child." He retires and he walks up the mountain. And he is like, "Main sab tyagta hu." So when his brothers start dying, he doesn't turn back to look at them. His wife dies, his brothers dies, everybody dies. He keeps walking straight, not looking left, not looking right. And then he reaches heaven, Swargadwar. And then he's about to enter. The god says, "You can enter, but the dog can't enter." He says, "What dog?" He turns around and sees a little dog. And nowadays everybody's talking about dogs a lot in India. So the dog is following. He says, "Oh, the dog has always been there." He says, yeah, it's been there from Hastinapur, it's been following you. He says, "If he has walked all the way with me, he'll enter. I'll not enter if he doesn't enter." And the god says, "ऐसा नहीं होता है. He is not worried about स्वर्ग वर्ग. वो आपको follow कर रहा है. कुत्तों को हम स्वर्ग के अंदर नहीं लेके आएंगे." And he argues the case. He has also done the same karma and all that. You should allow him. So gods are like, कितना महान आत्मा है. That's how we tell the story, right? Yudhishthir was a great dog lover. And therefore he's allowed to enter heaven. And when he enters heaven, flowers are itna great admi that he was willing, he wanted even the dog to give. Sabko diya jagah. But the story doesn't end there. Because when he enters in Swarga, he finds the Kauravas sitting. And he gets very angry. He says, "Why are the Kauravas here?" So the gods are saying, "Terko kya farak padta hai? Tu Swarg pahunch gaya na? Ho gaya. You won, you achieved the ultimate." He says, "But what about my brothers and sisters?" He said, "Just a few minutes ago, you were not turned back to look at them when they were dying. Now why are you thinking of your brothers? Kahan Draupadi? Kahan Bhim? Abhi tak to tumne puche, they were screaming when they were dying and they were yelling, 'Help us, help us, help us.' You never helped them. But the moment you saw Kauravas, now you're thinking, aisa kaisa?" He says, "To tyag kiska kiya? God, even you're allowing the dog to enter, but not Kauravas. You killed all the Kauravas. You ruled their kingdom for 36 years. You allegedly gave up all your relationships. But you clearly have not given up your anger." So Vanaprastha is that. Vana mein wapas jana. When you realize that I have to give up these emotions which bind us to society. That he is not able to forgive. If I use a Christian vocabulary, I will say forgiveness. Chhod na, aage badho. When do you let go? Ki kitna gussa, nahi, main nahi chhodunga, I want justice, I want justice. But you have killed the Kauravas. It is over. And it is something like how much punishment is enough? For any crime, how much punishment is enough? If somebody were to attack a road accident, mein, that person, because of him, you lose your eyesight. How many years do you want them to be in jail? Or do you want their eyes to be taken away? What is tula? Tarazu mein. What is perfect balance? Kabhi nahi hota life mein. Debit credit ka tarazu kabhi nahi hoga. We'll always feel someone has more credit and more debit in our relationships. वो lucky है, nepo baby है. Have you asked the nepo baby whether they're happy being nepo? Because if at all, like I always tell my parents, I wish you worked harder. If parents, like Gen Z are so lucky, no? कुछ काम नहीं करना पड़ता है. Double parents. The parents are working 24/7 so that the child can play Pokemon. वो स्वर्ग नहीं है तो क्या है बताओ? But have you talked to the Gen Z? They don't think they are in Swarg. They feel they are surrounded by 2 Bakasurs. Yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Pattanaik, for showing us that myths aren't just stories. They are windows into reality, leadership, and the human heart, often with a generous sprinkle of humor. I'd like to call on stage President-elect Dr. Anaga Karkhanis, President nominee Mr. Sujit Gawai, Dr. Sujata Jadhav, President Samir Lumaye, Convener Mr. Atul Bhide, while we are grateful and thank our sponsors for being a part of the Thane Literature Festival, I'd like to call upon the representatives of Fortress Group of Companies, BioZ Lab Group of Companies, Yes Bank, and Thane Janta Sahkari Bank. Fortress Group of Companies, Mr. Upendra Kulkarni, Mr. Sandesh Jadhav, Mr. Ritvik Bhasi, and Mr. Aditya Subramanian. Please grace the stage. I request members who wish to have their copy of the book signed may please be present here on stage. Mr. Vinayak Gore, Ms. Rekha Arya, Ms. Pooja, and Mr. Anil Kamble of TJSB Sahkari Bank. Mr. Pankaj Popat, Mr. Rajesh Kamath, Mr. Parishik Sharma, and Mr. Sudarshan of Yes Bank. Thank you once again. Friends, with this we come to the end of today's session of day 1 of the Thane Lit Fest. Thank you all for being such wonderful audience and for joining us in celebrating the joy of words and ideas. We warmly invite you to join us again tomorrow for yet another exciting lineup of sessions, discussions and celebrations of literature. See you all tomorrow. Till then, Shubh Sandhya. Thank you. I also request the hailers to please join on stage. Those who wish to have a sign-off on their booklet, please join us on the stage.